I could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cam, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish is knocked down. J7 finishes them both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off.
Welcome back, everyone, to another exciting day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. We're almost at that halfway point here through league play until we can finally figure out when we're going to have our top 16 teams moving on to the finals, trying to get their chance to move into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. I'm Jason Kapp, I'll be your host, but like always, I still can't do this alone, no matter how hard I try and no matter how many renditions I make of some sort of AI computer. I got to bring in two analysts who know everything about the game and all the teams. We have Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Seven looking comfy. I am jealous. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, brother. How about you?
I'm doing good. You know, it's raining here in Poland, so the hoodie to me sounds like, you know, snuggle up on a nice little couch, get a little cozy blanket, maybe some tea, and you're ready to settle in for another great day of games for PUBG Mobile. Glitter, how about you today?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I am ready to see what the teams bring to the table today after what we've seen the past 5 days.
I like how you said it too, because we have no idea what's going to be going on with what happened today as we take a look at the overall standings. We had so many teams that we've been calling out day in and day out, wondering when are they going to step up, and we found out just yesterday that's exactly when they were going to do it. Starting things off with G25, of course, for now, maintain that first place position. But I say for now, there's other teams hot on their heels.
They're definitely
Go ahead, Glitter.
Honestly, I think I'm mostly excited to talk about this first page and how it's changed a lot. Yeah, G25 has maintained that first place position because of their crazy 6 chicken dinners you guys can still see up there on the leaderboard. B4, though, still maintaining some consistency throughout, doing very well for themselves. And then this is where things start to shift. If you guys recall, we had Ace 1 at the top of the show yesterday that was in 3rd place. Queso has now ousted them. Tempo Storm has now managed to jump themselves up a place. And Ace 1 is bumped down to 5. You also no longer see Wildcard up here on this page. You no longer see Alpha 7 up here on this page, and instead you get to see Tribe, who is somebody we're definitely going to be touching on later on, making their way up into that first page. The Unnamed out of nowhere, and this is what Jason was talking about, these squads that we kind of called out a little bit, saying they needed to step up, definitely doing so. The Unnamed making their way into that first place page, and then Metagaming rounding out the first page in 8th place.
I think Seven.
And as we're going to be going here.
No. I think before we get to the second
page,
page, I think we need to look at something here in particular, because Seven, we've been talking about so much about how the point system change is affecting teams and the way they're playing. And if you look at a couple of those teams, for instance, Tribe, 0 chicken dinners, but they have 78 kills. They are really honing in and kind of, you know, in essence, being the team that we talked about of getting kills. That is so important right now over placements. And we saw them just yesterday pick up so many as well for themselves.
Yeah, and exactly what you said. They've been able to pick up kills, and they've been improving day in and day out, game in, game out, which we're gonna be seeing a graphic for that. So I don't wanna spoil everything here that we got going on for Tribe Gaming as we're gonna be moving on towards the second page here. Now, one that actually surprises me, and in a way kind of surprises me and not really, is Wildcard Gaming. They're in 9th place. They moved from the first page. Something that we have noticed since yesterday is that Wildcard Gaming does start the day only with 3 players, or at least that we have seen so far, except for the weekends. And teams are starting to land very close to them early on. So something to keep an eye on. Maybe somebody's going to hot drop Wildcard Gaming, since kills are so important now. As Jason was saying there, we go even a little bit farther down. Alpha 7 Esports there with 122 points. Nova, Loops Esports, even though they haven't had the best performances, look at their kills. They're still putting out amazing amount of kills. They just need to work on that placement points, or if they, honestly, for Loops Esports, all they have going on for them, everything that's missing is just a chicken dinner, and it kind of gives me flashbacks with what we saw in the first PMPL whenever we saw Loops Esports for the first time. One thing I'm going to be calling out is going to be Cloud9. We haven't really seen Cloud9 or anything in regards to Cloud9 what we expected to, and pretty soon, if today they don't show up, I think it would be time to say, well, something needs to change. I don't know if they would go ahead and add into their rotation of playing players Perkins, which is currently on their sub. Anything can happen there. And then towards the end of that second page, you did end up seeing Brazilian Rampage, which took us by surprise, especially this past 2 days. I feel like their improvement so far, Glitter here, has been one of the best out of any team.
Yeah, they were a kind of a dark horse yesterday, and they've really stepped up to the plate when they needed to, and that's going to be huge for that squad because we'll keep reminding you guys throughout the season, but it's the top 16 teams that qualify through to finals, and that's where these squads want to be because that's how they can potentially solidify that top 3 spot to qualify to the Grand Championship. So, I mean, I feel like so many teams, I mean, INTZ has managed to get themselves up and off the 3rd page. Pittsburgh Knights has really stepped up, like you said. There's so many squads on here that have really started to kind of kick it into high gear. And what I'm actually noticing while you were talking, Seven, there's actually only a 16-point difference right now between Tribe Gaming in 6th place and Loops in 12th. So that's a huge gap as far as like placement goes, but points-wise, it's very, very little. They can easily start leapfrogging one another today alone, depending on how their performances go. And then as we take a look here at the final page, these are some of the squads that are definitely going to need to figure out what they're going to be doing for the rest of the season. As Jason said, we're almost at the halfway point. So teams like XSET, teams like BDM Esports, 19 Esports, Execute, Klaze, HQA, Influence Rage, and Defeaters are the ones on the 3rd page, Defeaters being all the way down at the bottom. And I've said this before about a lot of the teams on this 3rd page, but we have literally seen a good performance, good engagements, like strong gameplay from literally every single squad on this page. They just haven't been able to replicate it frequently enough to keep themselves in a top 16 position. So as long as they can figure it out, and hopefully figure it out soon, because they don't want to keep falling behind some of these other squads, they might be able to still kind of jockey for that 16th place position.
And I mean, to be fair to a lot of those teams as well, there's only a 3-point difference from 16 to 17, and there's like a 5-point difference from 17 or from 16 to 18. So there's really not that many points to separate these teams. One thing I do want to ask you about, because obviously you two were here both for America's last season, Cloud9, if I remember correctly, had a slow start. And then towards the end, they started to pick it up, and that's where they really closed things out. Now, I think we've been really harsh on Cloud9 just for the fact that during World League, they didn't have that slow buildup into the tournament. If anything, they had an amazing start and then slowed down as the rest of it went on. But I'm curious, in your guys' eyes, is this really reminiscent of what happened last season for them?
Want to take it, Glitter, or you want me to take it?
I mean, you could take it, but we'll probably bounce back and forth on it or touch on it all day, but go ahead.
All right, yeah, with me, it's exactly the same of the last PMPL, and it's something that we kind of mentioned on the earlier days too. Whenever we saw those performances from Cloud9, we say, hey, listen, this is nothing to be afraid of. We know what this team is capable of. Maybe they're still just kind of warming up. Maybe they're still just practicing different strats. As you were saying, Jason, some of the players have not been able to play together for a minute now because they might have been participating on other tournaments with other players. So it comes down to that. I think after this week, or maybe after today, if we're still kind of seeing those performances, if they're not really stepping it up on the kills department, and if they're not really getting the chicken dinners that we expect, Cloud9, a big name like that, and a veteran team like that to get, I think that's when maybe we can start getting a little bit worried.
Okay, well then to transition from one North American team to another, we got to talk about Tempo Storm yesterday. They had J7 playing with them the entire time. They were looking fantastic. They were kind of fighting and a lot of the times, a lot of the maps we saw, like these two-man squads. So they had like these two-man squads. I think it was J7 and Spec together who seemed to be this formidable force. And I think we need to talk a little bit more about them as well, because we've seen the impact for a lot of teams of adding on a 5th player and then actively using them. But Tempo have been performing just as well before, with or without him, which is such a good sign to the depth of the pool they have.
Yeah, and that's something I definitely want to take a look at, because we always talked about, hey, even at the beginning of the tournament, we talked about they added J7, which was an amazing player for Pittsburgh Knights back in PMWL. As we're seeing some of the stats there, you see with J7, they have only played 7 matches. Without J7, 10 matches. Now, with the average points have definitely gone up with J7. The damage done has definitely gone up. The kills, not as much, but I feel like this is just, it goes to show the kind of depth that this team has. And you want to go ahead and see that out of teams, especially in this kind of stage, especially if they want to go over to PMGC. And I feel like J7 has been able to kind of give that extra power to Temple Storm in case whether it's a birthday or whether maybe it's something going on with somebody's internet. Remember back in PMWL how HH24 said that they had a bad weekend because his internet was just acting up. They can rely on that sub in J7, and I think that's huge. And not only have we been seeing it from Temple Storm, we've now been seeing a lot of changes too with Klaze Esports by them allowing to play Golden in. So overall, I think so far with this is working great for Tempo. I think that the duos, the dynamic duos that we're starting to see out of Tempo is working great. As you were mentioning, Spec with J7, we usually have Tensa and HH24, so they can mix it back and forth. And one thing I'm really enjoying here, Glitter, that Tempo is doing is that they're not only just they're not only exchanging J7 with HH24, they're also trying different combinations. They're exchanging J7 with Tensa, they're exchanging J7 with Rain, and that's something I love to see, especially at this stage of the tournament.
Absolutely, and I think what's most impressive about what you're talking about, Seven, is the fact that they have switched J7 out with every iteration of their roster, and they have still managed to be very, very successful for themselves. And I think in the long run, if that's actually going to work for them, that can be huge for a squad when it comes to burnout, right? They'll be able to constantly keep their players fresh, be rotating people through, and that could be a factor in potentially winning some whether that's finals, whether that's global championship. That could just be huge for that team.
I think one thing we haven't really touched on fully about J7 and about the way Tempo are utilizing him is the fact that it's not easy to be able to take one player out and swap another player in. And they've been able to do that with every single player on their roster, with J7 replacing them. So it also shows to the depth of J7, it shows to the depth of every player on the team that they can afford to swap out their in-game leader and change it to someone else. They can swap out their fragger and put it to someone else. They can change these roles around so fluidly that J7 somehow has become a perfect fit for this team and has helped them really excel and go to another level here, Seven.
Yeah, I mean, that's along the lines of what we just said in regards to them having such a great team. And now with the addition of J7 being able to kind of add that extra fragging power, maybe somebody ends up not wanting to play for a day. Guess what? They can rely on J7, and that is huge for any team. But as I mentioned, especially if you want to be a team that ends up in the finals and you want to end up being fighting for those top 3 places that go towards PMGC, you want to be able to have that kind of depth.
Well, we're talking about one North American team. The other day, we talked about the 2 NA hopes of Tempo and Wildcard. With Wildcard unfortunately falling down the ranks, we had another North American team rise through the ranks, and that, of course, is going to be Tribe Gaming that we saw yesterday. This team, Glitter, really stepped up when it mattered, and they were able to put up some massive points on the board.
Yeah, and as you guys will be able to see here on the graphic, this is going to be laying out the damage done, the kills, the damage received, and the knockouts for Tribe Gaming across days 1 through 5. You can see up in the right-hand corner how many matches they played on each of these days. Now, the reason this is important, and there's a few things to say here. However, if you notice, day 2 and day 3 are very, very low compared to days 1, 4, and 5. Day 5 being the best performance when we saw them playing yesterday that we have seen out of them, hands down. Now, last week, David said that he had talked to King A about Tribe, and that Tribe was going to be working on a buddy system, okay? They had one pair in King A and G3, and then another pair in Telly and Seagut. They were going to try and work with this and see how it functioned. Well, I went back and I checked what happened on day 2 and day 3 to see why the numbers were so dramatically different for Tribe. And what happened in a lot of those games on day 2 and day 3 for Tribe was that they actually ended up without their full squad. They either lost a player early or they had engagements, and then we actually highlighted 1-7. It was the engagement where King A had pushed up on Klaze on Erangel, and it went very, very poorly for them. They kind of did it one at a time. Klaze ended up winning, and they were kind of completely on the back foot for the rest of that game. Then, going into game 3 or day 3 of last week as well, same thing. They had early engagements where they lost a few players here and there, and then even in the last match of day 3 for them, they tried many times to do this 2-2 split, and they tried it on rotations, and it went poorly for them on both of these days. Then fast forward into what we saw yesterday, and we saw this team sticking together the entire time. We saw them making rotations as a group. We saw them, team fighting very, very well. And we saw glimpses of that on day 1, and that was kind of where we started this whole, if they stick together, they will do well thing, right? Yep. Then they kind of changed it up, didn't go so well. They brought it back yesterday, and they absolutely demolished. They were consistent. They literally had a 7th place finish with 13 kills. And this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the overall standings, highlighting the amount of kills that they're able to get points-wise, this is the tribe that we were hoping to see, and 100% they are better as a team, 7.
Oh yeah, and I mean, as you mentioned it, we've been saying this since day one. I actually been saying this since the previous PMPL, whenever I would see them messing up when they didn't work together as a team. Now, one of the questions that does pose is what's gonna happen if maybe they stay too comfortable with being together as a team and you get into a situation that might require you to do a 2-2 split. I would like for them to kind of, I want to see improvements with the 2-2 split in regards to Tribe Gaming. I want to see improvements with maybe a 1-3 split with Tribe Gaming. For right now, I think everything's working their way. Maybe continue working as a team, get a little bit more of a lead in regards to points in the overall. Make sure you at least make it to the top 16. That way you qualify to the finals. And then once you get there, once you get to that stage, especially after week 2, if you can, for some reason, if you have that extra day off, as you can freaking name it, as we done with G25 with what they did yesterday, maybe try some of those strats. Maybe try a 2v2, maybe try a 3v1 split, and then try that out and see if it works out for them. But for right now, I would say keep on working on that teamwork, keep on working on the callouts, and keep on working on just making sure everybody is working together and everybody knows how they're going to be pushing a certain squad.
Well, we've been talking a lot about them and obviously like theorizing and analyzing some of the plays they've made, but I think it's time for us to actually hear from the source what they had to say coming into the PMPL Americas Season 2.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hot Jukes here with Telly from Tribe Gaming. Telly, how you feeling today, my man?
Feeling great. How about yourself, Jukes?
Dude, feeling amazing, man. Gotta finally get the chance to talk to you. You know, I know the other members of Tribe really well, but I don't think we've had a chance to really get a one-on-one. So, you know, and I know that you're the sniper man of the team. So I'm just like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I love to hear. So, first, right off the bat, you know, how are you guys feeling coming up in here into the PMPL?
We're feeling very excited, very eager to prove ourselves. We're majority a new Tribe team, a new roster. And I think overall we're very, very eager to get a chance to compete with some of these top teams like Loops and the other competition as well.
Interesting. So, like, you want to like touch on a little bit more about that? You know, the fact that this is a relatively kind of new roster. Like, how do you feel like are the challenges that you've had to go through? What do you really feel like you really weren't trying to work on right now?
Definitely, right now we're just trying to build the core values of the team, such as, you know, like when you build synergy on a team, there's a lot of high-level plays that you make a lot faster than if you're new. So the main thing right now is building synergy and chemistry. That way, you know, I know what the guy to my left and I know what the guy to my right is doing without having to make several other call-outs.
Perfect. Now, how do you feel like this tournament, this PMPL? So far, talking to this, we've only done 1 week of the PMPL scrims. How do you feel like this tournament is feeling, like compared to some of the ones that you played in the past?
Honestly, feel better prepared. I think we finished 6th overall after week 1, and that's obviously not the result we were looking for, but that's good considering the work that we had put in, and we're definitely looking to move forward. But honestly, I can say I feel more prepared for this tournament. I'm excited to move forward.
Where do you feel bolts are like currently in like this whole meta of PUBG Mobile, especially after the update? What do you think?
In terms of the North American region, I'm not sure, but I feel, in my personal opinion, it should be used more often. I mean, it takes one shot, level 2 helmet, and then there's your entry knock. As well as if, you know, a team is pushing you, if you're able to knock them, it stalls the push. It's very effective. You pull the trigger once, and, you know, gives you a lot more timing.
That's true, but at the end of the day, you gotta hit those. You know,
yes,
you gotta
sir.
hit those. And if you're hitting one out the vehicle, we know that you can. That's for sure. So love to see that. Love to see that. Now, what is your team's like really goal coming up here into the PMPL?
With the new scoring system, our goal right now is to kind of put ourselves up beside Loops and several other teams who have constantly proved themselves that they are a very good team fighting squad. And I think that's our #1 goal, is to come out there and have Tribe's kill column be very high up there.
Nice. Now, I know you've been mentioning Loops, but what do you consider to be like your biggest rival coming up here in the PMPL?
In terms of biggest rivalry, probably HQA, simply because on Erangel, they do lend school and they are very aggressive, and we have fought over the eastern compound beside Razak many times. So I would say HQA would probably be our rival. We love to fight.
Nice. So you just kind of want to be able to secure that area completely right there. And do you feel like that makes you guys, like, especially since like the scrims were just happening, like play a little maybe extra aggressive for them so that way they can kind of stay away coming to PMPL?
We actually do love the third-party effect. Another South American team, Influence Rage, they do contest school with them, so we just wait for the trades and come in and clean it up so they know not to mess with Tribe anymore.
Thank you so much, man, for taking the time here to talk to me today. Do you have anything you'd like to say to all the fans, everybody watching right there in the world right now? What should they be? And also the teams, you know, what do you got to tell some of the other squads when Telly's got a Car 98 in his hand? Talk to the people.
Just don't peek. Just don't peek.
Woo! Let's go. Let's go. So, yeah, anything else you want to say to everybody else watching?
We're just eager and excited for the opportunity to compete in front of you and in front of PMPL and obviously the spectators and things like that. And Tribe's looking forward to putting on a show for you guys.
Man, thank you so much again. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, what amazing interview. Hopefully you guys go put some fears in the Tribe in the chat, and we'll hopefully catch you guys a little bit later.
Well, we got to hear from the source. We got to hear from Telly himself to talk about how the tournament's going to go, and I'm really curious to see if they can replicate what went down yesterday into today's games. You can see our schedule now on your screen. Starting things off on Erangel, heading to Vikendi, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. Just like every day, we'll be doing just that. Maybe it changes in the finals. Who knows? And Group A will be sitting out. So as we can see here, we got Ace1, Cloud9, G25, Influence Rage, INTZ, Klaze, Tempest Storm, Tribe Gaming. Alpha 7B, 4% Rampage Defeaters, and Loops, Execute, Helping Quit Addiction, Pittsburgh Knights, all playing here in this first match. Guys, I mean, they could have went quicker, let's be honest. I can talk really fast. I want to hear some predictions for this first game, maybe out of you guys. Maybe not necessarily teams, but do you think we're going to continue, more importantly, to see the teams step up that we had called out for before? I mean, remember HQA, they took down Loops. We saw them on Miramar yesterday. They went on to do extremely well in that match.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to continue happening. I think Klaze Esports is more than likely going to back off. As crazy as that sound, as Paul was saying yesterday, I think it would be smarter for them to just kind of back off when we go to Miramar. Now here for Erangel, one team I do want to see more out of is going to be Execute. They're currently there. They've been staying too comfortable for me on that third page, and I just don't like that. I want to see something of the likes of what we saw Brazilian Rampage. Execute just needs to perform a lot better, and I think Sute is going to be playing again today, so I'm looking to see how they perform here on this first Erangel.
Just give Kill Switch a blue zone and play from there, right, Glitter?
I mean, it worked last time, so you might as well go for it again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
All right, well, it's time to head into our first game, so you two go watch and get ready to break things down when I call you back up here in virtual reality. I would say I summon them, but, you know, it's all semantics. Anyways, moving on forward, you guys can still be tweeting to us at esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Tweet us anything about the show, anything and everything, even PUBG Mobile related if you don't even want to talk about the show. And it's time to bring in our commentators. Now, again, we changed things up yesterday. We're changing things up yet again today. We got Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis join us. I bet you Cameron's making sure his mic is unmuted. Not going to pull the World League all over again. And I can hear him, so I can guarantee you he has been able to make sure that is all sorted. Hot Jukes, not used to seeing you without your Sandal Man to your side.
Man, Jason, you know, the Sandal Man, his business is it's booming. He's doing too well right now, so decided to mix it up and try out Cameron Davis here. Man, I'm pumped up for this, to be honest, to be able to be paired up with such a legendary caster like this man right here.
Cameron, I mean,
I
I
can
can
the ball
see
right now. Everyone's fighting over me.
Yeah, I mean, what does that feel like to have everyone want you? But Cameron, going into today, we had, again, so many teams step up yesterday. We had J7 playing in every match. I'm curious if he's going to continue to do so with Tempo at the moment. But what was your kind of maybe like overall thoughts about yesterday? You heard us talk about Tempo. You heard us talk about Tribe. Anything in particular you want to say that kind of stood out to you from yesterday?
I'm just liking the development of the meta because of the point system. It's been talked about so many times before how everyone's playing in all this sort of pack play. I'm curious if that limit is going to be found and maybe teams are going to start to be able to extend maybe one player here just a little bit. I don't think we're going to go see the full 3-1-2-2 split meta, at least for a while, that we saw previously. But it's always exciting when you change the format up enough that it sort of forces teams to play in a different way. And we have the entirety of the rest of PMPL to see exactly how far that's going to take us.
Okay, well, Hot Jukes, if I'm not mistaken, you're really close with a lot of the Tribe players. Is that correct?
Yes,
really
yeah.
close.
So you got to played with him on a team before, you know, as well as King, yeah, all the whole squad. You know, I love them all.
So how do you feel like they feel after yesterday's games? I mean, they're still sitting on 0 chicken dinners, but they have so many kills.
They got to feel great. I mean, this is the big thing. when it comes to Tribe, they have the roster, they have all the skill in the world. It's about developing that synergy to be able to play together at this level, because some of the top teams, they've been playing together so long that they don't even really need to make call-outs. They just know the situation, and you have the IGL say one thing, everybody knows what they're talking about, and it takes a while to get there. So to finally see Tribe playing as a squad, I'm so pumped up. And again, to see Seagut, who I said is one of the best CQC players in the game, to see him go and getting it done here, I'm really excited for the squad.
Well, you know what? We're still not even halfway done with the entire league play, but we're going to hop into our first match of the day. It's on Erangel. It's brought to you by these two fine lads. Lads? Lads.
Thank you so lads. All right, thank you so much, Jason. Here we go, match number 1. Let's get into Erangel. Cameron, this is our first time casting a match together. I'm pumped. I'm excited. Let's get it going today.
Yeah, it's going to be good. We're going to have a fun time. We're going to be watching 5 straight games of PUBG Mobile action. Let's see where everyone drops, see where everyone lands. Let's see if this whole HQA hot dropping anyone and everyone story is going to continue.
And you know what? I think that's just purely on the grounds that they're just trying to find a home right now. They're just like, where's my home? Because every single place they go, they're having to deal with squads in contention, and that usually happens. And I casted the scrims a little bit earlier on, and it was the same exact thing. They were just trying to find a place, especially in Erangel. So I'm really interested to where they're going to drop right here. And we're looking at this plane path going right up the middle, pretty fair across the board. All these squads are going to get their favorite location. So, that's a good way to start off the day, I think.
Yeah, and just touching upon the HQA finding a home aspect, there are 24 teams here. If you're in the same lobby of 16 teams, most, if not every team can find a place that they're comfortable with. But when there's 24 teams, and it's not even these 16 are playing this day, these 16 are playing this day, with 24 that play every single day, just rotating 8 out every single time, not every team is going to be able to go to the exact same spot every single time. And the fewer teams that do have flexible drops, that means that those teams that do have the flexible drops are going to have to really fight for them and really be super using the same word, flexible.
Double flexible, yeah.
I
think you're totally right. I mean, it's ridiculous because the amount of studying that these squads have to do has to be at a whole nother level, because you have to look at each lobby and really see, okay, guess what? Now we got these squads in here, we can't land here. Or maybe the spot that we usually land is fine. Now we're going to have a whole squad land on it to try to get a vehicle and move over here. And it looks like they're going to take apartments here right next to Influence. And HQA, we've been seeing them land right here multiple times. So the battle for apartments looks like it's going to go on here pretty quickly. And we could definitely see the disparity between these two squads. Early engagements are always so difficult because you just don't have a lot of loot, and one bullet, if you get a 7.6 gun, is all it takes. And it looks like Influence is split 2-2 right now on these buildings with HQA on top.
Yeah, where are the other members of HQA? Because HQA are also split across 2 separate apartments. I think they're actually, I see on the minimap, yeah. Someone is either trying to find a way to escape or to come back in. Okay, so they drove in and they're in their own 2 separate apartments. This is an interesting standoff here, though, because we've seen this fight happen before, but previously it was one team dropped at school, one team dropped at apartments, and then the school team did push across, and that was a very great take by them. But they want the fight to just go on right off the bat, both at apartments, but not a single knock is happening. A good rotation by... Yeah,
it looks like they're just stuck. They're just both kind of just stuck right there with having two players from each squad in that one building. So I think that they just don't want to, rotate away and get kind of caught out on that rotation. So I think right now...
You both dropped here?
Yeah, I mean, true.
You opted into this. This isn't the first match of a tournament. You knew what was going to happen.
I don't understand it. I think at this point, they should definitely, possibly have somebody fly a little bit later so you could see exactly where they're dropping. Say, hey, all right, we'll take these 3 apartment buildings. You guys take those 3. You head this way. We'll take this way. And the fact that they're just stuck here, their loot time now is reduced tremendously. Good thing that they have the zone at least.
Yeah.
We're not having to, wait too long here. But, man, not the best start, I think, for either squad.
So both teams have a player on the outside that is trying to rotate up. It's going to be Castiel for Influence and then Kirang from HQA. I think both those squads are putting I guess, the emphasis on those players to get the opening knock, especially in this building, so the team can push either top floor to down or bottom floor to up. But that's not happening, and we are almost 4.5 minutes into this game. At some point, someone needs to move, whether it's a retreat away from the situation or move on each other. But again, I feel like because they're in the zone, as you mentioned, that does give them a little bit of safety. They don't have to worry about rotating too much. That also might be baiting them into committing to such a bad situation because it's phase 1. But your position here is not going to do much. A good grenade come out because I think the push is going to start to happen. HQA pushing in, Influence backing away, and a couple of good shots to start things off.
NTX finally get a gun because, I mean, he just looked like he had a pan the entire time. Looks like he was finally able to get his hands on that to be able to cover that entire angle there. And it looks like, okay, you got the 4 squad there of HQA in this building. And finally, okay, that was able to open up the door just a little bit to allow Influence on over here. So NTX does have that Uzi, so he's able to get that whole entire high ground right now. Super, super important. And it looks like finally they might just go their separate ways. I don't see them really trying to fight it out at this point because it's just the clock's ticking. And they didn't get loot.
I don't know if HQ are going to rush across all 4 into that apartment, but they did push this apartment. So I don't know if they want to let Influence Rage get away scot-free. They're certainly going to be taking some shots, which is why Influence, they can't move. Also, what's the vehicle situation like? Because they both hot dropped on each other, and I'm pretty sure they knew this was going to happen, neither of them had the opportunity to grab even 1 or 2 vehicles, which is usually what you want to do when you drop onto a location. Find your vehicles first, then go loot, and so you have your vehicle ready to go at a moment's notice. But I see there's a bike on the road, there's another Dacia on the road behind Influence's building. They running over to that, though, that's going to be a dangerous run, dangerous push.
I think HQA has to know that at this point since they dropped all 4 there. Now, we did see their 2 members drive up on the back, so at least we know they have a vehicle. We weren't able to tell exactly what they had. At the same time, they had that option there. But yeah, Influence, they're stuck in those buildings. And I guess right now, since the zone is still there, may as well just wait it out, hopefully try to catch a first knock to be able to get 4 points on the board for you. Moving on over to Tempo Storm in Pachinki, the place where I always say the legends are born. They're going to get looted up nice and full here, and they do have J7 on the roster, subbing out for HH24. And we've heard the storyline kind of go on multiple times here, and this is what I was kind of talking about the last time I was casting him and watching this. J7, this dude is a starter for any other team. I mean, the man played in Berlin. He was in IGL. He's a monster player, and by far, I think the strongest substitute for any team here. So, to have that is an asset that Tempo, I think, has above any other squad in this lobby. What do you think?
I am not super sold on subs being that strong of a thing. Because the chemistry needed in battle royales in PUBG is so, I would argue, higher than other games, because that, at least in balance compared to just how you approach the game and strategy, because it's all about reacting to a million different things that happen at once. So circle shifts, you have less than 2 seconds to decide where you want to go, and you have to calculate all the information that you found out until then. You just have to go, and you have to be on the same page as your teammates. And so having a sub constantly flip in and out during an event, it's not going to be as strong as having the same core 4 every single time. But Tempo Storm, we saw them during PMPL, weren't as strong as we, I guess, hoped that they would be with that roster. So if they're using this opportunity to figure out where they want to go in the future, that's fine, because as long as they make it into the top 16, make it to the finals, that's
hold on,
probably
real quick. HQA, hold on, sorry, jumping on up. Able to catch one player from Influence that got somehow trapped on the top of that building right there. And that's going to definitely open up this fight. Sorry to interrupt you right there. That was just insane.
Oh, it's fine.
Up on him
that was on me.
Quick. And I'm really interested to see how that happened, because Influence moved across the building, and HQA must have just seen that opportunity to just push that 3. Oh, and now Influence. Oh, big trouble right there. Skies getting it done with the VSS, and they're hungry for blood.
A really good knock, and now they have a 4-2 up, and you can see them immediately stretching and spreading around, having multiple players on multiple angles. And Influence, they're just lying in wait. You saw with that push onto the top floor, they could have had angles maybe to protect their teammate. I don't know. The elevation would have made it difficult, but it just felt that they sort of gave that player up.
You could have
Now
jumped
they're
off.
losing a second, and they're just all proning on the ground now. HQA taking full control of the situation.
Yeah, and this is something I think HQA have been getting used to tremendously, because we see them even hot dropping Miramar with loops in the past. So this is, but look right here. This is that early game third-party opportunity. Yeah, so many squads want it. G25, currently the top team in the lobby on this hill, waiting for the opportunity. And it looks like Uniku is able to steal a point away by blowing up a vehicle. Oh, here they go, though. Influence, HQA, same building. The Castiel there trying to get this pre-fire. Gets one. Good solid shots there. Uzi gets two.
Second.
Can he get the third?
Why did he get... Okay, there's the fourth player there to continue the push, and he's down to 10 HP. This is very, very difficult, but if he 1v4s HQA, that would be ridiculous. The revive is coming in from Kai Wang there. Keep it a 2v1, and because of the damage on the Castiel, they saw the blood. They know there's at least a little bit of damage, but a good hop down into the window. Is he going in aggressive? We're going to go in retreat.
Oh, the Uzi. She's so low, having to get the DP. He's ready to pre-fire, but the rest of the squad's really low as well. He had that full med kit, was able to get that off, but now it's gone, and now the clock tick, tick, tick. It is going on closer. Castiel knows that they're going to get this reset off if he's not careful, but you also have to wonder, when will G25, you can see in the mini-map, they're going to come to try and third-party this right now. Oh, man, that was such a close squad wipe, and Castiel had to wait it out, and now it looks like HQA with that time. Full reset, but here's Pepito from the back. Devastating for HQA.
Listen, Castiel, leave. The fact that you defended yourself against the full three-man push, but he's going aggressive. He wants to go more. Back to the lobby. It would have been a hard run away, but yeah, I guess he did in the end.
He did. But speaking of leave, Pepito wants HQA to leave completely here, but where's the rest of G25? They had to see this opportunity. The squad, now you finally see them coming down this hill. They know they're hurt, and Pepito's right now just trying to get all that intel for the rest of the squad. They're going to the replay right now, and Castiel, he held this stairs perfectly. And we're looking back at the bottom, though, as G25 is pressing so hard right now. HQA, Nueve, doing everything he can. It doesn't look good.
They smelled blood, and honestly, even though HQA won that fight, they took way too much damage from that solo player, and they get punished heavily for it. So good on you, HQA, for getting those 4 points before you go out, but now you just gave 4 more points away to G25. Very well-timed push from this squad. They knew that they were fairly isolated because of the circle shift, a hard shift up towards the northwest. Not many people were around them. They had full room, full spacing available to go on the aggressive without getting punished themselves.
Yeah, HQA, a squad right now currently in 22nd place. They need to start fighting for that top 16, because at the end of the day, that's what all these teams, that's the main priority. I mean, of course, we see the squads that are in the first, second, third. You definitely want to be able to get that, put some more money in your pocket, but most importantly, you got to get at least there, and they're not in a position to get it. They need to start having some more consistent placements if they want to stand a chance. And right now, looking at that leaderboard section, it's getting pretty close. There's a lot of teams in contention for top 16 right now, so not the best start to their game. But this next circle goes on up, and it looks like what's going to be here on the south side of this northern island. And you can see here, Farm Tempo is going to try to take that main location right there at the bottom. We're going to definitely, I sort of see some vehicle explosions here really quickly.
I think we are. There's a lot of hills to play around in this area, but the compounds are very limited. And because of the pack play, the full 4v4 fight, and this is not even a 4v4, this is a 4v2v1. But it's aggressive pushes either way.
And you can see Defeaters trying to hold it down against INTZ, but they're just coming in too well together. Grateful press. So many squads driving on by. And there's Richie with Defeaters. Oh, what a great nade. Looks like this might just hit. Ooh, taps them both. Not able to hit the mark, though. And it looks like they're going to be sharing this spot, at least for right now.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Ghosty from Defeaters was holding down this compound, waiting for his team to arrive, but INTZ got here first, pushed him as a full 4. And again, that's just... there's a cyclical aspect to metas in any sort of competition, and right now we're in the full just pack play, stay as 4, constantly push, constantly fight, splits get punished. And that's what I'm saying, though, with compounds being at such a premium in this circle, we're going to see a lot of fighting on the hills, and a lot of teams are going to be third party, fourth party, fifth party even. Look, Loops, they even tried to retreat from this location. They're getting shot from a team all the way out on an opposite angle.
This is such a hard place to hold right now, and Darius taking away that angle from Fishy. They know their backs are clear now, and they're coming. They know they got the numbers. Pressing as a squad. Can defeaters hold on down? Not enough. INTZ getting the quick squad wipe on defeaters right there.
Good push, and they keep all 4 alive. That's all you could really ask for, and they have a really powerful compound, especially if they're able to get onto the roof there. They can have some good sightlines. Granted, you get shot when on the roof. If you can see them, they can see you, generally how it works out. It's not the safest area. You don't have a wall to hide behind, but still, the elevation could be a big advantage. Only big issue is that it's a little closer towards the edge, but that does mean that they're not going to be attacked as easily from a lot of different angles. And I think that it's going to give them a good time to sort of heal up, get everything sort of stabilized, stop the bleeding. But over here, G25, they're forced to fight again, coming in from the north. We saw them take out School. Now they have to push down from it and push across Loops, who are well damaged, well wounded. It looks like G25 don't feel confident in this particular angle or finding an opening elsewhere.
I mean, at this point, G25, you're in your first place. All you're trying to do is just continue to get decent placements overall. And with their lead, they should have no problem to be able to do that. Next zone does go on up. Centers out right in the middle of this last circle. So Loops on Potato Hill, G25, all of them are going to have to go a little bit further south. That those two compounds, really, really strong spots currently open. But you got to assume at this point, every team thinks that they are completely taken.
Yeah.
We'll see right now. C9 are always really good at scouting. Oh, look at this. Adder trying to get the knocks. Does some damage with the return fire. Beautiful.
You can't hard peek like that and not expect to get punished, especially when everything is wide open on hilltops like this, where it gives teams more flexibility to spread out. More than being inside a compound. G25 also pushing in, taking good high ground position. The circle has centered up, and so all these teams all have to push in towards generally the same location. I see a lot of macro rotations happening here, but that just is only going to be delaying the fight until later. The Knights trying to rotate around. They're going to come knocked actually by multiple teams. Cloud9 as well as Execute all shooting at the Knights.
Yeah, and you can see G25 controlling the top of this hill. They're still out of this circle, though. So they're in a big position to be gate-kept by C9, Loops, a whole bunch of squads. But look at Bayo just poking shots from downrange on the PK. Doing a great job right now. Cloud9 using just this, not the best position in this circle, that's for sure. But they are just using it really well right now. Oh, good. They're keeping the pressure.
There really is no best position in this circle. It's all about fighting and controlling your angles, and C9, they're doing a good job, and this is what I was worried of. Were they aware of G25? I didn't recognize any shots that G25 sent down, and so it's good on Cloud9, whether or not they know for sure to always keep your head on a swivel, because you can get tagged from any angle, especially when out on an open ground like this. But G25 still rotating themselves. The longer teams rotate in their vehicles this late into the game, it does make me a little nervous. We saw the same thing happening to Knights on a Vikendi game last week. I'm sort of having flashbacks to that, but G25, they find their way into a circle, so the blue is not going to pressure them as much. And C9 going aggressive on the Knights.
Big nade right there. That's going to open up the fight. And here he comes, Bayo, getting that first knock. They're coming for number 2 right here. Oh, Jack G, though, did get 2, but a great off-angle push. Oh, but now the third party takes out Cloud9.
Here's the opportunity. Once again, G25 smell blood in the water, and they take it. They didn't get full 4 points this time, just 2, I think, up to 6 kills now. But nonetheless, they take ground. Thank you, Cloud9. Thanks for sort of doing most of the work and opening that pickle jar, but we'll take it from here.
And it looks like that's what G25 is just like, they just find those perfect moments. Don't waste it at all to come in there and just clean it up. And they're able to take out 2 really great North American squads with ease, you know, because right now they're just playing cleanup crew. It was 6 kills. They got to be feeling good. Look at the team stats on the right. INTZ currently doing really well. Loops were able to scout out these 2 open buildings. They have them secured really well right now. And I got to disagree with you a little earlier, Cameron, when you said that there's no good position in this circle. I'll tell you what, the best position in this circle is wherever the next circle goes to. And we're about to find out right now who has it.
And yeah, you sure got me there.
That's the truth right now. I'll tell you what, they'll be really excited if they get it. And it looks like G25 and Alpha 7 are in the minimap, but Telly and the rest of Tribe doing a 3-1 split. They do have a great off angle onto Klaze. And you can see Ninfram with the laydowns, trying to get all that intel, trying to hold them out.
They need grenades right now. Tribe just need to lob some grenades, get a couple of knocks that way, because they can't just run across this road. And the way that Klaze are proning down on this dip, it's way too defensible for them.
The problem is that this is completely outside of this next zone. Oh,
What?
look at that nade,
Okay.
though.
It's a good start and a good smoke in the shack as well, so they can cover up their vision while they cross. But of course, that is going to be a knock on one of their players. They're going to have to spend time to revive that before they can push. They're running out of time here. The Blue's about to start closing.
You can see right here, this is, yeah, they need to both get going right now if they want to survive this one. And it looks like, it seems that all eyes are on Tribe. Everybody's saying that these are free points at the edge of this circle, and they're just trying to desperationally drive to another area. This is still out of this next zone, and this is circle 5. This Blue's gonna hurt right now.
Ooh. I like this angle, but the damage isn't there, unfortunately, and now they're taking damage from the Blue as well. It's just Kingy and Telly up. Yeah, the Blue's doing too much now.
Oh man, and Klaze, they need to realize too, at some point we gotta get going, but not before they take out Tribe completely right there in 10th place, and they are instantly on the move to try to hunt down a new spot, especially with all these shots going on right now. This might be a perfect third-party opportunity for them, and it looks like that's exactly what they're looking for.
Ooh, a good crate find. That also counts as cover as they push upon Alpha 7, who do have a nice compound dead center. Brazilian Rampage trying to push onto them, and they take a building that forces a couple of their players back. They're forced to concede some of the building, some of the hard cover in this circle. I don't know if Brazilian Rampage is going to go too aggressive onto this because they are inside the next zone. They do have some hard cover. And with all the players stacked around this area, all the shots that they're hearing, I wouldn't be surprised if they just wanted to wait out all the chaos and then try and pick up the scraps in the end.
I gotta agree with you completely right now, especially with this new point system. Right now, 9 teams remaining. Next 2 teams that go out, only 1 point. You gotta get top 5 if you're looking to get some real placement points here. And oh, looks like Ace was taken out right there. Ace 1 done in 9th. So they're here at 8th place, and I can totally see, yeah, Brazilian Rampage. They're one of those squads that are right on the cusp of trying to really, separate themselves to guarantee their top 16 placement.
Let's look at the map here. Because G25, after they took that area from Cloud9, they have spread, circle shift a little bit towards the west side. That's given them more room to spread out. And we know pack play is so powerful here, but they're finding opportunities to take him. Unfortunately, Circle's going to hard shift onto Alpha 7 once again. That compound that was center, I have to call myself out for that. That was the one compound in the circle for even the past couple of zones that was powerful in a defensive measure. I wasn't exactly sure how many points kill-wise they could get from it, but when the circle shifts on it this late to the game, they should be in a good opportunity, a good position to get kill points. That is, if these teams on the outer ring around them don't kill themselves before they even approach.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, if that zone did go on a G25, that would have been the worst compound to be in. But
yes.
That is not the case though. They got the zone, they are excited now. The rest of these squads are gonna have to get on into it. And you can see Execute just trying to buy some time, throwing out some nades it's Mixera right there throwing a nade onto Execute. Will it hit the mark? Doesn't seem like it does.
Oh.
And yeah, this is just making it more difficult for both these squads to get in right now.
It forces Execute to stop and try and take this fight because they don't want to get shot in the back. But they're not finding the knocks with their own grenades instead, so they're going to toss out a couple of utility smokes to stop the vision, it looks like, and try and push it. But where can they even go? It's Fate here looking around, trying to manage both B4 as well as the teams inside the circle. It's pure chaos right now. It's a nice hill on the west side, but it's not a lot of cover there.
A lot of cover indeed. B4 goes out in 7th place right here. Loops trying to throw down some smokes, buy some more time for themselves, and just hold this position. And it's just Dadin right here holding this big angle. And I mean, he's completely surrounded. And I think this is what that 4-car strat is so huge, to be able to make you some cover when you don't have any. And look how Loop's pushing this 3-1 right now, but Carrillo's going on an off angle. Really interesting play style right now from Loop.
They're not comfortable pushing in onto Dean's position. I think it's quite fortunate that he was able to get there without getting sprayed down by Alpha 7. Now the rest, they don't want to take the fight against G25, but the first knock against Carrillo is going to make that very, very difficult. They want to take this fight, they want to get the points because they know that the fight in the middle of the circle is going to be very difficult for them to manage. But how's it working out for them? It's a trade on both sides. A revive is coming through onto Loops.
I'll tell you one thing. We know Loop's aggression, and the fact that they just got knocked by a G25 player, you know they're going to be even
Good
more
spray.
hungry. But well, look at that spray from Pepito. So strong right there. Will they be able to make it happen? Pepito holding it down. Gets the flush, and Loops is in big trouble right now.
Ooh, only one player left. Now that Carrillo is knocked, it's just Dean, and he was there as like their plan B, as their... Oh, wait, where'd he get... Where's that from? Alpha 7. They do have an angle in that building. That was the worry for G25 this entire time. How far forward can they creep before they get just a few pixels seen from a window in a building? The grenades are coming out as well because Alpha 7 want to finish those knocks. Circle's going to center up once again.
G25 just playing this so well outside of Circle. 9 kills. I mean, yeah, they lost a couple players, but it's not like they had much of a choice. Now you can see Seba does end up getting kill switch. Just spotted each and every single one of those players out. And finally, this area is now open to them. They have a little bit of breathing room. Oh, you can see Fate. You can see Fate just like staring up top right now at G25. Snake City. Nothing you can really do but just lay down, wait it out, try not to get hit.
They managed their space well. They defended against B4. They took out Klaze. But how much further can they push themselves right now? Because the cover is very lacking if they want to push up against Alpha 7's compound. And G25, they don't have a lot of room to play with as we've seen already. But they do still have the high ground overlooking them. So I don't know how much further XSET are going to be able to advance. Already 8 points is a good game for them so far. And Fame Boys goes down.
G25 on top of this hill, they are just getting knocks like crazy. Law had a great angle, not able to get the finish though and get knocked. Brazilian Rampage, they've just been hanging out right here. They're like, hey, you guys fight it out. We'll go ahead and clean up the rest. And so far it's working because they still have all 4 members up. But G25 was able to get into the building here.
How'd they do that?
I mean, this is insane right now. They're playing phenomenally right here. This is ridiculous.
The fact that they're able to get even 2, they lost 2 members, but the fact that even 2 of them able to get into this compound gives them such an opportunity to survive longer into the game. There are still 5 teams. This is when the placement points start to rack up. So if they can deal with Brazilian Rampage, or rather, let Alpha 7 deal with Brazilian Rampage, they can deal with XSET, and Dean gets taken out by the blue. This is a really good point grab at the very end for G25, even though Alpha 7s do still have a really big advantage.
And you can see those Molotovs come out. Dean's got the pan out, running as fast as he can. Kills going all over the case. Kill switch, getting one on the Brazilian Rampage. And he make the play, though. They're looking for Dadine. They want him.
Well, don't take too much damage from the blue. They find him in the end. A good peek. He tried to hide behind the UAZ. He didn't go inside the building. I think that was a smart idea, but he is found in the end either way. Down to 14.
25! Just look at them. They are just holding down this closet so strong right now. Take out Alpha 7 right there. And this duo, I mean, 12 kills.
12 kills.
And they worked for this one.
A very good push on the top floor. Because Alpha 7, they tried to hold too much into the late game. They are getting split and they're getting isolated. Yes, they were able to find Dean, but then they lost a player in return. But XSET, because of that push on the top floor, their focus was inside the building. It's allowing its Fate and Kill Switch to get inside the next circle. Pepito takes a lot of damage with a grenade. Is it going to be worth it?
What an angle right there. What a knock. And now, yeah, Quinto is going to have to try to be able to get this revive. It looks like he's able to. We did see Fate with that M249. Oh, he's so deadly. But Brazilian Rampage, they've been waiting this out. Still have all 4 up for now. Little boy is knocked. You see those nades coming out. It looks like they're just trying to buy some time and see let the kind of play zone do the work for them. Oh, it looks like the play zone's not doing good work as it did knock Hailton. And man, this is a heck of a battle coming up right now. Oh, look at this nade.
Yeah, clearing the door. This gives Pepito the angle to underhand a grenade down. A lot of utility thrown by both squads, but not a single knock yet. And at the same time, Brazilian Rampage trying to push in, but they don't have the area. We saw 2 players in the blue, and the 2 that were hiding behind a Jeep, they get taken out by a single grenade. That's 14 kills for G25, and now they're forced to go on the aggressive to leave the building and take the fight to XSET. They get the first, can they get the second?
And that's it!
What, that's it?
This one! I mean, this
Alpha
is
7!
Alpha 7! Alpha 7 finishing it off. That was so close. How did G25 pull off second place, though, in that situation? This is by far, in my opinion, their best game. I mean, other games that we saw them get some chicken dinners, yeah, they worked for it. They got zone, I think, blessed in a good couple of ones and just used that position. But this is not the case on this one. They worked tirelessly, and to be able to get second place, difference between first and second is only 3 points, and all those
They got
kills,
first.
Yeah,
They got
absolutely.
first in points. They got the most points this entire game, and that's what this game is all about. So yes, Alpha 7 got the most placement points. They survived until the very end, even though they probably could have controlled their spread. They probably could have controlled that compound a little better. But G25, those kill points that they racked up,
I mean,
lot.
on a whole nother level right now. Jason, what do you feel about that one?
You can't tell? Look at this pose, son. Alpha 7. Now, obviously, a great game for them there. I will say this, though. There was a little bit of zone luck going their way because they had that compound for what feels like 15 to 25 minutes of time, just sitting there waiting. They had 0 kills, waiting for everyone else to come towards them, but they were at least able to close it out in the end. But G25, what a step up out of them with kills. Also, Execute, we'll be talking a lot about this. Unfortunately, it's not going to be with you two, though I'd love to keep you around. You guys have to take a quick break, catch your breath, get something to drink, because you have 4 more matches to go today. All right, so let's bring in our experts then to talk about that last match, because that was ridiculous. It seemed like Execute didn't want to give up. Kill switch just popping heads. You had G25 with the dream team, Pepito and Quinto together, getting the nades through. You had Alpha 7 maintaining that compound forever. Glitter, I don't know where you want to start with, to be honest, because there were so many things we could talk about in that last match.
I kind of want to start with G25 only because they were so strong. We watched them play yesterday, and yesterday they kind of had a little bit of an off day, and we said, you know, they're allowed to have an off day. They're super far ahead, and then first match of the day today, they come out of the gate swinging, and so many of those kills were from literally only Pepito and Quinto doing this epic duo between the two of them, and honestly, just very strong performance. But like you said, Alpha 7, this was great. This was fantastic for them. They had great positioning in that final zone there over everyone. Kind of let everybody else do the work there at the end, take each other out, and they were able to clean it all up in the final moments. But Execute 7, I know you're going to want to talk about them, so I'm going to let you do it. 10 kills, 10 kill points. This is a huge game for Execute.
It is, and something I want to point out with Execute is their patience that they were able to show, especially because for the past 10 minutes, up until the end of the game, they were only running with 3 players. Sute being the veteran player, once again, he died off early, and then it was only Killswitch and the squad, and Killswitch was able to pop off in a way because he ended up getting 5 kills in that last match to himself. Something that we're kind of seeing a trend here with Execute. Every single time Killswitch is put in a position to excel, and he does, the team ends up doing really good as we see more points towards the bottom. Brazilian Rampage continuing the great performances that we have seen on the previous days. Klaze Esports, Loops Esports, B4 Esports, which is nice to see them there with those 6 points. INTZ with 5, and I'm gonna be looking here towards this second page because Cloud9, one of those teams that I kind of called out, and something that I've been seeing here, Glitter, since day one is Cloud9 keep clashing, or they keep getting in the way of G25, and every single time those two teams get together, G25 is getting the best of them. As we go down a little bit more there with helping quit addiction, I am gonna touch base in regards to what I thought of them kind of hot dropping. I feel like it's a mistake.
Yep.
You see Pittsburgh Knights there with 2 points, Temple Storm 2 points, Stripe Gaming 2 points, and you keep going down, and Ace 1 continuing on that descent that we have seen out of them. With helping quit addiction, something that we kind of been seeing now the past 2 days, if they're gonna keep on landing near people, is their engagements are taking way too long. In Miramar yesterday, they got super lucky because there was nobody near there, but this time around, the engagement took about 11 minutes long, giving enough time for G25 to come around and process everything, seeing how they're gonna approach that fight. And as soon as they started seeing some of the other players, G25, as soon as they saw some of the other players get knocked, they decided to push in and got that third party and was able to get some easy points there for G25. So I don't know if this is gonna continue here from helping quit addiction. If it does, I really don't see him going into a top 16.
Well, luckily for them, the top 16 difference isn't too big for them, but I definitely agree, 7. They have to kind of make a decision going forward because there's really not that many days left to play. I think it's time now to maybe take a look at our, well, not maybe, we are going to look at our Mountain Dew game field moments in that last match and start to break some of these down. Now, I know you talked about Cloud9 a little bit there, 7. I kind of respect what they ended up doing, though, because if I'm not mistaken, they had like G25 behind them. They had PK in front of them. They had Loops off to the side. But obviously, it's not the best situation to be in, but I will give them credit in the sense of maybe instead of getting like no points and letting G25 push you and potentially not winning on that fight or having PK kind of like sandwich you in, they decided to actually make a play happen. They decided to get aggressive against PK and able to get the wipe onto them, but then G25 kind of playing the edge, which is something that we need to talk about here because we had G25 kind of play the outside. We had B4 play the outside as well, and we had Execute play the outside. And it seems like some of those teams are really able to play that to a very high extent that gives them so much success.
Yep. And I'm glad you said that word. Some of those teams are able to play that with success. We kind of saw Tribe Gaming there trying to play out that outer zone. It didn't end up working out for them. And along the lines of what you were saying with Cloud9, yes, I'm actually glad they made that push. But something that I've been seeing with them in G25 is they just tend to keep on pushing the exact same way and the exact same rotation patterns. That's mostly what I'm going at with. I wonder if G25 or it's going to continue to notice that and continue to capitalize on it, or I wonder if maybe C9 and Cloud9 is going to start changing some of their rotation strats, as we do see there some of the Execute. And this is one team that I definitely wanted to call out, and I'm glad they showed up here in this first match. I do want to see with Execute, as we do see Pepito here being able to get some kills. I want to see them have a full squad towards the end in a top fight situation. That's what I'm waiting for with them. And going back to now the gameplay that we're seeing here, something I think we have to definitely talk about is how long G25 was able to survive their glitter, because at one point we thought they were just over with, especially with their positioning, but somehow, some way, they were able to get themselves from being exposed in that, in a way, in that hill to a building. I don't even know how it happened, but it was so nice to see that out of G25.
I mean, we're seeing those kind of those moments here while we're watching our Mountain Dew game field moments. You're seeing, you saw Pepito just take on Loops with zero fear. The two of them, clearly their communication is on point, but I feel like there's this unspoken level of comfort when we watch them play because they're just so fluid together. Like, they know what each other's going to do. There is no hesitation. There's no indecisiveness. And I think that that's very, very important, especially when you are, down some players from your squad. It's important to know how to handle those situations, and the fact that, like you said, that they were able to make intelligent rotations and somehow make it from what would have been a disastrous situation for a lot of teams into a building and continue getting kills along the way. It was just so good. That was great gameplay.
Well, the funniest thing about them is that when we had our interviews with them before the whole event started, kind of talk about what's coming up, they said they don't have a fragger role. Kind of anyone kind of fills that role for them at any given point. But honestly, Pepito, you're the fragger for the team. He's currently #1 in kills. He's definitely #1 in damage, but he's been putting on the pain. And as you said, Seven, no fear in the eyes of Loops, channeling straight towards him with 3 players, takes him down one by one by one, looking really reminiscent of what we saw Korea be able to do when we think back to the World League. And now I'm also really curious, as we talked about damage with Pepito, how much damage G25 did do with the amount of kills they were able to pull off. And Alpha 7 as well. Oh, actually, we're going to see Pepito first. We can see, there you go, damage dealt, damage received, kills, knockouts, assists. He's basically #1 in every aspect of this. This man.
That's insane.
Glorious hair, glorious skills in game. What else is there to say?
It's the hair. It's the hair. He said he started letting his hair grow. He said he started letting his hair grow, and then the skills just went to another level. But all jokes aside, he has put on a performance. I really enjoy. I'm glad you mentioned the Loops Esports fight there. I was going to touch on it a little bit later, but since we're here, I love the confidence that G25 show. I love the rotations that they show. In the previous matches, and something along the lines of also what Hot Juke said, is we have seen them get lucky with zones, but this one they kind of fought for it. We saw smart rotations. We saw them not getting lucky with the zone and being able to adjust to that, and that's what you want to see out of a championship team.
It seems like you can't really make them that uncomfortable. They seem pretty comfortable in any situation given to them. And now we'll take a look at the total damage. You kind of compare where they were from everyone else. And I would imagine they have to be in first place, the amount of kills they were able to put up. But for me, I want to look more importantly over towards Alpha 7, because again, they had this zone for such a long time. They had the opportunity to wait for so many players to come to them. And all they really needed to do, as we were watching, is just make sure inside of those buildings with so many teams pushing towards you, just not get knocked. And we even saw some big plays out of them, like jumping out of the window. I think that was Law to pick up Kayowski, who was just kind of lurking towards one of their buildings, really trying to impact it and accumulate as many points as possible while making sure they can get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's a really top-heavy a top 3 position there, as we saw G25 breaking the 2K damage mark. Execute was at around 1750. There you go. Yeah, and then Alpha 7, even though they played patient, they still managed to almost match Execute's damage, even though they didn't have the same amount of kills, like at almost 1700 damage. So I mean, that is respectable. That's a strong game. They're clearly getting into engagements, and I think that that's a really good start for Alpha 7 to the day.
I think something maybe we can use to describe Execute is like how well they are taking advantage of like the craziness that happens in some of these zones, right? We think about Kill Switch playing inside the blue zone yesterday, able to clutch it out and win for their team. Here, I think with just like 2 players, maybe 3 left alive, they were taking advantage of other teams fighting and kind of just third-partying it. It was really cool to see, and maybe that's kind of where they thrive, and we'll obviously be able to see that as games do go on. But I think it's time to maybe take a look at our top players from the last match. I'm assuming Pepito's got to be up there. I'm assuming Kill Switch has to be up there. Itzalox as well. Yeah, I mean, there you go. G25 and Execute. 2 players from each squad here, 900 damage for Kill Switch. Not bad.
Well, yeah, not bad at all. I'm pretty sure a lot of players are looking at that. I was like, I wish I could get those stats with my team. But something you guys were mentioning there with Kill Switch is that they do get lucky towards the end, right? So that's why I mentioned I want to see them have a full squad, because if they have a full squad, if they're not working with a man down towards the end, and they can still get lucky, and Kill Switch and its fate can actually continue to frag out, continue to win those 1v1s, continue to hit those shots. I think we can see the potential of where this team can go. It just comes down to them narrowing down their roster, which, as we've seen, there has been a lot of switches. They've been switching Echo with Sute, and so far I think like both of those players they're still trying to adjust to it. The one thing I don't want to see is them sitting out a player for too long and maybe he gets a little bit rusty, because it can happen, as we do see there Kill Switch's stats with 21 kills, 28 knocks, and a lot of damage. Good to see that their fragger, the main person, the person you want to focus the team around, is currently performing, even though they're currently in third page.
I think it's also important for them, which again reminds me of PK from World League when they had Sixless on the roster. It's about getting the reps in, right? It's about adjusting to the way these lobbies play out. Obviously, a team coming from PMCO, yeah, you might be the best team in PMCO, and there's a lot of great teams in PMCO, but it's a whole different level when you go into Pro League of the caliber of teams that you're going to be up against. So credit to them to be able to improve as these days go on. And we'll obviously keep an eye on that as we continue to push through all of these days. But I think we're about to head to a break here. But before we get to that, we need to talk about the Esports Awards still going on. And we still want you guys to go vote for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year Award. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure you guys go vote for PUBG Mobile. Because again, if you do, Glitter and Seven will both follow you on Instagram, give you a shout out, and send you a lot of UC to boot. And I can tell you who's going to do which one of those things, but make sure you guys get that in. Make sure you guys message them on Instagram and ask them for their shout outs. Maybe they'll do it live here on air for you. And we'll see you guys after a quick break here for match 2.
Mountain Dew? Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For their combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, the first match is over, but that doesn't mean the day is over. As we're about to head into our second match, we're going to have Vikendi coming up second with Group B sitting out. So unfortunately, not going to see the likes of G25, Cloud9, Ace1. Well, maybe in Ace1's case, they're going to be happy to not be playing because, again, they're having those very hit or miss games. But we're seeing Queso come in. We're seeing Wildcard come in. I wonder if Wildcard's going to be able to field 4 players today. In their first match. I know I remember talking to Spring, and he was saying that in certain days they can field 4. Unfortunately, certain days they can only field 3 in the initial match. But we have a lot of teams coming in here now. to kind of put their foot down and hopefully get some points for them. We saw Brazilian Rampage, Klaze, INTZ all step up in that last match, getting some good points. Can they continue to do so? Obviously be another question. But we also have, as you see here, Seven, Tribe have 79 kills over the 5 days, but they haven't gotten themselves a single chicken dinner yet.
It happens. It happens to the best teams every once in a while. Remember PMPL Americas, the first time we saw Everloops? They took a very long time to get a win. And then once they got a win, everything started just going their way. And the wins became easier. Once you get that first win off your shoulders, the pressure is just non-existent there. Unless you're not in the top 16.
It's funny you mentioned that because they still have yet to get a chicken dinner today or into this second season as well. As my voice cracks and you guys are going to get out of here because I don't want to see your faces as you make fun of me for having that happen when I'm very old. Two people who won't make fun of me, of course, are going to be Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, who are going to be joining me back on the stage here to get ready. Please, guys, I can't look at you either.
Never.
Getting ready for our second match. Hey, audience, how are you doing at home? We're going to ignore them for now. Anyways, Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis. What a crazy first game. Alpha 7, like, that compound was all theirs for the entire time. It's like they invested in a real estate and wanted to stake their claim on that area.
They signed a lease. They signed a lease for that bad boy because when that zone.
I think they had time to film their house tour
anytime soon.
Oh no,
Oh, dude, gotta bring up old stuff, huh?
His face went from like smiley, happy, excited to how could
One day, and it's gonna be beautiful when it does happen.
It better be by now.
Hopefully soon.
Are you even gonna be in that
it
same
will be,
house
it
by
will
the
be.
time you record it?
Who knows, right? Who knows at this point? But man, I'm pumped up.
Yeah.
Just to finally get that out here in the next couple of days. But back to the point at hand. Yeah, Alpha 7, they held it down. My big thing though is this is the first game that I really see in my eyes G25 not get a favorable zone and just bully their way on in. This is something that I think it really separates the top tier teams from the squads that, we can kind of say, oh, they got some good favorable zones here, but that was not the case in my eyes. They got the job done. That was a heck of a game for G25.
Speaking of bullying, Cameron, let's talk about... Yeah, I saw you yesterday making fun of my my outfit. Let's talk about Execute maybe, because they were bullying their way into that match as well, able to pick up so many kills towards the end, and again, from so many off angles, kind of taking advantage of the chaos that was ensuing.
Yeah, it was, they were sort of like the little brother of G25 in that game. They didn't have the high ground hill that G25 had, nor did they necessarily have the opportunities that G25 did in the very beginning of the game to third-party both HQA as well as Cloud9, but they were still fighting into the zone in a very similar way, and this is a really good come-up for a team that we saw have a couple of struggles in the very beginning of the league.
Well, speaking of struggles, Ace1, who's kind of having that hit-or-miss performances, we can also talk about Queso in that sense here really quickly, Hot Jukes, because they also start off with like 3 chicken dinners in 2 days. They had 46 placement points, meaning they had 1 game they got a single point from outside of a chicken dinner. Consistency, I think, needs to be worked on by them as well.
I think so, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're in the top 5. So I think that they're pretty just pumped up, just looking to have good, solid games going on forward. And we'll see how it ends up over there, because they need to pop off if they're trying to catch the G25, that's for sure.
Speaking of good, solid games, we're about to head into another one. It's Vikendi, and it's brought to you by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, so sit tight and get ready.
Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, PUBG Mobile, Mountain Dew Game Juice. I say duel because I'm ready to see some duels in this Vikendi match with Mountain Dew Game Juice. Let's get it going here as we're starting to cool things down here in Vikendi.
Yeah, it's getting a little chilly. It's getting a little cold. It's also getting a little hot.
Yeah, look at this map performance here.
You keep asking me to do these weird transitions and it never works. Let's just skim over it and get into the game. It's a good play. It's a good another standard solid plane path as we head over.
Yeah, we can just see it's going right down the center right here. And yeah, I'm wondering right off the bat, how are we going to see a water circle once again? And how much percentage will it be in the water? Because it's almost a Vikendi tradition, at least when I'm casting.
I've had a couple of them as well. It's almost 50-50 for me. But nope, not at all. Okay. The literalists out there will say that there's going to be a little bit of water. See, if you count the pixels here and there, if you do run a little bit of math, then you consider the castle. Like, shut up. This is essentially 0 water. There is almost a 0% chance that any of the water that we see in play is going to be in the next circle. There's maybe a 5% chance that there's going to be some water either from castle or from that little bit of a cove in the northwest. So let's see what they can do now that all this area is open up.
I don't know. I think you're wrong because you're forgetting this is Vikendi, man. There's frozen water all over the entire map.
The snow that you're counting the snow.
Oh goodness!
What's the
baby.
humidity
Technicalities.
level?
Let's go.
Technically, it's 20% humidity
water,
right
so-
now. Jesus.
Love to see it. Love to see it. But
Oh.
you look here, we're gonna get back into the game, and you can just see, these teams. So far, it looks like we had some pretty solid drops. Don't really see too many squads battling it out early, so they got to be pumped up for that, and not to mention they got to be pumped up for this zone because I think this is a very, very fair Vikendi zone for all these teams here. So this is gonna finally be one of those matches that we don't have to see some insane rotations come out of, and just good old clean Vikendi fun.
Ooh, you say that. Clean Vikendi fun is not necessarily that clean just because of the discrepancy between being in a compound and being outside. And this, basically this entire circle, has so many high ground, low ground discrepancies. It's not necessarily as bad as some areas on Miramar, but I think we're going to see some heavier pockets in certain areas. But it's a map that's a little in the future that he has to worry about because he's getting chased down by an entire squad of XSET. They smell blood and they want it.
Look at that, switching to first person really quick here. Oh, look at that pre-fire. Beautiful from Angry. Gonna go ahead and take out INTZ, and that seems to be like their entry fragger for Team Queso. Now they're gonna be at a loss with only 3 members remaining, and man, well that was, he saw that coming from a mile away.
Where's the rest of Queso?
Well, they're still in the game, but
INTZ. They're all the way up in, no wait, where are they?
I have no clue.
Oh, okay, they're the southwest. They're the southwest with the all the way split. Again, Queso, they keep getting punished because of how separated they are. They're trying to play PMPL meta. It doesn't work anymore.
True. I mean, that's the big thing I think we've seen now. And what's crazy is back, if you look at the Eastern squads, they really kind of developed and certified that 3-1 pushing strat. That has been they've been doing that though, all the teams. And I think here in the Americas, we're starting to see that develop from certain squads, and I think we've seen a tremendous success with that, but not all the teams I think have really been able to get that level of synergy going yet. So I wonder when all these teams will realize that and really start putting in that work to try to get it going here.
I also wonder how much of this is due to the fact that with 24 teams and there's a constantly rotating lobby game by game, that it makes it difficult to like the HQA thing, maybe not as bad as them specifically, but difficult to find a space that they are 100% confident that they can be clear here and free here. Maybe in scrims, Queso dropped in the very same way and they weren't pushed like that. But maybe just XSET wasn't in that lobby. I understand that this format is very, very difficult to sort of macro this game because of how much changes all the time every round.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to practice for. I think the only time you can really get that practice is during the scrims, and we did get to have 2 weeks of it, but man, at this level, you see squads always changing things up, trying to get any advantage they can, and it's really hard to kind of keep up with that. And all I know is that you don't want to be down a member that early. In a map like Vikendi. Like you said, so many dips, divots, so much cover. And that's what I really love about this map. I think that's why we see a lot of heal-offs towards the end.
Oh, loops.
Oh, here they come.
Breachers. The Breachers are breaching. They're able to make their way in, take a little bit of damage. And one of the players does get knocked, but the Dean's trying to go aggressive, but he wants to do a crossfire.
Loops are just, they're getting in big trouble right now. Federal, though, is turning it around so far. Oh, but there's another third party coming from the other angle as well. I think that might just be Alpha 7 there.
Brazilian Rampage.
Oh, Brazilian
Southwest.
Rampage, I'm sorry. Yeah, Brazilian Rampage right there on the cusp, trying to pick up some points for themselves. So, if this battle goes out, they're going to come and try to clean it all up right now. But
and a very aggressive push out from the building. It's going to get punished for that. So Loops are able to start to turn this in their favor. They have an opportunity now to revive the Dean because of Kayovsky up on the high ground, able to get another knock and a follow-up grenade.
Oh, what a nade. What a great nade right there from Kayovsky. And he's going to go ahead, and he's going to do a follow-up one to try to get flush. Doesn't hit the mark. You see him coming up right here. Will he be able to get Fear on this op angle? And here comes the full squad, able to get it done. 19 Esports. But what a turnaround there for Loops.
all on Kayovsky. They're on the high ground, leaving that player up on the high angle and then sending all three in to come from a separate one, but together, that's how you take a compound. Because if you all come in from the same angle, whether it's a grenade or even just a crossfire that punished the Dean initially, it can easily get wiped out.
I wonder how much that third party really kind of played into that and like maybe allowed Loops to just get some more time to get everybody up, because it looked like it was all this other squad to be able to have that, because they got a good couple of knocks on Loops, but Loops able to get that full reset and finish it off. What a play to see. And you can see Wildcard down here at the bottom of the hill. They did end up losing Leon, end up trading kills because they do have one on the board for themselves. And it looks like Nova is going to be trying to rotate away or possibly try to catch some angles, because Wildcard, they're stuck out right here right now.
They're actually caught in between two separate sides of Nova. There's Cat there on the bottom. If Wildcard are able to isolate him, they could get a point to sort of trade back. They do already have one kill. That makes me think they already got a first kill onto Nova. So Cat here, he's in a lot of trouble. Wildcard know that he's there. They're going to push in. Spring's taking the high ground position, but Cat, he's forced to hide in a corner, hold an angle, and I don't think his teammates have a good position to assist him.
Oh, and look at that red dot just swaying back and forth. You know he's hungry. He's ready. There comes the movement. 2v1, though. It's just too strong. Taking out Kathas. The rest of the squad trying to drive around and help their teammate, but they realize, oh, it's too late. He is long gone. And they are seeming to just drive on out of this one.
A couple of shots landing on the bumper of that vehicle. And whoa, they're actually going aggressive. They're trying to chase this. Wildcard find a good opportunity to collect some points in the early game before they have to go into the circle, and they're going to try and capitalize on it. G-Fan is separated, maybe finding a second vehicle so they can then go opposite ways. A single well-placed, well-timed grenade won't take them all out. But Spring is still scouting around. At some point, Wildcard have to pull away, right?
Yeah, at one point. I mean, the good thing is that it's still early game. It's early in circle number one, so they have the opportunity to do this for now. But how long are you going to invest in doing this when you can, of course, spend the time looting up, getting a little bit more prepared for the rest of the match? But speaking of prepared, Team Queso has to get prepared for meta because they are on the run. Ayala, teammates are running back to try to get some help from his teammates, and that's exactly what's happening as Marco's on this hill, able to get one knock. You know he's going to be calling out for the rest of his squad to come. Oh. Ayala, though, what a great nade.
Follow up, didn't go where he wanted to. Oh, maybe it did, actually. He tried to bank it off and try and tag Abdul. It touches him, it tickles him just a little bit. But where are his teammates? Do his teammates have a proper angle to assist him? There's a lot of open ground here. Molotov's going to delay the push. And he actually gets a second knock.
He's on fire. And that's going to get that finish right there. Great. I mean, Ayala is holding this building down so well with Axel. And yeah, here comes the rest of Team Queso trying to take down Meta. And it looks like they are going to get it done. Meta going out in 15th place. Well played there from Team Queso.
Ooh, and it was all on Ayala, getting those first two knocks, stopping the push, giving time for his teammates to then come down and assist. If he didn't get those first two knocks, I think they would have been forced to leave him in the same way that Nova had to leave Cat. But here's another push coming through, I think, maybe? We saw Execute and B4 getting dangerously close to each other. But they're probably not going to commit right now because the next circle is going to reveal where it's going to go. Relatively center, a little bit towards the southeast, but that's not going to mess anyone up, really.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be all pretty fair and square right now. Alpha 7, you got Nova still out of this circle right now. Trying to, Wildcard and Nova, they got in that battle way out of the zone. But it looks like Wildcard will be able to rotate relatively free. And that's what I was talking about, how it's just, so advantageous to make that kind of play that early. But as we get later in the game, it gets more difficult time and time again. Moving on over to B4. You can see Nenebete just trying to get some angles. So it looks like we're going to see just a lot of rotations and kind of sitting waiting for this next zone. Unless,
Execute.
Okay, so
they tried to go closer towards center in Queso. After they secured that compound again from the push, they push back up on the hilltop. And they have an angle perhaps to punish Execute. A little bit of damage, but no knock. And at what point are they going to be forced to... Actually, well, Marco gets knocked, actually. This is really bad for Queso. They might have tried to overextend themselves. Ayala's pulling away. I don't think they can revive Marco. They're throwing out a smoke wall, perhaps to allow him to crawl back, but Execute are going incredibly aggressive.
And why not? I mean, they definitely have all the opportunity to do so, unless we do hear some shots coming from on top of the hill, which I do believe we did. and that is going to be XSET, I believe. Up on top, that's going to get, oh, that's a breath of fresh air for Team Queso right there, because they were in a whole lot of trouble. But with those shots, yeah, it looks like they are going to be able to pick up Marco and keep 3 alive. Unfortunate right there.
I think Execute could have succeeded on that push if they knew that Queso lost a member in the very beginning of the game, and if they just all pushed in as a group of 4, it would have been a 4v2. That's a relatively successful push there. And XSET didn't have a strong angle once they dropped off the side of that cliff, but I also understand why they would want to be conservative with their play. They don't want to go into what's potentially a trap there. I think it could have been successful, but we're not gonna blame them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're totally right. It's so difficult, though, I can think, from these teams to kind of track that kill feed. But if one player did actually notice that and realize that it was only 2 up, I think you're totally right. We would have seen a full press, but it didn't look like they had that intel. So thinking that it's a 3 up, you know, and there's a lot of time going by, as soon as those shots came, they just looked to just disengage. And sometimes better to play safe than sorry. You know, it's a tough game to play, you know, and so you got to know when to take your risks.
And we've already lost 2 teams, which is going to free up the space just a little bit in the early game. If they were all 16 alive, I think Execute might have been perhaps wanted to do it more, because they don't want to wait until it's later for when it gets super crowded, but they can now delay, I guess. That I think I'm making sense. I'm making sense, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so tough. I mean, that when you have 2 teams out, it creates so much more real estate, and especially in Vikendi, because almost anything is real estate. Good couple of rocks, little dip, you can make it work out for you. And especially with talking about, you know, Execute, they're usually a squad that plays pretty darn aggressive. At the same time, though, they're in 17th place right now, and they want to be able to secure higher up in that top 16. So I think maybe that could have a little bit to do with it as well. What do you think?
We saw where the next circle shift went. It's a medium shift towards the northwest, but the phase 2 to phase 3 shift on Vikendi isn't that big of a change. But whoa, teams are going aggressive either way. Wait, Queso, they're getting pushed by the Knights.
Team Queso just cannot get out of a fight. They are just in it constantly right now.
Can't catch a break.
Yeah, can they get one, though, with that nade, Marco? Great pre-nade right there. Oh, but they are getting shot from the back as well. So many angles. Pittsburgh Knights picking apart Team Queso. It's all up to Axel. Got the Uzi in hand. Gets shot at the back. Oh, and I believe that's going to be Execute. Execute might be able to get the finish here. Only one up left.
This is not the compound that Queso were in. They retreated away from Execute's pressure. And you can see Execute on the minimap pushing it, and as well as the Knights. So Queso, they sort of gave up a good thing, and now that they're completely eliminated, they get 1 kill on the Knights as a consolation prize. But that's 3 for the Knights. Already a much better game than last time.
I feel like I just want to give a little round of applause for Team Queso for trying so hard right there. But I mean, what are you going to do when you're just getting constantly just ran over by so many different squads? They were able to put a couple kills for themselves right here. But I'm also not surprised, considering that they're 3rd place. You may see a lot of teams, once they get a knock on a Team Queso member, realize, hey, you know what? Let's get this finish a little sooner than later. But here comes Execute on the PK.
Good push for them. They saw that the Knights were wounded and they want to take this team. It's not even a good spot in the circle, but they want the points. And they're getting the trades in their favor. They drop Zute, but there's only 1 Knights member remaining. They're pretty sure they know where he is, just around the side of that building. Grenades, utility, all coming in to flush out the area, and they're sending the vehicle.
Execute, just so strong. Finishing that up completely right there. What a great, solid push from them. And I think we're starting to see how we've been talking about it with this entire, you know, point system change. Aggression, like this game just seems to favor aggression so well. And Execute, man, taking PK out really, really quickly right there. And you know, they got to be really pumped up after that one. Looking on over the next zone, it's still pretty big right here. We're only in zone number 3. We could see a little bit of circle shenanigans coming up here in 4, but relatively, we've seen every zone kind of center out right now. And if that does happen again, we may see a lot of teams just kind of wait. But it's interesting to see, like, at this point, so many squads trying to make these really short rotations and trying to, you know, at least maximize their position in the zone. And sometimes it costs them, I think, a little bit.
Ooh. Where's the next zone going to go towards? Going to be another one towards the north, slightly towards the northwest, and that frozen lake is going to continue to be a big factor. We haven't seen it affect teams too much, but now that the zone is getting smaller, this position looking at right now is going to be a lot more crucial. XSET, they originally had a split across this lake in the early game. I'd like that they sort of brought a rush from the southeast and they want to rotate away, but here's BDM on the north side trying to hold Goroka all back as 4, but the circle shift, they know there's going to be a pretty good, but that's a big area to try and hold against.
Yeah, it's a big area, not to mention you're facing a big squad that's Loops. So aggressive, but some shots there from Brazilian Rampage on Kahovsky. Oh, but a great return fire. Gets the knock onto Duck, but now with, you know, that entire open area covered from Brazilian Rampage, Loops cannot push across this. Oh, though, Federal with the AWM. Getting a heck of a shot right there. And it looks like Loops is going to hunker down right here on this side of Goroka for now.
So at big cities like this, especially ones that have drastically different elevations, you have no choice but to sort of carve out your own very specific area. So BDM realistically weren't going to be able to keep Loops out from the city entirely, but they're at least trying to give a little bit of damage. But I think the pressure from Loops and also maybe hearing that AWM intimidates them and forces them to pull away. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams try and all get into this city, which can give them a little safety. And we are starting to get slowly climb higher in placement points that it's going to start to be effective later on. I do still think I'd prefer to be a team on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to hold those buildings, especially because it just allows teams to just crash on there from every single angle. And I think we've definitely seen, like we were talking about, you know, kind of off camera, you know, how G25 have been playing that kind of edge play and how well it's been working. And I'm really interested to see who is going to take this match, because this circle is, I think, a perfect opportunity to really see what's going to end up being more effective. And right now, squads are really spread out. Yeah, holding this whole area. And yeah, that frozen lake, it doesn't really have, I don't think it does, like you were talking about earlier, how it doesn't affect players. I think it doesn't because no one goes in it. I mean, you see that as Death Valley right there. But next circle goes on up. And yeah, now you see Brazilian Rampage with a good solid spot. There's a lot of those, look at those roads right there. That's gonna kind of, you know, cover a little bit difficult.
We dropped out more than half of the compounds in the circle with that shift. There's a hard shift towards the east, and that's going to give Loops a really good position to gatekeep all the other teams on this west side in Goroka and even outside, having to push through them. XSET, one of those teams, not only having to push through Loops, but BDM before that. Leapfrogging from building to building, I think, is really going to be their only option. They actually had a position on the south side. They thought that it was going to be a Goroka finish.
Oh, and you look at Neto right there. He almost had that perfect angle to catch Angry on the cross, but he just peeked back just a little too late. And just XSET, you could see them trying to get some more. Oh, he got spotted, though. Okay, yeah, now they know. XSET has a good idea, but I think right now, XSET, they're just trying to get a game plan together. Okay, if this circle hard shifts away from us, how are we going to be able to move on into this next zone? Got a lot of squads gatekeeping them. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, though. As, yeah, the clock is ticking, and this next zone's about to pop soon.
This is a fight on the north side of the circle. Defeaters trying to gatekeep the Unnamed out. They're not even in the zone themselves. Grenades are coming through from both sides, trying to get an initial knock, or rather, that's actually utility grenades. Smoke's coming through from the Unnamed to try and get closer in. But is this even a strong fight for Defeaters to take? Where are they going to be able to move once they win this? I feel like it's going to be an open push down the hill, so they might only really be looking about getting these kills, but they already lost a player. Minwoo dropped down.
Already lost one, but they need to get this done, finished quickly. Like you mentioned, the circle is starting to close on these squads on the northern edge. Swagwin getting a great shot there with that AK iron sight. A big favorite among these players right here. Oh, and now here's the battle we're talking about earlier. Defeaters versus the Unnamed. Can Ghosty hold it down right here on top of the rock? You see him there putting out some shots. Bucky with a great off angle, though. Takes him down, but guess what? That blue zone, it is just chunking each and every one of these players.
The circle does hard shift or medium shift towards the west again, which means that they're not going to have to run too far. But this fight is lasting way too long. They're taking blue damage. Alpha 7 are finding a way to get below Defeaters. and take full advantage of this. And this was a third-party team that came in late. They're recognizing the opportunities, they're recognizing the free angles, and so they're capitalizing, not just picking up a couple of kills here and there, but it's all about the positioning. They want to clean this up quickly, though, because they do so need to find a better position. They do so need to fall towards the south into the city to stay alive in this circle. But Richie,
40 seconds left. Yeah, 40 seconds left. They got to get going. They got to get this finished up quickly and know exactly where they're going to be headed to. Look at Richie, though, with that Uzi. He's going to catch swag one right here. Oh, and he gets him, but he's pretty low. He cannot touch blue damage, though. And yeah, that's going to be taking defeaters out in 11th. He did get 1 point, though. Yeah, you're right. That's going to be really huge. Alpha 7, you know, they're looking for those heals because they're going to need them to try to get into this next circle.
Yeah. At least they cleared all the area around. They can push towards the south, and no one in Garoka is looking towards the north, which has got them giving them free access. Execute here, pushing in bit by bit on the south side of the frozen lake. They lost their compound. They're going to have to play on these rocks, which could leave them vulnerable to the other teams on the outside, but fortunately there aren't that many of them. There are only 9 teams left, and over half of them are in Garoka across the lake.
That's interesting because you said vulnerable, and Mixzero seemed to have like a perfect eye onto Fame Boys, but he held those shots, and I think the reason why he did is because he's afraid if this next circle hard shifts, he doesn't want to give away his position and then get gate kept from them right now. We'll see though, as look, Wildcard, they're trying to find a position, really split up. Ace are getting beat up right now on the hill. Sam able to secure a position in a building, and this next zone, oh man, it is starting, it's coming right now, and it's coming in hot. Sam just trying to give that intel to his squad, get some knocks to buy him some time to be able to get to him.
That's the difficult thing about Vikendi, is that there are a lot of compounds to play in, but the open area in between them is so wide open, and Wildcard having to push in. They had a good position previously, but it's such a dangerous move. The fact that they're able to get all 3 into this building, very, very fortunate for them. Grenades are coming through to try and punish, and a lot of damage. Ace is on fire. He's gonna get knocked, but it should be a free revive.
Yeah, it should be able to have time, but we'll see if it is gonna be free because Alpha 7 might opt to just decide to push this, and there, yep, here they come. All 3 out the building, jumping out, and they are coming in hard. In the window they go. You're gonna see some big pre-fires coming up here. Sam is holding this angle with that M7, and oh, and not enough time for Ace to get picked up. Look at those shots coming on out.
Double peek there, and the revive still wasn't able to happen because the push was so fast. Alpha 7, they timed that out very well, got to the building, forced them off the revive, but then still played it slow and waited for the opportunity, waited to keep them guessing before they pushed up the stairs. And now they took that, not only did they get those 3 points, they took the building.
They needed it. They needed it because the next zone, they're not in it either. So they did it at the perfect time because now they got 30 seconds to kind of scout it out and realize how they're going to be able to push into this next circle. And you can see them. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Rest of the squads, we got BDM, B4, XSET, all inside this next zone. And, looks like Nova's going to go out to the blue there in 8th place. And right now, yeah, Alpha 7, they got something. Oh, speaking of, Brazilian Rampage at the edge of this next zone, completely gate kept like crazy. Good luck for them to try to get into this next zone.
Yeah, there weren't that many opportunities for them, and this is what I was talking about with Wildcard having to push out the open to get from one compound to the next. Their vehicle's on fire, they're forced to use smokes all the way out on the edge, and the circle hard shifted away from them, so Brazilian Rampage, and not a lot of luck for them this game. Execute. I like this idea. They're not trying to bomb directly into Garoka. They're going to take a position on the frozen lake and try and pick up the scraps for the teams that are trying to get closer towards center.
And I'm really surprised that they decided to give up on those 4 kills for Brazilian Rampage. That allowed them to be able to push up 2. Nunez is knocked, but it looks like he will be able to get that instant revive from Garcia. And the other 2 from Brazilian Rampage, it looks like they're running right now in the blue. Try to survive. We'll see if they're going to be able to. Interesting play, because I think especially with how important kills are, I'm kind of shocked to see XSET just really prioritize this next circle rather than those.
Watch that. Loops was so focused on Brazilian Rampage Alpha 7 to see if they can't find an opportunity. Kayovsky trying to spray down Ailton all the way out in the blue. And the circle shift goes actually in the Garoka Brazilian Rampage's favor. But the other 2 on the outside, they're going to have to steal this area away from Execute.
Yeah, they're going to have to. I really like that kind of safe play from Brazilian Rampage. Say, hey, you know what? We're going to send 2, see what happens. If we die, then you guys just run on in and try to get placement. And it seems to have paid off tremendously because now they at least have 2 in this next circle. They're holding that wall. They're not going anywhere just yet. But, man, look at all these squads holding these buildings side by side. Oh, execute, though. Getting shot from both angles here. Ailton with the long Molotov, and it catches him. What a molly.
Good secure for the kill, and they should have seen in the kill feed that it's the second member of Execute taken out, so this could give them an opportunity. Unfortunately, will Loops be distracted by either XSET or BDM, and I think that they are. This could be something for them to work with.
Here they come, XSET pushing as a squad together, and oh, I mean, Alpha 7's in the mix. How many teams? Flyers are going all over the place. Nades are coming out. There's Kaofsky on that off angle, putting on some shots down range. And there goes Loops Esports take it out. BDM are trying to get in. This is like 5th, 6th party. B4 heard those shots, and you can see them trying to use that time to get on in the next circle, but Mixera is the only one left standing for B4. What an engagement.
That's what happens when you delay your fights. And it's so easy to do that. It's so easy for teams to force you to delay your fights in a city, but it all is going to pop off at once. So many players involved, and it's all about securing the kills when you can, because placement is on the back of your mind.
I can only imagine what the audio cues are like from that position. Oh, Mixera almost got a great nade right there. He's trying to roll up on them right now onto Brazilian Rampage. 1 left member left from Execute in the blue zone right now. It is going to be Zute healing up, using the heal strat to his best advantage. He's on fire, and he's going to go out holding a pen? The Mixera? What an interesting play right there.
They didn't know Mick was there, but that does give his position away for Garcia to work with, as well as BDM, Alpha 7, and XSET on the high side of this compound. Circle is gonna, where is that centering up on? Is that gonna be on Brazilian Rampage? I thought that they were out of it.
They're still alive. I mean, that rotation paid off tremendously right there. Garcia's the last one. Oh, that nade. You could just, oh, it's a smoke. Okay, sorry, a smoke right on top of that ledge. If that would have come off, it would have been a little bit more difficult. And I think you can see BDM is just trying to reduce these SOT lines as this blue zone's coming. Big battle right now. Coming on out.
Down. Trying to keep them gate kept in towards the blue. Trades going back and forth. BDM are eliminated. Mixera takes advantage. Garcia tried to use the moment for his own advantage. Now Brazilian Rampage are taken out. It's all about heal stratting. It's all about blue stratting. Mixera running away from the play zone.
Top two right there. I mean, XSET and B4 are feeling really good. This is the last zone, so this circle's going down to nothing. Nico with that's his last first aid. Oh, Mixera. He's going to end up into a fight, though. But he gets him! B4! B4 winning that one. I mean, they had that duo up for so long and just coming in little by little, working out for them.
I will say, because of the city ending, and this is what you usually see, the kills are a lot more spread, a lot more linear across most of the teams. Yes, B4 got the 15 points from the win, but only 4 kills on top of that. And then XSET in second place, only 5 kills on top of that. We're not going to see the same 16 kill win, 13 kill win that we've seen previously. That's going to even it up a little bit. And so the teams like Alpha 7 that fought so much, the teams like Execute that fought so much, should still be very proud with their point gain overall.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job there. Holding that building, that is the most difficult part, I think, of professional PUBG Mobile. You just got that, you're just in first person, just flicking at everything that moves because of all those footsteps. It's so crazy. You can't really blame any team for who's going to be able to make it out of there alive. But speaking of who just came alive, Jason, back in the studio, man. A solid game number 2.
Are you insinuating I was once dead? Are you insinuating that when I'm not on camera, I'm not alive?
Isn't that what happens when you
literally disappear and disintegrate in front of our eyes? So what else am I supposed to do?
That is true, and I will not tell you what I see while I have been disintegrated. It is not pretty.
What's it like in the light?
Thank you for assuming I go to the light. I appreciate it. You think good thoughts of me.
My grandma said hi.
Oh my god. Anyways, you two get off of here because this is getting really dark really quickly. And we're going to bring our analysts in to start breaking down that game because what a hell of a game that was, honestly. So many moving cogs in that one. What a crazy finish as well. I mean, first off, you look at Zute trying to heal off in the blue. And if he stayed alive like 20, 30 seconds longer, the placings for him and Execute would have shot up. But what a clutch out of B4. they lost Unnamed so early. And the thing is, this team, they've been getting basically one chicken dinner a day except one day, and that was on day 4. This team has completely changed from when we last saw them at World League.
And the thing with B4 is that the wins that we have seen so far out of them doesn't come when they had the full squad. It comes when they have a dynamic duo, especially with Mixera. I thought they played that so well, and this is something we're kind of talking about there while watching the game, Glitter, is that him putting out that smoke and just waiting patiently for everybody to just push out and everybody to kind of, in a way, just kill each other off. That was really nice. And you got to give a shout out to Alpha 7 Esports. They were just playing the spoiler role perfectly. Every single time they saw an opportunity to third-party anybody, they just went for it. XSET, I was actually going to mention XSET before the game even started. I wanted to see more out of them because they've been getting a little bit too comfortable there towards the end of the second page, almost going towards the third page in regards to overall ranking. Good to see them put this kind of performance here. BDM Esports 2 being able to put up 12 points. Brazilian Rampage here, Glitter, continuing on the climb that we have seen out of them. Execute as well. And Loops Esports, I want to talk about a little bit later, but Brazilian Rampage for me, Glitter, seeing the performances so far back to back to back in regards to days that we've seen out of them, this is good for them.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, we had even said, you know, is this a one-off situation or are they going to be able to repeat their performance? And today they are showing us that they're kind of here to stay. Hopefully, you know, this will continue throughout the rest of the week, and they will be putting themselves in a fantastic spot for being that top 16 position, with Queso rounding out the top 8 and moving on to the second page here. I mean, how many times do we have to say this, Evan? But these first pages are not what we were initially assuming they were going to be.
Yep. Yeah, they're not what we expected. You see Wildcard Gaming there with 3 kills themselves, 4 points total. Pittsburgh Knights with 3 points. And something we're talking about, Pittsburgh Knights, they're not actually putting up the performances we kind of expected out of them as well. It's a new Pittsburgh Knights, no drama there, completely different roster, but so far they've been a little bit disappointing for me here. The Unnamed falling down to only 3 points. Defeaters, Nova Esports, Health Prediction, 19 Esports, and Meta Gaming with 0 points at the end.
So I'm glad that you mentioned PK, because this brings me to a topic I want to discuss with you guys about Execute, because not only have they breached top 16 now, but this team we saw get very early in towards the center of the zones, where we typically see them playing from the outside. Now, they had an early engagement with Queso. They got a down onto, I want to say, like Ayala, when they only had 3 players up in total, and then they actually backed off. Maybe lacking a little bit of confidence is something that I was kind of talking with Blank about for a little bit, about like they seem to lack a lot of confidence, which I've been saying, like getting reps in here, getting experience is helping them get better and better over time. But then they get into a fight with PK shortly thereafter. They down 1 player and then immediately just finish the whole team. So it feels like maybe they're giving a little bit too much respect to some teams, maybe seeing Queso, the name, and like, all right, maybe we shouldn't fight them because they didn't know if Nitsume was alive. But then they see PK and they're like, all right, this is a team that we can take. I'd say overall, they, as we've been seeing, you know, as the days have gone on, they have been improving so much here.
With Execute, in regards to that, I think they just didn't want to take that fight because it was so early on, and they had no idea that Nitsume was not part of that squad. They unless they were keeping track of the kill feed, which some teams do, but I doubt they were keeping track of the kill feed that early on. With Execute, I think they played that well. I think maybe they were trying to do what we were saying, have the 4 players there in a top 5 situation and see what happens. I thought if the zone would have went their way, if they would have gotten lucky again with the zone, we could have seen greatness out of them, especially in that last match. But guess what? Not everything's gonna go your way all the time. And Execute was able to perform well, honestly, with what we were able to see, even if they didn't really have the confidence, as you were saying, they're taking the fight with Team Queso. As long as they have the confidence to take on fights when it matters the most, that's what I want to see out of them. As we're seeing here, some of the head-to-head between Execute and Pittsburgh Knights, you see the damage a little bit more towards Execute. Wouldn't be surprised if that's coming mostly towards this past 2 games that we've seen out of them. More kills, the same amount of knocks here between the 2 teams. With Execute, I just want to continue to see this consistency, and as I mentioned earlier, I want to see them have their full 4 players a little bit later on towards the top 5.
Yeah, just like they had there. I mean, I was kind of wondering, like, the way the zone shifted away from them. It's just a coin flip sometimes, right? Sometimes you just get the bad luck. If the zone went towards them, like you were saying, Seven, we could have seen them even taking a victory. But maybe we should take a look at our Mountain Dew game feel moments in the last match. I mean, there was a lot of plays going on. Again, though, I guess we kind of go into this, I'm wondering if Nitsume is going to be one of the first players we see fall off the bat, because we've been talking about Queso, and when they seem to lose their biggest star right now, Nitsume, they seem to falter as well. They haven't had those consistent placings that we've... Well, By consistent, I mean chicken dinners that we've seen in a long time for them, Glitter.
I mean, to be fair, even though they haven't gotten their chicken dinners in that same explosive performance that we saw last week, we have really been focusing on them, and they have at least started to kind of level out those extremes, right? Because we had said time and time again, they had 3 chicken dinners, 15 points each, and 46 points at one point, right? So all of their placement points had come from those chicken dinners. I feel like since then, they've actually started to do a little bit better job of balancing those placement points with their kills. Now, it definitely is noticeable when Nitsume is actually out of that squad, but generally, I feel like they're working better together in those situations when they are on the back foot, and instead of maybe making any brash decisions, they're managing to last a little bit longer and still getting some.
Well, you saw that, Glitter, in that fight versus Meta, actually, because they crashed the compound against Meta with 3 players and still pull it down perfectly.
Exactly.
All right, well, we are seeing a couple more clips here at Brazilian Rampage trying to really punish Execute, which again, I feel kind of bad for, but the hecticness that you're now seeing on your screen when the zone started to collapse and everyone had to make their move. Again, Loops, unfortunately, not able to come out king in this close quarter combat 7, which kind of surprises me.
I honestly, it didn't surprise me when we saw all the teams just kind of push it in. I think this kind of reminded me a little bit of PMPL whenever Loops was that top dog and everybody was gunning for them. We saw XSET push up, and then as soon as XSET push up, we saw Alpha 7, the team that I've been saying that were playing that spoiler role, they decided to push up as well, and we've seen Alpha 7 previously in the match, in this previous Vikendi, being able to third party really well, being able to push at least close range really well. So it was no surprise to me that Loops Esports wasn't going to be able to win that. What did impress me though with Loops was an engagement earlier that they have had with 19 Esports, I believe it was.
Yeah, so why don't you take us into that? I think you wanted to break down one of the fights between those two teams. Hopefully we can throw it up on the screen and we can get the Glitter seal of approval, or maybe today, the 7 seal of approval.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Loops Esports deserves it here, all right? But something I do want to point out is just the reason why I wanted to show this is because it reminded me a lot of the Loops that we're kind of used to. You're still seeing flashes there that Loops is able to take onto fights. Something that I actually truly enjoy of Kayovsky is how he was able to be patient, how he was able to push up as soon as he got the knock there, as soon as he realized that, hey, there's going to be 2 players right there. You know what? Let me just push up a little bit more. Let me get those knocks, and let me throw a grenade to see if maybe I can get the kill. One thing that I also enjoy here from Loops Esports was they realized, hey, we're gonna start getting third party here by Brazilian Rampage. You know what? Let's push our way into that. Let's help out the day and let's make sure we pick up the player. I enjoyed that nobody fully pushed by themselves, and this is a reminder of the Loops Esports that we know. They tend to push together. As you see that knock right there, then everybody starts pushing. You're gonna see the call gets made and everybody just goes in full on push, as you can see right there. And I love that Kayovsky is gonna stand right here. He's gonna get an angle. Federal is gonna get a different angle, and then you have Carrillo as well getting a different angle. And on top of that, you have Danny now being pretty much revived, being able to show some kind of support there. So I really enjoyed this here from Loops Esports, and I want to see more out of that from them. I want to continue to see those kind of pushes from them, because this is the Loops that we're kind of used to, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, Loops Esports is gonna get my seal of approval with some explosions, because that was just the Loops Esports that I want to continue to see in this tournament.
You know, the weirdest thing about that picture is it looks like someone else's hands is on your face. And I'm wondering, was it your hands or someone else's hands?
No, it was somebody else's hands.
Makes it even better for me to see that. All right, let's take a look at our total damage from that last match. Whose hands were it, 7? I don't even know if I want to know the answer to that question. Let's just look at the damage anyways. We can see here on the screen, a lot of the damage skewed towards the teams here. Glitter, we see like Loops in there, you see Execute in there, we're seeing, I believe, BDM in there as well. Middle pack of...
Yeah, and those were definitely a lot of the teams that we saw kind of throwing themselves into some of these situations. I mean, Execute specifically has been having a much stronger day today.
Yes.
But still, that's a ton of damage for XSET. We haven't really had too many chances or opportunities to talk about XSET, and they did much better for themselves here in this round. I mean, 6 kills, almost 1,700 damage. That's the type of showing that we were hoping to see out of them. And then even all the way down at the bottom, looking at Queso with over 1K damage having gone out that early, if they didn't get taken out, this could have been a huge game for them, being able to put down that much damage and get that many kills so early on.
Okay, Seven, was this person under you and holding their hands up? Were they behind you and holding it around your body? I'm so confused how the hands got there in the first place, because they look like they could be your own with the position of the thumbs. Well, the top players, let's just take a look at that. Let's just get me distracted away from this, because I'm going to keep asking a million questions about it. We can see here, Rafa coming in for BDM, 736 damage. Mixer as well, able to help close out that game here for B4. Duck, I think for the first time, make it onto the leaderboard. And Federal, I feel like we haven't seen Loops up here in such a long time. Ever since they had, what, that like 16, 15 kill game, back in week 1?
Yeah, that one off so far this tournament. So it's good to see Federal being there, being able to kind of show that Loops is back. Hopefully he's back. We'll have to see a little bit later on. But with BDM, I feel like we have to give him some props. This is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that we see 2 players here from BDM, with Rafa, as you were mentioning, 736 damage there, being involved in 6 kills, and then you have Doc being involved in 5 kills. Great teamwork out of them, and with them being able to have those, I think 6 kills altogether for the team, I think that is huge. Mixera overall kind of stole the show for me there, the way he was able to be tactical, and it kind of reminded me yesterday of what we saw in the Miramar match with B4, with Pedro and Nenebete. So I'm enjoying seeing this kind of collective work here from the players from B4. They're just showing great stuff. As we do see here, Rafa being able to dealt 5,000 damage, 19 kills. Considering with the way things have been going for BDM, Glitter, this is not too bad of a stats, honestly.
No, this is actually kind of surprising, because I feel like there have been a lot of games where they just haven't even had the opportunity to put that damage out, right? Clearly, and I've said this so many times, when they have the opportunity to get those engagements, we've seen those glimpses of really strong gameplay. It's just, I feel like they've gotten some unlucky starts, some bad positioning, maybe bad rotations here and there, and they haven't had the opportunity to necessarily shine as much as they should have. But today, more teams are stepping up, and this was a great showing for BDM.
Exactly. The nice thing about this week, it seems like every team that we didn't expect to step up has been starting to be able to do so. Time to take a look at our data report for you to kind of check in with how all the teams have been doing, and we've had Execute do the most damage so far in this day, 3,400 for them, but Alpha 7 with the most kills, but it's all Execute almost getting that Connect 4 in there. Unfortunately shy by just 1 with the most kills. But that does mean, as we wrap that up, we're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, we still have our 3rd match of the day coming up. It's going over to Sanhok, and we'll sure as hell see you guys on the other side of this break.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Good to see you guys back here on the other side of that break as we have things kicking off here on Sanhok. And we're going to see which group will be sitting out from this one. It's going to be Group C, so we're not going to see the likes of Loops in there, unfortunately. Execute, I think they deserve a break, guys. They had 2 fantastic games on Erangel, and then they had Vikendi, so they're deserving of a break. But I don't know if they want to take that break, but we will get G25 back in the mix. Ace1, Cloud9, we're getting some teams that we're expecting some big things from, even Tempo as well with J7, INTZ, who have been able to have a good first game as well. I want to see if we can continue to have these teams stepping up that we didn't expect to be able to do so. And honestly, I'm getting a little bit nervous, guys, because I know Execute moved up the rankings. I know they're top 16. Yep. Brazilian Rampage were already top 16, are going to continue to move up. But that does mean some teams have to fall down, right? And if I'm not mistaken, Cloud9 was like in 14th place at the start of the day. So is there a chance they've fallen off of the top 16 rankings now?
Well, listen, you're singing music to my ears right now. I've been wanting to talk about Glitter, and I've been wanting to talk about Cloud9 for a minute now, and exactly the reason why you said a lot of players that were out, a lot of teams that were out of the top 16 are starting to perform well. Brazilian Rampage, Execute, XSET now putting up a good match. If they continue to do that, guess what? Cloud9 is just gonna keep going lower and lower, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't wake up. Hey, when do we actually start maybe telling Cloud9 what's going on here? What had happened to that team? This is not the team that we're so used to seeing.
I think Bayo's still working on that Mayo right now. I think it just needs to rest for a little bit longer, and then it's going to be able to come together and emulsify into a delicious topping for any sandwich out there. You two go take a quick little break while I have to live with what I just said, and also talk about how you guys can be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL. Maybe you want to tweet saying, Jason, please stop talking about Mayo, though I will tell you right now you were wrong for tweeting that. Maybe you were actually going to tweet, maybe keep talking about it. That would be the right move to make. As we're going to break the right move, bringing our commentators in so I can stop talking about random and ridiculous things as Cameron's giving me the look that I've had all my life from my parents of, you're a disappointment, Jason.
I wasn't thinking that. Not quite, not yet. We're close, we're getting close there.
Oh, look at that. G25 have a whopping 79-point lead over third place. I have to agree, they do be vibing here, guys.
They're vibing indeed. Oof, I mean, they're doing great. I mean, who would have thought G25 at this point? 6 chicken dinners, in my opinion, 7 after that today's match. Yeah, they got second, but they got the most points on the board. They're crushing it today.
Well, again,
this whole tournament, what am I saying?
It's a team who didn't qualify for World League, but they came back in, reinvited from PMPL Americas Season 1, and I think they have like something to say about it. They're like, you know what, that was a mistake. We're not gonna let that happen again. They've been in that hyperbolic time chamber, just practicing away, getting ready here for America Season 2, and they've only been getting better, I'd say, as this has been going on. But now the question is, can they maintain that? Also, I know it's not necessarily something you guys necessarily like to talk about, but will they be maybe putting too much effort early on in? Do you think that they're going to peak too early in the tournament and fall down as time goes on? We saw it happen to prior teams. Hot Jukes, you're saying no. Cameron, you're looking like you're hungry. Hungry for more matches.
Yeah, I am. It's really hard to say, to be honest. We never know exactly how it's going to work out, especially because they're such a new team. Are they peaking now, or have they been at this level for quite a while? Because we missed them during World League. And you never know how long it's going to last. You can't expect it to last for like months on end playing at this level. But I think, yeah, honestly, we just got to wait and see.
Not you?
I don't know. I got to just go off the bat and say, like, I mean, I think this is what they needed. You know, for them to be able to start off so hot and have so many chicken dinners, they got to be pumped up, hyped. I mean, I think that after those games, their confidence level is through the roof. You see them taking on the best teams with zero hesitation, not something that we've seen them do in the past. So, especially with this new point system and how difficult it is to get points, there's no excuse. Like, I mean, I know we kind of talk about, like, oh, when are people going to wake up? Like, I got to admit, Cloud9, I mean, they have no business being under top 10, at least in my eyes. And I love Cloud9. I'm a big NA fan beyond anybody else. But for that to see them right now where they're at, something is wrong and something needs to get fixed immediately, in my opinion.
Well, you know what? We might find out right here, right now, as you load into Sanhok and drop straight in. Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take us in.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get into it. Match number 3, ready to go to Sanhok, my favorite map. Oh, the land of the snakes, the tall grass. It's the where blue zone is king of all. I'm pumped up to get to this one. What do you think about Sanhok, Cameron? Huh?
I am not a fan, if I'm being honest.
You know what? The players are not a fan. I know that for sure. Even if back when I was playing, hated Sanhok playing on it. But it's so fun for me to watch because I think that this is the map that just anybody can win. With the right circle, you can see squads that we've seen struggle. This could be that turnaround map for so many teams. I don't know, but we'll have to see how it ends up playing out.
It's just so difficult to play compared to the other maps. You can sort of read where the game is going, where you can move to have an advantage or not in many of the other maps. In Sanhok, you just have to focus on what is right in front of you, which could sometimes only be a couple of kills before you're taken out by a team that are proning behind rocks. Sometimes it's a full win. this is one that you really need to be able to have the mental fortitude to not get tilted after the results. And a circle like this is going to make it even more complicated because the center is on the northwest island, but there is landmass more of the other 2 islands in it, and there's the whole river that cuts through all of it. There is so much water. This, I would not know how to begin to approach this circle.
And you know what? I don't think a lot of these teams do. I've talked to so many of these players, and they have synonymously agreed that this is the most hated circle in PUBG Mobile. This zone is so difficult because there's so many squads trying to get into it. You're going to get gatekept third party. And I think we saw in World League Footballist, this was one of their best maps because of the fact that they like to go ahead and land on that island. So when the zone would shift over there, it was like their game. They always ended up with a chicken dinner and a ridiculous amount of kills. So we'll have to see how squads... at this point, you know that they've tried to come up with the best strategy they can. At the end of the day, though, with Sanhok, you can have all the strategies in the world and it not work out for you because it's just that brutal of a map.
I'm a little curious for Queso right now because you can see them running along the cliffside coast between the east and west islands, but they didn't give themselves that much time to loot up. Is that because they were forced out of boot camp by meta here? You can see them looking in their direction almost like they know that they're there. Queso are split up in a spread around this position, but they're the only teams doing so. XSET are also in a split across the river. INTZ Mitz trying to drive around, maybe find a place to go. It looks like he was forced away from his initial drop spot because he's got nothing outside of this jet ski. Because of the nature of this circle, I imagine that there were so many teams scrambling and having to make the really tough decision of do we prioritize loot over placement?
I don't know, though, man, because you look at Mitz, he's dressed for the attire to get on that jet ski. I mean, he looks like this was planned out for him prior before he even got in this match. But, you know, one thing that I definitely have to talk about is we always see Team Queso go to those warehouses right above boot camp, and we normally see Loops land boot camp right there. And then they kind of just move, you know, away from each other to try ahead and get into this next circle. But it's interesting to see that Meta was the squad that recognized, hey, Loops isn't here, boot camp's free, and they took it. So they're going to be in a good, solid position with a lot of loot being able to get into this next zone. But they got to cross the water, and that's not easy.
Maybe. If it hard shifts towards the east or the south or in between the southeast.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Oh, Darius got knocked from the Unnamed.
This is interesting. So Mitz was actually, I don't know if he just messed up his own drop, but he was trying to group up with the rest of his teammate on top of this hill. And you saw him pointing in the grass below here with absolutely no gear. I don't know if his teammate was trying to give him some support to save him somehow, but he gets knocked, and they are now going to lose. I'm going to count it. They're losing 2 players right now because Mitz still doesn't have a place to even grab loot. He's going to be a liability throughout the rest of the game, and so I like that we see Gamma and the other remaining INTZ player of Poly leaving.
I mean, what a great spot. I mean, you're totally nailed it right there. What was Mitz doing? It makes no sense. Like, how did he end up on a jet ski away from the rest of his squad? We see teams, of course, you know, split loot, try to grab different areas around. Something had to have happened wrong there because I don't see that being a set play by any means. And if they would have had Mitz up there, who knows how it would have worked out. Maybe they kept that player leaving there to kind of help support him. And because of that, Darius just got, you know, full pushed up by Raven. He was looking at this replay, able to get it done with the Vector, and he turned on him. He switched to the Vector and got those shots done.
I think there were multiple.
Oh wait, I'm sorry,
M16.
Yeah,
I think
sorry,
there were multiple people shooting at him. You saw the damage go down, but that's because when you try and peek an entire squad, that's what's going to happen. Try to find an opportunity to alleviate pressure, but we got to watch INTZ. Luckily, they have the opportunity to fall away from the center of the circle, go towards the camp on the west side of that island. But for them to continue in this game and try and climb more placements, they're going to have to be very, very specific and safe with their rotations. And they're going to have to wait until the late game to find kills. Mitz still trying to loot up, trying to find something. It's going to be rough. It's a loss in period. You basically have to count it as a loss. And if he is able to group up with Poly and Gamma, then good for him. Then, yay, we actually get a boost in resources, but they cannot play around that.
Yeah, but maybe. I mean, you gotta. Oh, look at this though, real quick. Klaze catching. Oh, going fishing right now onto Wildcard. Able to get that thirst, and you can see Acer really hurt right now. Leon trying to make the swim as well. Wildcard's in big trouble, trying to just get into this island. They have a strong feeling it's gonna go here. Orlando, he has to have the perfect nade in order. Oh, it might just be, a little too far.
Too far, not cooked.
That's a hard
enough.
nade.
It is, but it's also it's even harder for Wildcard to push up from this position. A good hold on the east side, waiting for a team to cross that bridge or across the water that the bridge is holding down. And for Wildcard to get out of this is going to be very difficult. A little bit of a tag onto A-Star.
You know the Klaze here, they got to be using that duo to try to be able to catch him. Here comes another nade. You got to expect the low toss to come out at some point. Yeah, Acer, as soon as you realized, hey, he probably heard that pin pull. I don't want to risk it here anymore.
Where's Sam?
But where are they going to go? Yeah, Sam's across the island completely.
Find the angle. It's his job now to find an angle onto Klaze because they're not hidden from across the water, at least not entirely. Look, okay, there's a little bit of shots on that rock. If you can land even just a single knock, hopefully a second, he just needs to put pressure on Klaze. Not to open up a push, but to force them to fall back. But it's not happening right now. He's not able to find the angles that he needs to. You can see him with the 4x right by time. See, that's the angle that I was waiting for.
Perfect. You're right. I mean, that's going to give them a breath of fresh air, at least to be able to get a little room to breathe, and not to mention that intel. So Sam spotting that player on the left, he's going to definitely realize and tell his team, hey, guess what? There's got to be only maybe 2 or 3 on this right side. And it looks like Acer's going to group up with Leon. We're starting to see some smokes come out right here. But the only problem is, how is Sam going to be able to get across here as well? Oh, bad nade.
Bad nade. The push is coming through. They get one knock. And they immediately have to turn around and deal with another member of Rambone, but he's not finding the knocks himself.
The pre-fire is so strong from Wildcard, just pre-firing this window to not give him any room. He's got the AK. But it's a 2v1 situation. Acer with the Uzi, jump shotting and using that numbers advantage to get the finish. What a turn for Wildcard right there. And Klaze got eliminated. Sam!
That
able to
is
get some
what...
shots across the water.
Yep, exactly.
From Wildcard.
And that is a reason why, I don't know if they left him there on purpose or just utilized him in that aspect, but that having that person on the off angle, it can be so powerful in a fight, but that's not the only fight that's going on. We saw a fight happen at boot camp, and we're seeing a fight happen here on the southwest angle of the northwest island. All these cardinal directions, keep up. It's a lot to try to keep track of right now.
Southwest of the north, I mean, hey, that's Sanhok right there. I mean, you just got to move wherever the zone goes as soon as possible. So difficult to keep up with it, that's for sure. I mean, every single zone switch, you only have 30 seconds to get moving. And you can see tempo, they're just trying to build a little bit of real estate. That knock on the Q is definitely going to help them out quite a bit. Bucky's got a really scary angle right now. Tribe got taken out early as well. And they had a great day yesterday, so starting out today here, not having the best performance. Definitely happens, though. We'll see, though, if Tempo, another NA team that's been trying to be on the rise, they're able to finish off the Unnamed. Bucky, big shots right there. And here comes Tempo, full squad. Bucky holding it down right there. Oh, but J7 on the angle. Look at Raven just raining fire from the top, though. Oh my goodness,
Excuse me? How did this happen? This is such a difficult push for Tempo Storm up that hill, and they were able to get an initial knock with the grenade, but it took them so long. Raven up on that higher angle should have just decimated Tempo Storm while they were wrapping around the rocks. But Tempo Storm were somehow able to make it work. They are still one of the best full squads 4v4 close-quartered fights.
I mean, you guys can't see my face right now, but I literally had my hands on my head after that fight. That is such a tough position to be able to get the full squad wipe, not to mention not losing any members right there. They just bullied the Unnamed piece by piece, and it looked like they had all the angles. What a great performance. But hey, moving on over, you see C9 Adder throwing some nades into this building here onto Pauly. Not able to get it just yet. Tags him up a little bit. Oh, Mitz with a great angle there. That's going to be a huge support right now. And you can see the pre-fires coming out. Adder's going to try to throw this nade. Will he be able to get it on the Pauly? He does!
Oh, perfectly cooked to get the trade knock. To try and stop the push so he can get the revive on his teammate, but the push is already happening. Mitt's going to be tossing out a grenade. Yes, he was able to group up with his teammates. Still low on loot, but Adder hears the footsteps. Has to pull away from the revive, trying to take the fight.
So hard, though. 2v1 right now. He is going to get finished. And you can just tell he was just trying to buy time for the rest of his squad to get there. And here comes Uneven. Now there's a 3v2 situation. INTZ Gamma, they're staying very close together right now, but shots from G25. G25 again. Third party in Cloud9. You know that they gotta be just sick of this at this point. Took out a big off angle from Uneven. And yeah, look, now Cloud9 have to retreat.
So, oh wow. So Adder was able to get the revive before he was forced to take that fight, even though he did lose. But again, that whole third-party pressure, this is Sanhok. It doesn't matter how far into the game that you are, there is always going to be that threat, and especially when the circle is focusing on the smallest island, the angles and the population is going to be very, very dense, very, very tight.
So difficult to be able to move in Sanhok. I mean, you got so many teams gatekeeping you. You only got so much time to move into the next zone. Not a lot of vehicles. We see a lot of other maps. You know, they use the 4-car strat to build that. It's not here. You can't do that in such a small map. But back to one thing I got to say though is if INTZ had all 4 up, they could have gate kept everybody and had a ton of kills. But I think just because of that start alone, this is what I was talking about earlier about how it was a loss. You know, the fact that they lost that basically 2 members, they had to get pushed away and lost the best real estate to gatekeep all these teams, and I think they're paying for it big time right now.
Ooh, G25. They're getting shot back. They're maybe trying to be too loud, too aggressive. You saw Tempo Storm shooting at them, but it doesn't matter because they're landing the shots better than the other teams can land onto them. That's 2 knocks against INTZ. It is just Pauly left, and that's an open cross if he wants to run back and get that revive. G25 have his number. They know exactly where he is, and the circle shift towards the north in their favor. They do not have to move.
Oh yeah, and speaking of not moving, Pauly's not going anywhere. Right now he's just telling his team, hey boys, it's been fun. I'm gonna try and survive right here. No way he's gonna do this buggy push. If he does this buggy push, it'd be absolutely insane. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a bike, and it looks like he'd be going in the opposite direction. He's still really well in this next circle. Oh, he tries to do the wraparound. What a rotation. And it looks like he may just be able to get off this revive. So risky.
Can he get both, though? That's the question. Over here, the Wildcard, they already forced themselves into the circle, wrapping around Hot 10. Now they're taking against Cloud9. And this part of the map is so difficult to play around. It's almost like Vikendi because you have a few compounds and then open flat ground in between them. Wildcard pushing forward. But Beowulf, he's looking on. He has an AWM and a ghillie suit on his back. At G25, they're also getting pushed by Tempo Storm. Fights are breaking out everywhere, but welcome to Sanhok.
Yes, that's right. And say welcome to Tempo Storm, says them, you know, against Pepito in that 3v1. And you're going to have the rest of those 2 members on top of the hill. You see Rain trying to get some shots. Italux with a pre-fire. Gets some good damage right there onto Tensa. And it's really up to him. Gets the knock. Really efficient play right now using that rock from Italux. And he is just controlling this so well right now. One underhand nade, and that could spell disaster for Tempo.
They got the first knock, but don't discount the power of the high ground that the other members of 25 are on. We actually see dropping down in order to get the finish. There was just Tensa remaining. It was a good initial push. Oh, from the sky, Tensa gets one. Now he's left to another. The second peak comes out, and it's a scrappy fight, but G25 come out on top. They only have 2 members remaining, only 3 kills so far. So this isn't going to be a repeat as it stands of their Erangel performance, but they are still scraping for every point that they can get. Sanhok is so unreliable. You cannot blame them for just going for the fights now.
I don't know because they did it with 2 players up in that first Erangel match, and right there, Italux took out all of Tempo Storm by himself, using that rock play, outsmarting him, that jump off in the back end. I mean, we just saw G25, their wings spread right there. What a crazy, crazy fight. Moving on over though, you can see Meta 19 getting really close together, but man, I can't get over that play. That was insane.
There's a lot more to come. Because on 19, pushing in a line. Jacob got dropped in the back. Trix also got taken out by Nova. I don't know if Fears is in a position to revive him. Doesn't seem to be the case. 19 are now going to be down to 2, but Meta also on a revive of their own teammate with 3 up, and these are all teams that are on the southwest side. They all know that more likely than not, they're going to have to move once the circle closes in.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it right now. Next zone does go on up, and that is crucial right there for Meta and 19 as it's pretty close by. They're going to be able to get it. G25 is still alive in this next circle and holding the position. Only team really that has a great spot right now, but you can see Nova right now just being gate kept really hard. They're outside of this circle, zone 4. This next one's going to hurt.
I wouldn't call it gate kept. They actually have a good pathway to get inside the circle just staying along this west coast. They're not going to be in a position to try and put pressure and try and take control of the entirety of the circle, but they can stay alive, and I think that's all that really counts, especially on Sanhok, especially in a situation like this on not just the Northwest Island, but northern shifts.
And you're right, INTZ is in the buildings right now. Not sure if they're really looking down onto them just yet. Pyra does end up just getting caught and knocked right here. Bayo's going to have to try and pick him up quick because that's going to be the only second player he has alive. Team Queso holding this buildings. Ace trying to sneak in from the back, though. And it's going to be a battle outside of this circle as it starts closing. Ace has to take out Team Queso right here, right now, if they want to continue in this match.
A lot of nades coming out. A lot of smokes for them to get that push. Queso, are they going to give them the opportunity? Queso, in a way, I think, are hoping that Ace push quickly because they're not in the circle in their compound, but they can't focus on that just yet. But a fight on the top of the rock. Once again, D25, they took way too much damage, and they weren't able to hold all their angles. XSET execute. XSET, they deliver. They pick up a few points and a little bit of loot, and they take a strong position in the circle. It's not in the center, but the high ground cannot be ignored.
Oh, no, it cannot. And they tried their best right there to hold it down, but XSET just came knocking and was able to get that finish. Team Queso on the drive into this next zone. Ayala getting picked out of the vehicle. The Ronnie in full effect right now. And they are able to center out into this next zone. So the rotation, I think, end up being pretty successful. Bale, look at him in the kill feed, catching Ayala with that AWM.
I'll take that sacrifice. I will gladly sacrifice one of my teammates' blood for the blood god to find a center compound that was not taken. The fact that that building was free, I think more speaks to the chaos of this map and how difficult it is to figure out who is where, especially with this big giant hill that now XSET are controlling, blocking vision for a lot of the teams that were coming in from the east side.
Yeah, and you can just see right now, every team, they're just crossing their fingers, waiting this zone goes to them because, oh man, it does end up shifting to the north side though. Bayo, Cloud9, INTZ doing really well, but Meta Gaming, Nova, XSET, all got to get going right now. And look at the clock, 26 seconds remaining. They don't have the opportunity to fight this. They just got to get into this next zone, secure it. But you can see Ace looking back a little bit onto INTZ to try and catch these points.
Is that Rockin'? Is that Rockin'? I don't think it is. I think it's just barely on the outside. That's unfortunate because if they could hide there and just wait for the chaos from this hardship towards the north to finish off and get some placements, that would be great, but they're not going to have that chance. They're going to be forced to fight Cloud9, but XSET, they're forced to fight their own way, and they have high ground, but they have very little cover, and the shot's coming in. Where is that coming from?
Coming from all over the place. I mean, they got high ground, but they do not have the zone. Axel, Team Queso, all these squads are just looking right at them, looking to get these points, and they are gonna get them right now. And if not, it looks like the blue zone's gonna clean it all up. XSET have no real estate, no room to be able to get into this next zone. They are stuck up there.
The problem is that that's the only way down. Looking at the map, if it were a flat position, going towards the north looks like the better option, but the only way to get off those rocks without dropping to your death, essentially, is to run out in the blue, and at this state in the game, that's way too much damage.
Yeah, it looks like Nico's going to have to go for the heal strat right now. Pick up all his first aids from his teammates. Do the best he can. Nitsu able to get the knock and be able to get the quick lean back as Abdul almost had him right there. But yeah, Meta Gaming going to go out to that blue zone. Just such a tough rotation. Next circle does shift further south, though. So INTZ, they have been getting locked down right now. Team Queso as well. Look at that nade, though, from Nova onto Wildcard.
This is a good fight for Nova because the circle shift pulled away from them. They know they need to fight Wildcard here before they can push into the circle. And good initial nades, not finding the full finishes, full kills. This could give Wildcard an opportunity either to fight back or to fall away. But both these squads know that a move needs to be made now. You can see Nova already spreading away from that compound, but the nade from Acer is prepped.
Yeah, they got the heal strat's gonna have to come in. Sam's on fire. Oh, what a great nade from Acer right there. Here comes the second, and he's going on the aggressive, sacrificing himself. I'm assuming they ended up passing their heals off. If not, they're gonna go off right now because this is blue zone. It is chunking them. Pauly, one of the only female players here in the Pro League, getting it done, looking down onto Cloud9. Will they be able to get them finished off though? If not, the blue zone might just do it. Holding that angle right now, looking throughout that window. She-Fan's looking straight at it though. Great shots right there. Able to get the confirm. That's another kill. 3 kills for her so far. And she is holding this entire angle completely. It's on lockdown. Look at Cloud9. The Cloud9 was able to get to the edge of the circle right in that corner. Next zone does shift away from INTZ. So they're going to have to push in. Team Queso, man, they've been having to rotate like crazy, but it looks like they're going to get some real estate in this next zone.
A little bit. They're not behind hard cover. So if INTZ find an angle onto them, find the high ground, look, they're not even behind soft cover. It's just Axel on a rock, but that's not in the circle. Marco and Unnamed, they're proning in grass. That's all that they have to work with. INTZ, the same INTZ that we counted out in the very beginning of the game, were somehow able to stay alive long enough to be in a position to try and take control. But Axel holding the angle, catches 2 of them rushing out in the open. And it is just Gamma remaining, a couple of shots left, but no, not gonna find him.
That angle was so brutal right there. Axel just saw them completely run right into him, and they lost 2 players. Gamma, the last one alive in the building, and that is not in this next circle. And you can already see the nades coming out from both teams trying to get the finish. Bayo throwing it in that direction. Ooh, taps Marco pretty good right there. But regardless, you don't get hit markers with nades, so he's not going to be sure if that did touch him or not. And oh, it's snake time. Who's going to be able to see who first? Ooh, crucial.
Bit of a risky bandage. Here's the grenades going to crawl around. The circle does go in their favor, but how much of an advantage is that? Because no one has cover. INTZ are finally eliminated. It's just Queso versus Cloud9. That nade looks good. It rolls down the hill. It rolls down the hill. That's gravity in play.
I think that bounced off his pan or something. That was the most ridiculous nade right there. And you can see Cloud9 separated right now. Bayo on top of the hill trying to get the spot. He does have the ghillie suit, but Team Queso are looking right in this direction. Did Bayo see something? He saw him stop as he's looking in Axel's direction. This is going to be so close. Oh, this could be a massive nade if he's able to connect onto one. Not able to, just a little too short. And, oh, 2 ghillie suits. I mean, Pyro's got the cord suit. Bayo's got the ghillie.
Bayo?
Trying to...
Does he see something?
Oh, so close!
Both Cloud9 players are playing against the blue. He gets one, but is he aware of the player that's even closer? Axel right against the blue. He's too focused on the center of the circle. Axel just spraying out in the open. He's going to be able to find one. Takes a lot of damage, and the blues forcing him to push in, and Pyra takes the fight against Marco. It's now a 1v1.
Pyra's got the Groza, and he sees him, but no! Turn! Team Queso! What a close match! Pyra 1 HP, both of those players at 1 HP, but Team Queso getting the big chicken dinner right there. Sanhok, baby, always gotta be exciting.
There's nothing more to say. 9-kill victory for Queso. And they weren't even in the circle center power play, power position for the longest time. They had to rotate through so many different teams, through so many different rough situations, and they do come out with a win on top. But this was a hard game. That island is a hard place to play for anyone involved.
It's so crazy to see INTZ. You know, we talked about it, how I thought it was a loss for them going off that end, but they just shifted on over to that sin, and the circle happened to just go their way constantly. Just, what a great game. Jason, man, Sanhok, telling you.
There was a lot of things that happened in that match that really kind of confused me. First of all, we always talk about Cloud9 being a team that when they have 4 and they get into the late game, they always seem to do well. This time they had 3 because they lost Adder to INTZ fairly early on. And honestly, watching that final 2v3, there was a very good chance, probably more than 50% chance they should have won that final fight too, considering there was no meds left for Team K, so they were low on HP. But hey, for Cloud9 to get that far with 3 players, so atypical of what they've been doing in the past, and for them to finally have a breakout game, I think that's something that you got to be happy about, and something I'm definitely happy about. But you know what? We need to hear what our analysts have to say about it. So you two go get a quick little break, get a nice little popsicle or something, or a little bit of ice cream in you as we get ready for our fourth match. These things are going to get hot on Miramar. 7 and Glitter. Speaking of hot, that was a spicy finish to that game here, 7.
Yo, listen, teams that needed to step up, Cloud9, we were talking about it when we were watching the game there, Jason. We said Cloud9 needs to have a good performance, or people that were below that 16 were about to go ahead and pass them. Cloud9 being able to do that with only 2 players. And honestly, if Team Queso, if that last player from Team Queso didn't have the height advantage, I think Para would have been able to clutch there, especially with that Groza up and close and personal. With Team Queso, though, considering they only had 3 players and Nitsume wasn't one of the players that was out this time early on, they ended up getting that chicken dinner. 24 points, Cloud9, 16 points. Nova Esports out of nowhere, Glitter. We kind of saw them coming up and we actually thought they were in a really good position, but they ended up getting knocked, I believe, by Wildcard. Very sad. Nonetheless, though, 15 points for them. INTZ with some great plays there from Poly with 15 points as well. Wildcard Gaming, we haven't really heard much from them lately. Good to see them here on the first page as well. Influence Rage with 9 points. Temple Storm with 7 points. And XSET, even though they did outlast in a way certain teams, they just weren't able to really clutch up those kills when they needed to.
You know, it is at least good to see them making it here into that top 8 position. As we take a look here at the second page of our map ranking. But, you know, huge props need to go to Influence Rage and to INTZ for being able to kind of take themselves out of that slump. We see G25 here able to get 3 kill points and 4 points in total, BDM with 2. And then as we move on down the list, 19 Esports, Meta Gaming, Ace 1, all with 2 points, the Unnamed, Klaze Esports, and Tribe Gaming with 1, 1, and 0. But I think we need to talk on them for just maybe like a quick second, 7, because you and I have been kind of going back and forth about it while we're watching the games. Ace 1 is really, really struggling right now. We saw them, we were literally comparing them, calling them the new Loops, comparing them to Loops because they were just so dominant in our first week, and they've been struggling to repeat that performance here in week 2.
Yeah, with Ace 1, remember, it seems like the complete opposite of what has happened with Brazilian Rampage. Ace 1 started off hot, completely fell off. We just haven't seen the Ace 1 that we saw in the first couple of days. Brazilian Rampage was last place at one point. They kind of needed that spark behind them, and it pushed them, and they're currently just performing a lot better. Something else that I kind of wanted to mention of that last game that we might be able to see here on the highlights coming up is the play between G25 and Cloud9. G25 once again just trying to third-party Cloud9. The thing that I actually liked about Cloud9 is that they didn't continue on with the push. As soon as they saw it was G25, they backed off and readjusted, and ultimately it ended up working out for them by being able to get that second place.
Yeah, and I think that's obviously a lot of pressure off their shoulders, and hopefully the moment you were talking about there, we're going to see in our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. Also, I'm hoping we get to see G25 trying to fly close to the sun, a little bit of Looney Tunes action as they're flapping their hands, trying to stay in the air here as they just drop straight in on tempo. But speaking of dropping, I'm not sure if a lot of people noticed out there, J7 died, I think, to fall damage. So Tempo had a fight with 3 players up against G25 there, and you have to kind of wonder if J7 was alive, could they have maybe won that battle?
Oh, more than likely. The more players you have, the better chances you are going to have at winning an engagement. In that, listen, I'm not going to give J7 that much flank for it because it happens. Sometimes you end up falling off. I think going back to PMWL, if I'm not mistaken, we saw a player that could have just won by staying on top of the mountain, and they ended up losing because he fell off. So it happens, at least for his team, that were able to get a couple of kills in regards to 6 kills. So not bad considering with what happened there with J7. As we do see here, INTZ's performance there in the last match, I thought it was great. They took on some fights. They made sure they finished those fights right away as well, as we're able to see right there. And then with G25, I think G25 had a perfect view right here. The only problem is that XSET pushed up on them, and XSET had the numbers going their way. Something along the lines of what you were saying there earlier, Jason. With XSET having the numbers, they were just able to outpower G25, which was in a bad position, was either take the fight or jump off, and then we're gonna take that fight. But nonetheless, good job for G25 to at least being able to get like some kills there, 3 kills. As we do go on here, Glitter, this is the one I was talking about. It's just way too many people for only 2 players of G25.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes that happens. They've already had incredibly strong performance at the very beginning of today. So G25 is definitely, even on bad games or bad days, still able to kind of show us why they are currently in that first place position. As we are continuing on with the highlights here in the background, Pyra had a really, really strong game. I mean, you said it earlier, Seven, when we were watching the end zone, and I'm sure we'll see that come up here in just a little bit as the highlights get towards the end of the match. Pyra almost clutched this out for Cloud9, and it was really, really nice to see Bayo, like everybody kind of stepping up to the plate here, because this was like what we've been wanting to see out of Cloud9. That was such a close 3v2 there at the end. Great plays coming out of Queso, but also out of Cloud9. I mean, they still get four kills to their name, so it's extra points. They've got tons of placement points, and they needed this morale boost because we literally just mentioned in the last match that they were about to fall out of that top 16 position.
Well, they were only 1 point ahead of XSET there, and that would have been them dropping to 17th. So they're at least able to save themselves for now. INTZ, I imagine, jumping up the board as well. Let's take a look, though, at our total damage really quickly and see where the teams did place, obviously. And you know, it's kind of funny. You see Tempo, you see G25 so high up in the damage numbers, but so far down in the placements.
It happens. Listen, it happens. You end up getting unlucky. You get to do a lot of damage. We have seen the exact same thing that happened there to Tempo Storm, and you see it there out of Nova too, just putting out a lot of damage. 7 kills though, it's not something to be mad about. I think 7 kills is 7 points that you more than likely wouldn't have gotten otherwise, especially with Nova Esports. We have seen them leaving the matches super early on and not a chance to even get into fights later on when the kills might be a little bit easier, when you can third party a little bit easier. But you can see there, G25 as well, they put out a lot of damage on people just from that top hill, and then they ended up engaging there with Tempo Storm. That was ultimately their downfall, just losing players there with Tempo. Luckily for them, they were able to win that engagement with G25.
Or maybe we'll see. What's up, Glitter?
Did you notice that there were 5 teams all with over 2k damage in that match? And then past that, I think there was another 4 that broke 1k damage or 1500. What's happening in this one specific Sanhok match? Like, that is got to be one of the most aggressive Sanhok matches that we've seen, though. That is a lot of damage coming out of all of those teams across the board.
Well, speaking of damage, let's take a look at our top players then. And you can probably see, what, 1 player from each team practically with how it broke down. And there you go. We're going to see that. You got Queso on there, Wildcard, G25, and INTZ as well. But the damage leader looks like was Italox here, 7.
Yeah, Italox had a great performance. He was able to kind of clutch up there, especially against Tempo, and kind of giving them an extra push, even though I believe they were down on man. But the MVP for me is Axel. He played that so well, especially up against INTZ. He was patient. He used the cover that he had, Glitter. We saw him being able to kill Polly, as we do see there. Polly with 461 damage herself, 3 kills, not bad. But Axel overall, the way he was able to be patient, and that's ultimately what ended up winning the game there for Team Queso. Being patient, wait for the opponent to make a mistake, wait for the opponent to show first where they're at, and then kill them when you get a chance, and Axel did that perfectly there.
See, I'm still looking at Queso, and I'm still a little bit worried for them because, yeah, I know they've had a couple of days where their placements have been fixed. They were kind of placing higher in general. But again, last game, they lose a player early, they get a couple kills, and they go out in like 13th place, I think, getting 0 placement points. Here, they get themselves a chicken dinner. It still feels like a lot of the time we're seeing those hit and miss games here for Queso, though I think not obviously to the extent we've seen here for Ace 1.
Yeah, it's a lot better. You cannot put Team Queso with Ace 1. Ace 1 has completely fell off. we haven't really been talking good about we haven't been talking about Ace 1 whatsoever. Team Queso, hey, at least they're getting chicken dinners, at least they're getting kills, and at least they're staying in a way relevant in regards towards the top 16 here. Ace 1 hasn't really done anything. If they continue this trajectory, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them fall off even more. And it's not something, we're kind of almost halfway through this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. So they need to step it up, man. They can't continue on going this downhill.
Well, a team we have been looking at has, I think initially we thought we're going to fall off because they had like 1 day of good games and they started to play worse, have been improving as time has gone on. They've only looked better as the days have gone on as well. It's going to be Execute, and luckily we had the chance to sit down with them and talk to them before they came into the tournament.
Welcome everybody to the PMPL Americas Season 2. I am Glitter Explosion, and with me now I have Azute from XSET. Dude, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay, now obviously you're an OG in the NA scene, but just in case any of our viewers don't know who you are, can you just give us a quick introduction?
I've been playing PUBG Mobile since the game came out, and I've been in the competitive scene since it started. I've traveled to the very first big world competition, which was in Dubai, and that was amazing. And every year following since, like the tournaments are just getting bigger and bigger, the competition's getting more fierce, and it's just great to be a part of the scene.
You guys qualified in from PMCO North America, right? Mm-hmm. And you kind of dominated that entire process. So how are you feeling now playing against the rest of the top teams in the region?
Well, the team I'm competing with right now, Team XSET, I was actually not a part of the team during the PMCO stages. I got picked up going into the PMPL stages. I was actually competing with my own team at the time, and we placed 6th place. So we felt like 2 spots short from qualifying. But yeah, the XSET members, they reached out to me. They thought I was like a really good player and a player that could potentially bring more to the team. So I got picked up. As far as Team XSET goes though, when I was watching them play, like I do my own VOD reviews. I love the way they play, and then after being on the team for about 2 to 3 weeks, getting used to the team, I would say their play style is my ideal play style that I've always had in mind. So it's great to be on the team, and it's great working with them.
See, I'm glad you brought that up though, because I did want to ask you what it was like having to, or what it's been like so far, having to make that type of a roster change, knowing that you're now coming into PMPL Americas.
Yeah, the roster change at first, obviously we've been practicing and scrimming like twice a day, so around like 4 to 5 hours per day almost. And in the beginning, it was a little bit rough getting like the team synergy going. But you could tell from like just our recent performances, like week after week, it's been improving quite a bit. So it's great. It's great.
Before we actually close out this interview, I do want to give you an opportunity to at least kind of shout out your fans, thank everybody that's been supporting you on your journey so far.
Oh yeah, definitely shout outs to just everybody. Well, first I want to give a huge shout out to just the community in general. I think the PUBG Mobile community is one of the most supportive, nicest communities I've been in, and that goes to like all the competitors too. I follow them on Twitter, and they will post like their highlights, and we just be hyping each other up, even though we're from different teams and we're from different regions across the world. So shout outs to just the community in general. And then I would have to give a huge shout out to my girlfriend. She goes by Sakamai on socials. She's been with me from the very beginning. She's traveled with me to all the competitions. And a lot of people within the PUBG Mobile North America community know her too. And outside of it, because she's kind of more of a behind the scenes. She actually hosts a lot of the scrims that we do on our own between the both regions to practice with one another. So yeah, I'd have to give a shout out to them. And last but not least, Tencent and the people in charge of, doing all the esports and everything PUBG Mobile. I think you guys are doing a great job. And I love the focus on esports that they have.
All right, well, that all sounds awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today, Zute. We really appreciate it, and we wish you nothing but the best in your second season of PMPL Americas.
Thank you.
Mountain Dew? Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, here we go. Time to get into our fourth match of the day. We're heading back over to Miramar for our one and only time of the day. And we're going to have Group A sitting out. So again, we get to see Cloud9 if they can maintain that form from the last match. They can keep that one going here into their second. Or if maybe we can see G25 bounce back for another win, but even maybe B4. I know I mentioned it with the commentators before, but they get one chicken dinner a day, except one day, which was day 4 of week 1. So this team, maybe a little bit under the radar, though we've obviously talked about them a ton in terms of how good Nenebete's been for the roster. They are still looking to even get more points.
Yeah,
Fun fact, I was going to say real quick, fun fact about B4, their coach Knight told me that so far, they seem to be performing a lot better, and their favorite map is now Miramar.
Hey, we did that.
Yeah, it's definitely one team I'm going to be looking at here going into Miramar, especially since they're playing.
Their favorite map or their best map?
Both.
Okay. Well, I mean, they said Sanhok, and that confused
winning
the hell
on
out
it,
of
why
us.
wouldn't it be your favorite? You
That
know?
was last time.
Yeah, I mean, I would be with them if I were them. I would say any map that I do well on is my favorite map, which is why it changes every single day. But then again, I'm equally terrible in every single map. But going into this match, I think it's important here for Cloud9, again, to have a good showing. But I think there's a lot of teams out there still, because of how close it is in points, with how little points there are involved in a match now with the change to placements. You can jump from 18th to 15th really easily off one decent game. And we're going to find out which team might be able to do it here, as we're going to send you two off into the ether and bring you back once again for the breakdown. Now, you guys at home, like always, I say this every time, you can tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL. Maybe you want to talk to us about how you've loved these little info bits we've been putting up for you. For instance, XU getting 30% of their total kills today alone. There's a certain handsome man behind the scenes putting those together. We'll talk about that a little bit later as we bring our commentators in, Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, who are equally as handsome as the man backstage putting those little tidbits in. I'm only saying that because I've been very mean to you guys today.
How dare you?
How dare I?
So.
When am I ever nice to you, Jukes?
No, every single day. Only off camera, though. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? It feels good. It feels good. He texts me every morning, see how I'm doing, and I love it. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to buy you a spa day soon. You know, get your mani-pedi done, get some cucumber slices on your eyes.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Well, you know, don't worry,
saying
Cameron.
that he needs it. That's a bit of a mean.
Even if I don't need it, I'll take it.
This man has been working his butt off. He did PMPL Americas Season 1. He did World League. He did PMCO. He did the PMPL Scrims. Now he's back here for PMPL Season 2. This man deserves a vacation, but not till after we're done, because we still need you. Anyways,
not till after 2020.
You can come to Europe, where it's not as bad. But we should talk about, I guess, this next game coming up here, obviously, right? Cloud9, I think we should touch on them just a tad bit. We always seem to have to touch on them, obviously being one of the best teams in the region. They've done better in the last game. I mentioned before that they did it with 3 players and eventually 2, where the team typically does well with 4. Cameron, you look like you don't really want to talk about them, but I kind of want to make you talk about them.
All right, that's fair.
I have the power.
I feel like they're one of the teams, because they were so strong previously, they're actually having the hardest time to adjust to the new meta. They're not prepared to take all of these super aggressive fights. Usually they're able to get map control in an easier way, but that's incredibly difficult to do now in the way that teams are playing, and they're having to just totally adjust their playstyle because of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've also had teams like INTZ, who, again, have kind of gone under the radar, but have been getting some decent placings, moving up into the leaderboards. I think they might have broken top 16. But you know what? We're going to find out how the top 16 will fill out later on today. We're going to head straight into our 4th game of the day with Miramar, with Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis.
Thank you so much, Jason. As always, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 4. Let's take it over to the desert of Miramar. And one thing I love about this new Miramar is those Mountain Dew vending machines right there. They work. You can get some energy drinks out of those, and we definitely see like a lot of squads utilize that to their best advantage. With such a huge, massive map, all the heals you can get, the better. We're looking at the map's performance right here. XSET so far on top. We saw them go off just the other day with 21 kills, good damage. Let's get into it. Here we go, match number 4.
Yeah, and this playing path isn't as great as it has been on the previous maps, but I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. It's still Miramar, unless you're a team that absolutely has to go Valdemar every single game, no matter what, then no one should really be caught off here.
Yeah, you know Cloud9, they're going to go to El Pozo. That's where they really like to be. We have seen a couple of squads like to land near them, though, and start split looting, something that didn't really happen in the past. And I wonder if that's just the fact that Cloud9 hasn't been doing, or haven't been the Cloud9 that we normally see at this stage. But, it's something to definitely, I think about. We're looking at, of course, Tempo Storm heading straight over to the Pecado, their normal drop location. And, yeah, we're gonna kick this one off pretty good. And I'm going to be interested to see if we're going to see a couple teams drop onto each other.
There is a big collection of teams on that west side, but before that happens, you said split loot. And I immediately had a gut reaction of, oh no, why would you do that? Because we talked about on Vikendi how risky that can be in this new meta. But I think Miramar is the one map that it's not going to be as big of a deal. As long as you have, even if it's just one player who plays scout in the air, who pulls their parachute early, or even just all 4 of you drop as normal, but you just keep your head on a swivel, looking around, watching where everyone's dropping around you, the map is big enough to be able to split loot more comfortably. It could still be a little risky at times. Come on, this is not that situation. This is not a split loot situation. This is HQA still like Pitbulls, little Pitbulls because they're new to the game, but Pitbulls nonetheless trying to go aggressive onto whoever is in their area, and it's loops again. Loops every single time.
Oh, every single time. I mean, this is, I was talking about the guy at the top of the day. When I was getting a chance to talk to HQA a little bit, and Glitter was able to tell me that HQA said that they are not going to leave San Martin, no matter what. They will fight loops here every single time. And I've been kind of keeping track of the score, of who's been able to live the longest, and Loops is definitely on the plus side of it. So, I mean, you got to give it to HQA for their diligence to say, hey, you know what? Regardless, we're not leaving. But, man, they might not leave alive here. We'll have to see how that works out as we're going to a replay. Maybe something we missed. Federal did get that knock right there. Oh, and Thirst. So that's going to be 1 down for HQA. Pepito got some as well.
Wait, and there's a fight still happening.
Oh, yeah, 1v1 right there on the bottom side. Pepito getting the best of Blade with that M7. That was a really clutch finish right there. Jat G, yeah, tried to help out, but just might be too late. But he's going for it.
We saw a replay after that Loops knock of the first time that G25 got a knock on the Knights. So that is 2 kills right now that the Knights have against them, both picked up by G25. A grenade prep for Pepito. He hears the vehicles, but I think he has no meds, no armor essentially, except for his chest. I think at this point, it's all going to be consolation prize for him. This is not a bad start for G25. If he can get more, though, good. Oh, that's a good one! Oh, but a counter nade in return. Trade knock. Pepito is going to be out, and his teammates aren't necessarily in a position. No, wait, are they sending it in?
It looks like they're on. I mean, they are full boosting right now into that direction, but it may be just too. Yeah, they're heading straight towards them. They want to be able to get this revenge onto PK, and it's only a matter of time. Will they get there in time though? Jatji's trying to heal up, and look at this.
Down.
Oh, but he saw them coming. Oh, Flash is 1 HP. 1 HP reloading up right now. They did get Unico Ilu. And 1 nade is all it takes. You see Quinto on the other end trying to get that off angle. Will Jatji, though, will be able to get the finish on Italox? Or will he be able to get this res? Oh, the Molotov. This could be perfect.
Big.
Oh, that's the right.
It's the wrong area. It might spread just a little bit towards them. Even though Pepito did get finished off for G25, I do still think that that finish took way too long for the Knights. They tried to go for the revive first, and now G25 are in a good position to wipe out the rest of the Knights. They're still up into 3 versus 2. Jat G falling away. But Quinto here could find an angle, spots him rotating from one building to the next, and flashes on such low HP. And the bottom right, the fight between Loops and HQA is still going on, except this time compared to Erangel, the last time we saw HQA in a hot drop, they're the ones now on the defensive with Loops pushing in from the bottom floor.
I've seen this already like 3 times already. I mean,
right?
I mean, Loops at the bottom floor pushing up on the HQA, so they definitely have some experience in this situation. Interesting to see, though, it looks like G25 may opt to just leave it. Oh, Quinto with that mutant, so difficult to shoot from long range with that red dot, not able to hit the mark. And, man, or maybe G25's trying to get another off angle. Yeah, surrounding him completely is what it looks like. Interesting play. Quinto's running. Oh, he ran down the hill, coming straight at him right now.
Ooh. And Unico Idu, he was revived, and he is still waiting behind this dip. The issue is, the teams could be pushing it from the west side as soon as possible. So they want to, both teams want to finish this fight quickly so they can stall any pushes that are coming out from other teams. But in Quinto, he's actually going inside the building to try and start things off.
A flash there with that off angle, able to get it done with the UMP45. Jatji's about to get into a 1v1 right here. And I mean, there's 2 major fights happening at the same time. INTZ has that Uzi, the best up close quarter combat weapon to have for the most part. Jatji with the scar, trying to keep him away. Ring around the rosy between these 2 players, trying to get an angle. In the meantime, you got a major fight between Loops and HQA going on the bottom. This is just insanity. Will INTZ be able to find that angle? Can he find Jatji?
He's trying to peek in. He's making a lot of noise, though. Jatji should know where he is, more or less, right into the top floor. It's easier to hold that stairwell. And INTZ he's trying to go super aggressive onto this, just run up the top floor. He seems to know where Jatji is. On the outside corner behind the box, expecting it. But he doesn't want to push. He doesn't want to run into the angle held by Jatji.
Jatji just, I mean, these guys are just playing a game of hide and seek, and it looks like Flash over there has no health, no kit at all, so he's stuck with 1 HP. This is a big battle right now between Jatji and INTZ. You got the SKS popping out right there as well. Big standoff between both of these squads. You can see in the bottom right, Loops and HQA just holding angles right now. Yeah, if Jatji's able to get this finish, he can heal up and go help out Flash. If not, though, then, oh, yeah, PK is going to be in big trouble. We'll see right now. HQA eliminated. First team out again. At what point you got to give it up? Like Loops have been able to take out HQA there at Miramar every single time. And considering where they're at in the leaderboards, I don't think they have enough time to really, keep going with this. Oh, look at this push.
Lux, is he going to finally peek out? He was running around, shooting out the window, trying to force Jatji into making a decision, trying to bait him out. He hears the drop, hears the footsteps, and trying to track him, keeping a small angle of his camera on that staircase.
Oh man, neither player wants to get caught on a crazy transition. They're just trying to find that right opportunity, right angle.
It's going to get bad. I'm looking at the big map. Teams are pushing it from the west side because the blue is forcing them in from El Poser area. It's 2 teams, and if they come in directly on this location, which I think one of them surely is going to, this could get nasty.
That's what you have to do. Oh, Jatji put some shots onto Quinto right there. And that's the problem. Every single time you put shots and you extend a fight, early game, you always have to worry about that third party coming out of the corner. We can already see B4. Pedro, GG. Oh, the 1v1 happens, but INTZ catches him, gets the finish, and now, they're going to come and push Flash right here, and he's 1 health, 1 bullet's all it takes. But it looks like both teams lucked out with B4 going on the opposite side of the hill. And yeah, good luck, Flash, on this one. He is in a big disadvantage. He has to make an insane play. All headshots, really.
Yeah.
Especially with that UMP45.
Yeah, I don't know if the UMP45 is the weapon that's going to allow him to do that. Luckily, they don't know how low of health that he is, so they're playing like he's full health. This could give him an opportunity if he makes the right decision. And Quinto's going to the top floor, the very, very top floor, just to make sure and wait for his teammates to force it into a 2v1, not give him the 1v1 opportunity. He tried to force it in the end, but the low health would have been a miracle for him to even get 1 knock, much less a second knock or even a kill of the first for the final point. That being said, G25, they do lose 2 players overall. I think if they knew that this was going to be the outcome, they wouldn't have gone for that initial push with the 3v2. But at least they're able to secure it right now. We'll see what they can do as a duo for the rest of the game.
Yeah, not to mention 4 kills as well. So that kind of at least, you know, gives them a little bit of breathing room points-wise.
Something.
Yeah, it is something, that's for sure. Oh, speaking of something, Nenevete, he's going to hit that U-turn real quick as Klaze, they're in their Murado, heading on down into this next circle. Pretty still centered out, a lot of real estate still available. They're going to head over to the rest of their squad right there. Nice little gate peek they were able to do just for that good second. And yeah, right now the game, after all that insane start to this one, looks to kind of finally settle down a little bit as we hit zone number 2 and 3. That's the thing about Miramar, such a huge map. Rotations are so difficult though.
Yeah, the phase 2 was a bit of a hardship towards the west side, but it didn't seem to catch anyone out. In fact, because we saw most teams are actually on the west side of the map in general, so that's where most of them were stacked anyway. It wasn't too hard of a rotation for the few teams that were on the east to continue the push in. But space is starting to get at a premium. We've seen 2 teams wiped out so far, but it was due to a little bit of a hot drop situation. Now we're going to start to see the teams actually start to take those long distance, long range fights. And I think because of the action, we've seen some teams start to spread out. I say that Klaze are grouping up as a full group of 4, but on the map, I'm seeing a couple of at least small, itty-bitty, tiny splits.
And we can hear those shots come on out. Oh, it looks like it's... Are they... Where? I can't tell exactly what team they're shooting at right now. Perhaps trying to dial in their scopes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be interesting that they want to make sure that they're all set and ready to go.
Zeroing them in.
Yeah, zeroing them in, you know, make sure like 300 yards. All right, it's on point. We're good to go. Got to make sure that you
test the wind speed.
Of course, get those scouts.
Temperature of the earth.
Have to know it. Have to know
it. Is gravity different today than it was yesterday?
True. Oh, look, we did see a vehicle rotate. Oh, so we don't see nameplates.
Who's that?
But there's definitely a team up there.
Tribe. And P4.
Oh!
Actually, both of them.
And oh, they found Tribe. King A. Blew them up. So, man, they saw something that we can't see. That's for sure. What a shot. Now Telly in trouble as well. And they're at the edge of the circle. About to shift right now. They have no vehicles, though. That's the one thing. When you blow up a vehicle like that, if the zone hard shifts away, you're just on foot, and it's just too far. Yeah, look at it. Oh, baby.
This is a shift. Not only does it pull away, it's not even a hard shift, but it still pulls away from so many teams. It pulls away over an area that has a lot of field in play. The space is now the flip of a switch at a big premium. And we're going to be seeing a lot of the team trying to rush for the few hills, the few compounds that are left in play. Because if you're a team that has no option but to go into that field, that's a really bad situation to be forced to fight out of.
And you have to decide, right? Do we leave now and then get shot in our backs, or do we just have to take out this
like,
team?
Look at Klaze. Yeah, they can't move.
They can't move. It's just so, it's a difficult, these kind of shifts are so difficult in Miramar. And at one bad rotation, they blow up your vehicle and you're done. You are stuck out in the open. So they're going to have to just wait this one out. And while they're doing that, all the rest of the squads that are nearby are securing positions to gatekeep them as they try to come in later on. Yeah, look at Tribe. I mean, just throwing out smokes, doing anything they can, but they don't have a vehicle. They're stuck. They're stuck on that mountain.
Ooh. Klaze, they do seem to back off. They tried to find those easy points onto Tribe, who are stuck on the side of the hill, but they don't want to waste too much time because the blue's starting to close in. Question is, are they too late? There's a lot of teams that are basically standing in their way on the little bit of hill that is on that west side of the circle, overlooking Hacienda, overlooking that field just to the south of water treatment.
Dudu fell to his death right there. Not sure exactly what happened, but I really want to ask you this question before it gets intense. What do you think, especially with this new point system, and you know that circle is hard shift and being able to get into it, especially in a map like Miramar, is going to be tough. Do you just stay and get the kill points? Do you just go and risk it?
Onto Tribe?
Yeah, onto Tribe to get some points on the board, or try to make that rotation and possibly get taken out and get no points?
Tribe weren't giving the points up as easily as Klaze would have wanted to. You saw that there was a lot of cover there, and the blue doesn't deal enough damage for them to be forced to run out into basically the waiting arms of Klaze. So there was a real opportunity that they would have gotten maybe 1 point, but then started to eat too much damage from the blue, and it wouldn't have been a good use of resources.
And I wonder if Klaze just decided to, wait so long purely due to the fact of this new point system and realizing how much those kills.
You want to wait
valuable.
a little bit. Because if Tribe do go for an aggressive maneuver to try and get out of that situation, that's possible to take advantage of. But I feel like they waited a good amount of time. It wasn't coming their way, and they backed away before it was too late.
We'll see if it pays off for them right here. They are going to go through water treatment side, and we'll keep a close eye on that. But right now, we're looking at Ace and Influence right across the street from each other, right by Hacienda del Patron. But looking over here at water treatment, Klaze, this is where they opted to rotate onto, and they're going to be able to get some real estate. But where's this next circle going to go? This is going to be really important. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, shifts over to the west side, baby. Cloud9, Tempo Storm, Execute, all getting a really good zone right here. Really in favor of NA, as the rest of these squads are going to have to try and get in here. Look at Durso. Oh, Influence. Pushing hard right now. Onto Ace.
There's a good position for a number of these teams. Durso's trying to push in. Jump shot, but it's going to get punished by Myth, but immediately traded right back out. Influence are going aggressive on this fight because they know if they win this, if they can win this east side fight amongst these 5 squads out here, they can have a very strong position in the next phase, and they are dealing with each team as quickly as they can in order to not get third-partied and punished for being in the middle of a fight.
So many squads right nearby, too, having to rotate right past them to get in the zone. So the fact that they were able to get that done, like you mentioned, so huge. But Pedro, oh, look at him. He's got that M248X dialed in, trying to catch Orlando and Klaze that are in water treatment. This is the struggle I was talking about. That game, oh, hits the shot, but not in the head, as it's going to do about 80% damage. What a great, great shot right there. But, man, it looks like that happened to hit the neck, too, because none of his armor is damaged. Interesting to see, as always. And B4, though, they're out of the circle. They need to start rotating on in themselves.
Ooh, interesting rotation here by INTZ. They're one of the teams on the east side, and they're rotating all the way from the north. Unbeknownst to them, they're walking directly into a crossfire between multiple squads. Klaze, though, trying to deal damage to B4, and they want to go aggressive onto this as well. I don't know if it's because they heard the INTZ push or not, or they just want to get into their circle themselves, but this forces Mixzera to hide in a random shack, loses his vehicle, and even loses his life because of how chaotic the situation is.
These teams, that's what they're all doing right now, looking at any vehicle that moves. Oh, and look at the angles. B4 just trying to make the rotation, getting caught at the end. Klaze, that patience paying off right there. Able to get that finish. More points on the board for them as this is starting to get real dangerous. Polly, she is knocked right now and out. I don't think she's going to get picked up from the rest of her squad. Yeah, that's going to be done. I'm not sure if Seba was able to really see that, though. But he's not going to go for that thirst. A lot more on the mind as far as trying to get in this next zone. The Gamma with a long nade onto Alpha 7.
This is rough for INTZ because Execute are right there lying in wait and actually tossing out a bunch of grenades, but they were so busy trying to stop the push from Alpha 7. This is good on Execute, though. They can clean up. They can get a bunch of kills from both of these squads, and its fate is going aggressive. Gets one knock, trying to go for more onto a vehicle, pushing in.
Oh, so close right there. That tracking, he wants those back. Here comes Swagman with that long nade. This one could be big if it hits. It looks like it just might. Oh, baby. These nades are connecting all over the place. Fate sees one right behind him. Gets knocked as well, and he's going to get thirsted right there. Alpha 7 making a mini red zone over from the edge. Whoa. Gamma takes out 2 of them.
So much smoke, they might not have known that Gamma is lying in wait and deals a bunch of damage. The Alpha 7 are still alive, and they're in a position, I think, to be able to stop the bleeding. Swagwin just needs to get a revive of his last 2 players, and they're just barely inside this next zone, and there is just barely enough time for them to get the revive and push in, but they're going to have to push in through the last remaining members of Execute.
You saw I had to give away that res onto Swagwin or to Vit2K, I'm sorry, because Seba was about to go out. So it looks like they may be able to get that reset, and they're going to have to get into this next circle, but past Execute. Moving on over, we see Influence spread out right now. Oh, Garcia, look at him tapping that mini like crazy. Outside of this circle right now, trying to get some more information, more real estate. I'm surprised they're being so aggressive because they need to get into this next zone as well. And they're right on the edge. Zone 5, so deadly of a zone. Gotta give it to Brazilian Rampage, though. Still all 4 up right now.
Yeah, one of the 2 survivors of the east side fight. And I think Influence Rage, the other one that we saw pushing in from the south side, trying to take control of this east hill. I feel like they have no other option but to push into Brazilian Rampage, but it doesn't really matter because this hill is gone in the next phase. They're going to be forced to go out into the field.
And yeah, here they go. They're just it's about to just driving into that, finding any kind of spot. And Influence able to make it there relatively scot-free. And you can see Brazilian Rampage coming in a little bit later. Influence making it pay for it just a little bit. No knocks onto them so far, though. Oh, but here comes the bullets, all from all different angles right now. Both teams, though, able to make it in.
Oh, but Beowulf trying to defend against Loops. It's trades back and forth between C9 and Loops. And where's the rest of Cloud9? They're on the other side of that compound. They lose their teammate in Beowulf, but it's still a 3 versus 3, at least if they can secure this knock.
We'll see if they're able to right now. Pyro's throwing out some grenades. So you can just see C9 was trying to hold all this real estate. Somehow Loops was able to push up for free right there. What a nade from Influence from across onto Lil Boy. Really solid right there. Man, that Loops and Cloud9 fight's going to be massive between those 2 squads. Right now you're seeing right here, uneven. Running on in 1v1, Carrillo crouches, but uneven taking him out. Great plays.
Once again, it's just a Dean remaining, and he's in a vehicle for us. He has to come in and try and secure the rest of his teammates. Under the cover of smoke, he's able to get inside the building, but he's going to be able to stop this revive.
He's going for it, and he's able to get the revive, and that is it. Cloud9 taking down Loops in a big battle right there while losing Beowulf, their IGL, and one of their top fraggers as well. You know, they got to be pumped up about that. This is the Cloud9 we've been waiting to see. Oh, not that nade, though. Didn't want to see that one. Oh, almost paid for it big time.
It was so well cooked, too.
Oh, man, you know that got his adrenaline running, that's for sure.
A little bit.
Pumped up for the rest of this match. But, speaking of adrenaline, now you got to figure out how to get into this next circle. Yep. Zone 9 back into effect. They get the circle and execute, holding this roof right now. Oh! Tensa!
He gets an instant kill with that grenade, but it's still a 2 versus 3 push, I believe. No, it's 2 versus 2. Tempo only have 2 alive. Another grenade's going to come out. A little bit of damage, but no knock.
Another one from Tensa right there. Rain, it's 2v2 right now. Influence versus Tempo. And you gotta hope that Influence has some grenades to their own. But who knows, at this late of the stage of game, it's so difficult. Oh, here comes Castiel now. He's got the nades locked and loaded. He's gonna try to get one back for himself. This zone is so contested right now. Tensa, he's got one more. Can he get another? Will he pinpoint this?
Ooh,
65 damage.
No knock though, there it is. There's the follow-up.
Tensa with this angle so strong, but he getting third party from the back, has to give it up. Alpha 7 from across the map, making it hard on them. And they might just be stealing these kills. Telly does.
Now, the blue's pushing in, and they're going to be running to the waiting arms of Brazilian Rampage, but they're in the blue themselves, where none of these teams can move safely. Killswitch is able to get out of that compound, but he's still not across the road. It's all about running and gunning at this moment for these teams on the north side.
Gotta make a big play, And you can see him just kind of going for that heal strat, get a little bit more placement points. No choice from Nunez as he was wide out in the open. And look at how many solo players, still 6 teams remaining in the zone. Telly tried to cross, but no, sir, denied from Vid2K right there. That's gonna be Tribe out in 6th place. Nunez getting takeout from Killswitch as well. Another team down. A lot of solos alive here in this match. Man, just goes to show like they're doing everything they can to survive, sacrificing so many players.
You have to. Whether it's on purpose or not, it's a 2-2-1-1 left. And V2 forced to heal strat because he's running out in the open and he's aware of Killswitch's position. Doesn't want to give the point away, just going to try and wait as long as he can, hopefully climbing a placement point or not. I'm hoping he has a good number of first aid kits though, because Killswitch is doing the same thing.
6 alive, imagine you go out right now, it's 4th place. And oh, what a charge! Oh, baby! Vid2K with the M249! Saying, now I'm not going out in 4th place, I'm getting 3rd, baby!
3rd place, that's extra kill and 1 extra placement position in terms of points. But now we're looking at the final 2 teams. It is a 2 versus 2 Tempo versus Cloud9. And Cloud9, they might have the compound, but the circle says this is Tempo's turn. This is all Tempo's game right now.
And they do it. Can they do it? They get. Oh yeah, they are in a pretty position in order to do so. You see Pyra in the buggy, trying to make a push up right now. Is he gonna get caught out? Oh, look at that
good cover
bait from Uneven. The buggy bait so strong. Oh, and if he hits this nade, Cloud9, that would be so huge. Oh, he gets
Oh my God!
Cloud9.
How are they getting away with
Cloud9
this?
waiting for? Like they're just going insane right now. You know he's got to be coming down. That smoke, too, perfectly placed. Here comes Uneven.
Oh, yeah.
2v1.
You got to follow up on this. You have no choice but to push. You're in a 2v1. Don't give them any time to go for the revive. And even if you don't know where Rain is, you have your teammate behind you to trade if he gets the first knock. He's got to hope for a lucky spray, but it doesn't matter because they find him. They find him and don't give him the chance. And Cloud9, I said this was Tempo's game.
That's it. But, I mean, C9 win, baby. I mean, what a crazy play. That was so just beautifully executed there from Cloud9. They baited out Pyra with that buggy. Yeah. Uneven held that angle perfectly well executed. Then that nade. I mean, man, that is so difficult to win right there. I mean, I mean, what else can you say? That was just beautiful.
Don't let that player get to those hay bales, I guess, but just the way that Cloud9 played that with one player holding the angle, waiting for the peak in response to the vehicle. At that point, it was all on the grenades from Cloud9. Could they land them? And it was the first one that nailed it.
Oh, man. Jason, come on, man. I mean, I was talking about it earlier. I said, you know, C9 has no business being underneath 10th place. And then look what happens, huh? Talk to me.
Sorry, I'm just cleaning my glasses. Is that Cloud9 winning? What, did I see that right?
Yeah.
Didn't I just say? Didn't I just say? And Camera's like, oh, I don't want to talk about Cloud9. That they played well the last match, and they come into this one and win. Prophet Kaplan is here, boys.
I mean, this is crazy. This is insane. This is the Cloud9 that we've been waiting to see for so long, and for them to be able to get a dinner in that fashion, it's gotta hype them up. They gotta be feeling great, and it's so funny because this is almost a meme at this point. Cloud9, you always see them kind of struggle at the start of the tournament, and then towards the end they start coming on back. So this may be the beginning of the Cloud9 comeback, baby.
Well, you know what? You two have to calm down because I think Cloud9 have just pretty much riled up Hot Jukes. Cameron, take care of your man there. Let's talk to our experts though about that last match. Seven and Glitter. What have I been saying here? Seven wrote him off. Like, yeah, after. I wanted to do your voice there.
Said after today.
After yesterday you said after the day yesterday. You're like, all right, that's it. Glitter, you got my back on that one?
I mean, I heard him say it today, but...
That means,
thank you, Glitter.
Wait, I mean, he said yesterday, end of the day, and then he's saying today, end of the day. When are we going to stop giving the end of the day? Probably when they win here. Hey, 25 points, 10 kills. Alpha 7, though, let's be fair to them. They get themselves 10 kills as well here, Glitter.
Yeah, this was kind of a crazy game across the board for a few reasons, but Cloud9 so desperately needed this win, and I was saying that while we were watching them play, and I was watching Pyra prime his nade. I was like, come on, Pyra, Cloud9 really needs this. You guys really need this. Instantly knocks Tensa to get the win. So happy for them. Like you said, Alpha Esports 10 kills. Tempo Storm getting a ton of placement points for themselves and 3 kills as well. Influence Rage, though, huge game for Influence Rage. 11 kills. You see, they only had 2 placement points, which means they went out early. They were just taking down teams left and right, so that's huge for Influence Rage. Another strong game for Execute, coming through 8 placement points and 3 kills. This is really, really good for them as well. I think they are just busting their butts to try to get off of that 3rd page by the end of today. Loop's able to get another 8 points, and once again, we're seeing Brazilian Rampage on this 1st page being consistently consistent throughout today, not wanting to miss out on that top 16 position, and then Tribe Gaming rounding out the top 8 with 6 points. Here's 7.
I'm enjoying that consistency out of Brazilian Rampage, especially the way they started. But yeah, Cloud9, what a performance in it. I think we're gonna probably end up breaking down a play there between Cloud9 and the engagement with Klaze Esports. That was just wonderful to see. It was wonderful to see Cloud9 being able to recover, being a man down with Beowulf. As we're gonna be going here towards the second page, and some surprises there. G25, a very early on engagement there with Pittsburgh Knights that took a long time, and even Cameron was saying, I wonder if it would have been better for them to just kind of, you know what, back off from it. They ended up losing Pepito, but at least they got 4 kills there. Pittsburgh Knights only being able to get 2 points from those 2 kills. INTZ with 1. As we go down the list, we see B4 Esports there, even though they were saying that Miramar so far is one of their better performance maps. It didn't seem to show on that one. And then H1 with 1 point. And then once again, towards the bottom there, it's not the first time we saw it. Yesterday, we saw them getting close to a win, helping Quit Addiction with 0 points. Dropping on Klaze Esports, and they cannot continue to do that. It's just not good.
That's
not good if you want to make top 16.
That's the risky play. I think we talked about like rolling dice with this, where you can drop. If you beat Loops, great. You get 4 kills, you get 4 points. You might lose a player or 2 or 3 potentially, but then you have to hope to somehow be able to still place well throughout the game, or you ditch the fight and you just have a better start overall without having to worry about that early engagement. Then again, where are you going to go? Obviously, a lot of other questions get involved, but as we take a look at Cloud9 up against Loops here, we are seeing Loops in general kind of having the better stats here, Glitter.
Yeah, and especially if you notice at the top, they're actually 1 match behind Cloud9's matches as well. So that kind of gives them even another little bit of a boost when it comes to kind of bettering Cloud9 in the damage category, the damage received category, their average kills per match, their average knockouts, and their average assists, which is kind of crazy, only because they're so close, but they didn't used to be, right? Like, I think that those stats used to be very heavily sided in Loop's favor, and that's not the case anymore. These teams have really kind of leveled out as far as their consistency and their gameplay goes. And I actually think that I don't know, it's 1 game, but if this is Cloud9 starting to find their groove...
2 games. We gotta count Sanhok.
Okay, that's true.
It's true.
It's two because they did have another decent game. I would be a little bit concerned if Cloud9 continues to do this. They have a week and a half to fix their first week of gameplay, and they're definitely making a play for that right now.
I like how you mentioned like their stats are relatively kind of similar now. Before they were more one-sided towards Loops, but before that they were both the same, but just equally bad. But now they're kind of coming back together in a better sense, we should be saying, for them. Let's take a look, though, at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments of that last match. And there's obviously going to be a lot to break down, but off the bat, again, 7 Loops. I feel like more often than not, they're winning that initial exchange up against HQA.
They are going to win it. And HQA, in a way, is just starting to become that little annoying bug that once in a while will sting you, and you won't be able to kill it before it stings you, and then Klaze Esports ends up losing a couple of players. But the main reason why I kind of brought it up is because helping Quit Addiction, I believe they were in 23rd place. They cannot afford to hot drop people. They have to worry about placement points as well, and just collectively, they had to find like a good happy medium. Remember back when we started, as we were saying the same thing about Pittsburgh Knights, as we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights was only just putting up kills or only putting up placement points. They were able, at some point there, find like a medium. Helping Quit Addiction needs to do the same, especially because everybody else that's under top 16 is starting to improve. Something else I kind of wanted to touch on here with Cloud9 is I did wanted to give them up until today, which is the kind of the halfway point here of league play. And the reason is because they are that team that we know they can put up performances like we just saw there. We know they're that team that can maybe put up 30 points in just 1 match. And if I'm not mistaken, going into this last match, I think 7th place and 16th place, the only difference point system was here, Glitter, it was only 30 points difference. So a win can make it or break it here for a team.
Yeah, and we were kind of looking at all of that stuff earlier, waiting to see how it shakes out by the end of the day. But that's why performances that came out of the likes of Influence Rage here, we actually just saw, we're seeing some of their clips now. We saw their engagement with Ace a little bit earlier. That's why those games are so important, because the fact that, essentially a mid-level position is only 30 points away, and we've seen teams score that amount of points in 1 chicken dinner run from 15th place, like that's a huge jump. So when a team like Influence Rage gets 11 kills in a game and they were on the bottom half of those rankings, that is an instant bump to that squad, because I mean, that's a type of performances those teams that we're going to be looking at that are going to start hovering around the 17th, 18th, 19th place positions. We're going to be looking at those squads to see if they can have those performances and really jump up in the overall rankings, while the rest of these highlights continue to play in the back. And once again, 7, Brazilian Rampage. Yes. What is happening?
Listen, not the flashiest, right? Not the flashiest thing we have seen of Brazilian Rampage with only just 1 kill there. But as long as you're able to get some placement points, as long as you're able to get within that top 5, that's when most of the teams are going to be able to collect those placement points. If you end up in 8th place, I believe you only end up getting just 1 point. So they keep getting closer and closer to that top 5, and I'm enjoying it. We've seen a huge improvement out of them, and I think maybe next time we do a show here, we're probably going to have to focus on them, because it has been night and day in comparison to the Brazilian Rampage that we saw before and the Brazilian Rampage that we have seen this past couple of 3 days.
I mean, I think we need to talk about one more play in there real quick that we didn't get to see in the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. It was the kill switch versus Virtu 2K fight that happened at the very end, pretty much, when you saw them trying to heal it out in the blue. Virtu 2K played it slow. He didn't, push too early, and then he made his play. He made his rush, and Kill Switch sees him running open field, easy kill. He goes for the shots, and Virtu's like, nah, I got this. Turns, whoops straight to him, finishes him off, and gets the point. Like, that was such a sick shot, honestly.
Yeah, that's what you expect to see out of a player like that, especially with the gun that he had. And he was a player that we were seeing even earlier in the game too, Glitter, that we saw great performances out of him. With Kill Switch though, even though he get turned on, he did at least was able to survive the longest from his team. So far, over and over again, Kill Switch is becoming that player that Execute can rely on to get the extra points.
Yeah. Well, let's actually take a look at our damage now from that last match. And honestly, it should be really interesting to see who's going to have the most here from all of these teams. And it's going to be, it looks like, coming up right now. Oh, wow. Okay, that's of course going to be Influence Rage. Again, team that gets 11 kills. They've replicated this performance now twice. They did it on Vikendi back in week 1, day 4. They got 11 kills. And it's nice to see teams have performances like this, Glitter, but I feel like for them, these performances are just too far in between.
They really are, and that's, we keep talking about that, and it's something we'll probably just continuously mention is how important that consistency is. But that's why I was saying, even if they can still manage this, it's better than nothing, because they were sitting towards the bottom, and clearly they have the capability, right, to be a strong team. If you can put up an over 2k damage game, an 11 kill game, and you've done it multiple times, you can do it. You just have to figure out how to repeat the performance consistently, as we're seeing 1700 damage for Cloud9 as well, being the second highest damage in the lobby. But I think in general, this was a relatively even and kind of a little bit lower damage game, honestly.
With Influence Rage, it's not the first time we kind of seen those numbers out of them. I was looking at their stats here so far, and with Influence Rage, they have 96 points. Out of those 96 points, 67 points are kills alone. So with Influence Rage, if they can maybe focus, as we were saying with Brazilian Rampage and with other teams, getting into that past that top 8, so you can start getting those placement points as well, I think they could see themselves in the top 16. They know that they can frag out, as we've been able to see over and over again, especially when we compare some of the other teams that are nearby them. They don't even have anywhere near the 67 kills. So Influence Rage could be one of those teams to look out for.
Kind of similar to Tribe too, with having a lot more kills and placement points. But you did tease us earlier on 7. You talked about Cloud9, you talked about loops, you talked about a play you wanted to break down. You know what? Come on, put up or shut up. We got to see it.
Is it go time? Because this one, Glitter, do you want to take it? Because you're the one that kind of saw this coming. You're the one that called out this engagement right here.
Yeah. I'll start it off and you can finish it off. But I was looking at the minimap, I was watching it, and I said to you, 7, I was like, Loops and Cloud9 are about to fight. And you were like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, watch this rotation. Loops instantly crashes into Bayo, and you see instantly that's when he goes down. And okay, the reason that I specifically really wanted to talk about this with you, 7, too, is because how many times in previous seasons have we seen the Cloud9 Loops engagement? And every single time we saw this happen, it was Loops that came out on top here. But this time, Cloud9 could not have played this any more perfectly. Once they realize that Bayo goes down, they are able to get a knock on Kayovsky as they come come through. And as soon as they realize he's down, they just kind of go for it. I don't know where this confidence has come from, but I love it. They instantly take the engagement with Loops, and they're able to trade some knocks there. And while Uneven is worrying about getting Pyro back up, Adder's kind of moving up to see if he can finish off any of these kills, and we're waiting for Dadeen to crash in with the vehicle there at the end. Honestly, this was fun for me, Seven, to watch here.
Oh, it was a lot of fun, and something that I kind of wanted to highlight with Adder, and something that we kind of see a lot of players make a mistake. First of all, good job, Cloud9, on getting that win, that engagement. Something I really enjoy from this year is the way Adder was able to make the decision right away. Hey, I need to go help out of my teammate. And you're going to be able to see it here on the minimap. You see him super far away from his team, and the Dean is a lot closer. He decides to wait that extra split seconds, and that's going to cost them the fight, because you can see Adder's going to start pushing up, especially once Uneven and Pyro see that the other players knocking Federal, I believe it is, they're going to make that extra push and just try to go finish that team up. So overall, they're Cloud9. I think they deserve, finally, that confetti.
Yes.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
You know, I think Uneven deserves his own confetti in some aspect as well, because not only does he clutch out that like 1v1 inside the house, he also clutches out the 1v1 pretty much towards the very end of the game, able to close it out and get themselves the chicken dinner. Typically not a player we talk about a lot. Usually it's Adder, usually it's Beowulf, the two really having to be the big fraggers for them. But, you know, good to see Cloud9 have some sort of breakthrough, get some victories under their belt. I'm curious if that can translate now into victories later on throughout the week. But before we can even get to our next match, we got to talk about the Esports Awards yet again. If you guys haven't been paying attention, they're still going on. You can vote for your Esports Mobile Game of the Year. And of course, you're going to be voting for PUBG Mobile. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure you vote there. And if you do, like I said before, if you message Glitter, if you message Seven, if you follow them on Instagram, they're going to give you a shout out in their stories. So make sure you guys do it if you want to appear on their 39 million followers stories that they have, of course, with all of those followers. But for now, we have to head to a short break. And of course, when we come back, we're going to be kicking off our final match here of the day.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For their combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Well, here we go. Final game of the day. And of course, as we start off the day on Erangel, we finish the day on Erangel as well. We're going to have Group B sitting out. So unfortunately for Cloud9, after that success of finally getting their first chicken dinner under their belts, they have to, well, sit out. They don't get to continue that momentum. But hey, it gives them the nice morale boost going into the next day, which will not be tomorrow. It'll be 2 days from now. I guess technically 3 days from now. It'll be on Saturday. Let me just say it that way. It's a lot easier. But you guys, looking at this forward, we're going to see Wildcard in this. We know Wildcard do well at the end of the day. We're going to see Loops in this. Loops have been looking kind of okay, kind of better. Seven, you look like you're in deep thought.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about?
I'm trying to see how XSET is gonna finish off the day. Honestly, they've been such a story today with being able to perform kind of well here with the 3 matches that we played before. I kind of want them to finish off strong. I want to see a great performance here from XSET.
And you know what I'm kind of sad with, Glitter? Tempo haven't looked as good today as they were yesterday. We were kind of talking about like J7's addition to the team, maybe having a little bit more of a rocky start today, or a rocky day.
Yeah, and it does happen, but I was kind of looking forward to seeing how they were going to do today, especially after their performance yesterday. So, you know, maybe next time, you know, it's okay. We
Maybe
still
next
have
time.
a couple
There's
more
other
days in the week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, well, you know what? We're going to start that final match of the day now. We're going to get rid of you two. We'll bring you back one more time before we finish the show. And we got to bring our commentators in who are definitely ready to go. I even need to look at Hot Jukes to know how pumped and excited he is. And I don't need to look at Cameron to see how disappointed and disapproving he is of me. Hey, guys, there it is. Told you. Didn't have to look. I knew it was going to be there. Final match of the day. Don't hurt your neck, man. This is going to be crazy. Cloud9 get their win. Obviously off the rest of the day now. I kind of maybe want to ask you two about a particular team who unfortunately won't be playing this game either. Ace One. They have definitely fallen off hard. And at what point do we start to give them kind of like the Cloud9 and the Loops treatment of like, where's this team going? What's going on with this team here, Hot Jukes?
I don't know. I mean, considering where they're at and how far they've dropped, and I know it's kind of crazy to be like, hey, they have been falling off like crazy and they're in like 6th place. But at the same time, you have to consider where they were on the scoreboard just a few days ago. So, I mean, they definitely, I think it's possible that they have such a lead that maybe they're playing a little bit more relaxed because they're really focusing more on top 16. I'm not too sure, but if they really want to kind of go and run and gun for that top 3, they got to start fragging out and playing like they were at the start here of this tournament.
Well, one team, Cameron, that has seen the weakness within Brazil right now with Loops underperforming, with Ace One not doing too well lately, is Brazilian Rampage, who has seemed to definitely hit a level of consistency, slowly climbing up the leaderboards. My question, what's this? What's up? What's up? What are you thinking? Oh, well, he pulls this the old Cameron Davis trick that we saw from World League, if you guys didn't see that.
Oh, baby, let's go!
It's bound to happen at least once, just like Hot Jukes predicted a team who's not playing in a game. Cameron's going to unmute himself, but not have a chance to answer my question. Maybe he can do it when you guys hop in a game, because the game is ready to go. Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, love you guys. Take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go. Last match of the evening, baby. Let's get into it. And we're taking it over to the brand new Erangel. I love this map more than all. And, you know, I love it. Players love it. I know you guys love it at home. And let's do it. Let's get on the play. Cameron Davis, ready, buddy? Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm ready. I thought I was ready already, but I don't even remember when I don't even remember when I muted my mic. That's the thing.
Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem.
When did it happen?
Jason asked you a question, and you know what? No answer was needed. That's the big thing. You know, that's the most important thing right there. But you know, we're looking at this so far, and it looks like we're gonna have a good old-fashioned remake, baby. That's why you didn't say anything, Cameron, because you're like, yo, you know what? Why do I gotta say anything when we're gonna go and have a new game right off the bat? So, Cameron, I gotta give you mad props, dude, for just being ahead of the game on that one.
Right? Yeah, why waste my content here when I know we're gonna have at least a couple more minutes just in the short future to talk about things. But no, what I was gonna say to Jason was that, yeah, the Brazilian Rampage games, they've had a couple of good games. They've made it to the late game. They made it to the late game in about 4th place, 4th place on Erangel the first time. They had a 2nd place, no, like a 3rd or 4th place on Vikendi, and then even on Miramar, they were able to make it into the late-ish game. The problem is, none of those games, they made it there with any sort of ounce of control. They were able to basically sneak into areas that were difficult for teams to keep an eye on, and they just had 1 or 2 players hiding out until they were forced out by the blue or by the rush of players leaving a compound or the city. And so it looks good on paper, their points today, at least compared to the previous matches, but it doesn't read as consistent, doesn't read as reliable for me.
I mean, I think it's a totally good point. I think it takes a little while for them to be constantly doing that before we really say, hey, Brazilian Rampage is coming to play. The interesting part, though, is I think that was the meta of the old point system. We saw a lot of teams kind of do that, just play really slow, work on position more. Cloud9 was really good at doing that here. And now we're starting to see so many teams that we didn't really expect pop off with this new point system because of the aggression. And I think Brazilian Rampage now finally realized that, hey, that old one is not going to be able to work. But hey, the main thing is Alpha 7. Alpha 7 have been really doing pretty solid here so far. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's almost the inverse of Brazilian Rampage, because Alpha 7, I think they were actually one of the worst teams placement-wise in the very first couple of days. They struggled to find any sort of point, and I'm still not going to go out and say that they're going to be world beaters right now, but they actually have been looking better in a more controlled way. They've been taking fights, they've been successful. Like the very first Erangel game, I was actually sort of critical of them despite winning that game because of how sloppy they were controlling that big giant compound. We saw them have to concede a couple of those buildings on that large compound for teams pushing in, like Brazilian Rampage, but they didn't need to lose a player in order to do so.
True.
But it's those small things that they can easily fix up. The fact that they're putting themselves in position to even take a little bit of control, even during the pushes that we saw them go aggressive with on the previous games, that's a team that I think we're actually seeing develop a lot more, and I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be in the top 16, but I think that there's a big chance that their grand final placement might be better than their group stage placement.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to see if this is going to be that moment where they start taking off and really start getting it going here with this new meta, new point system, new era of PUBG Mobile. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and toss to a great interview we actually had from the source itself, Alpha 7, and then we'll be right back right after that.
We're back with another interview, this time with Virtu2K coming in from Alpha 7 Esports, one of the teams who were invited to play here in PMPL Americas Season 2. And I want to start off by asking you, how does it feel to be playing yet again now in your second season of PMPL?
Na primeira temporada nós não tivemos o desempenho que nós gostaríamos de ter. Agora estamos na segunda temporada com um novo patrocinador, com uma nova estrutura e temos certezas que vamos dar bons resultados.
So thinking back to the first season of PMPL Americas, what did you guys lack in your team to qualify for the World League then? And have you been able to work on it since then to hopefully qualify for PMGC this time?
A princípio, o que faltou na temporada passada, mais pro finalzinho, foi as nossas mudanças de estratégia que foram um pouco comprometidas. Que nós já resolvemos isso e vamos trabalhar nessa segunda temporada.
Well, what do you consider your best moment of your career so far to be?
O momento auge da minha carreira, eu acho que foi na primeira temporada da PMCO desse ano. E acho que foi o meu melhor momento ali de jogo. E, segundamente, foi a experiência com a primeira temporada da Pro League.
What's your team's goal heading into Season 2 of PMPL Americas?
Nosso objetivo é sempre ficar na parte de cima da tabela, trabalhar nossas estratégias e dar o nosso melhor para se manter lá no topo.
And last but not least, who do you consider to be your biggest rival going into the tournament?
O rival mais forte que a gente tem, com certeza, é a Klaze Esports.
Well, Virtu2K, I want to give you the chance to give a shout out to your fans out there who are rooting you on here to do well in this next season of PMPL.
Eu agradeço a todo mundo que torce pela Alpha 7 e confio em nós, confio no nosso trabalho e com certeza essa temporada da Pro League a gente vai dar um resultado muito melhor.
Well, I wish you and your team the best and can't wait to see what you guys do coming up into Season 2 of PMPL.
Obrigado.
Obrigado.
What a solid interview we saw right there. I mean, man, Alpha 7, they've been, like you mentioned earlier, they've been one of those squads I think that are finally starting to adapt to this new meta and getting some good games in. Erangel, that chicken dinner, we've seen it. I mean, with G25, with their chicken dinners like they've had so far, they've almost like became a new squad. I wonder if this is the time for them to really start going on that trend. But it's crazy how many different teams are starting to do the same thing.
Yeah, I think this is really good timing for these teams, the PMCO teams, to face off against the PMPL teams in the culmination that we call PMPL because of the meta change, because of the points change. And I know we talk about this so much, but I think it's such a critical part of why we're seeing the leaderboards stack up in the way that they are. Cloud9 is, yes, starting to come online, but it took them a while. Ace 1 started off strong, but they're sort of falling off, is that because the teams like Loops, like Cloud9, that have a bit of a slow start, are now turning on, but then you see the teams like G25 that started at the top, and they're one of the teams that are staying there because it feels like they almost understand the meta better, or at least they're executing upon it better.
I think it's kind of hard if you look at it from like I'm trying to figure out why is it like the top teams we've seen before, like Loops and Cloud9, struggle so far. And I think it's interesting because before they were able to kind of just dominate a position, rotate really well, and they were just kind of shooting at teams that were just laying down for the most part, going for placement. But now it's almost like an absolute shock, right? Every team now is fragging out of their mind because this new point system. So it's like their play style has to change and mindset completely, as opposed to these other squads that just got to start fragging.
Yeah. But honestly, none of this really matters. It's all about making the top 16 and making it to the grand finals. And that's where we'll see all of this training, essentially, that this group stage is having, going to happen during the grand finals. Is G25 going to stay on the top? Or are Loops and Cloud9 going to get switch.
Take it out of there.
Swap together in one word is swatch. Oh god, this is a disaster. Are they gonna get their strats in line?
See?
And still be at the top. This is a disaster. Please save me.
Oh, no. I mean, it's absolutely right, man. You know what? Most importantly, we're getting to get the game. Game number 5 right here. And yeah, I mean, it's crazy because it's not something that I think we expected to see. Cloud9, the fact of even thinking of them lower than top 10 was something that we're just kind of like, how is this possible? But now, I mean, finally, we're starting to see them kind of adapt to this new meta. Cloud9 sitting out of this last match where we got Loops in the plane. And they're definitely a squad that are going to try to bring the heat here. Wildcard are back in this one as well. Nice southern plane path. It's not Wildcard's particularly favorite type of plane, as they like to go to Severny.
Yeah.
We're going to see right here which teams are going to be able to come out on top in this last match.
Yeah, a lot of the planes today were pretty fair, pretty even. This is the first one that we're seeing that is going to force some teams like Wildcard on the north side potentially to make some difficult decisions and drop elsewhere. We might see, I think it was earlier last week that we saw on the final Erangel game on a similar plane path, about like 4 or 5 teams on military base. Doesn't look to be the case right now. I think there's only going to be 2 there, BDM in the melee base proper, and then B4 in Novo.
And I love to see these squads, like the research they do, and how well they adapt to every single new team here. Military base circle, baby. I mean, we haven't seen one of these in a minute, but look at this. Team Queso and Ghosty from Defeaters right close together. And this is this something that we just constantly see here with Defeaters?
Is it? Or is it Queso trying to go for more aggressive early game maneuvers? They seem to have success today. Whether they make it to the late game or not, it's a good strategy for them to pick up points. This might be on purpose. Ghosty is sprayed with the M4, doesn't land anything, and the 2v1 push is coming in. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they're trying to get him right now. You can definitely see. But the only thing is that they need to get some loot. They want to be able to get at least a vest on them. Ghosty did get this building priority, so he's pretty well set up, but he does not have the numbers advantage. Yeah, just trying to kind of stop the bleeding. I think he's waiting for his team to probably come help him out. We're starting to see the mini-map. They're coming. Only a matter of time right now. So I think that's all Ghosty's trying to do is just buy the most he can, wait for a squad to come help him. And I think it's interesting because Team Queso, we don't normally see them land very here. They normally, on this kind of zone, land towards that mansion area. So Defeaters with the split loot getting caught off guard.
Oh, it's not even just that one player. You can see on the map, vehicles are pushing it from the east side, but it doesn't matter because they take the top floor, they take out Ghosty, they finish him off with the pan, and just in time because the backup has arrived. Now they have the top floor, and now it's their turn for their teammates on the hill north to put some pressure, but the Defeaters push is coming in full force. They are not waiting a single second.
They're pissed. They're pissed. They're like, you panned my friend? We're coming after you, but can Team Queso hold it down? You were right. The places have been traded. See that? Looks like a nade coming in from Fishy. Gonna go a little too far out right there. Yeah, let's got the pan. Trying to reduce that sound as best as possible. Here comes the rest of Team Queso, though. So Defeaters, they need to get this done really quickly and take out these top 2. And here they go. Ayala, great knock. Oh my goodness. Richie, last one up with the Vector. Team Queso with the duo, take out the rest of the 3 of the Defeaters. Marco with that window play. That was disgusting. The disrespect right now. Look at the BM coming out from Team Queso.
The hold there was perfect. Even though both Queso members, it wasn't a crossfire, they were both on the same angle from those stairs, the way that both of them could basically peek at separate times. And Marco on the window, as you mentioned, just absolutely tearing them apart. And Defeaters, once they heard the Queso teammates from the north push in, they knew they had to go. They could not give them any time to then pincer them from the top floor and then the outside. Fortunately, that sort of rush forced them into a bad position. So such a great early game hold by Queso once they stole that building away. And now this puts them into potentially control of that western bridge. They're a little low on loot, especially those first two players in that initial fight against Ghosty. But if they can get that figured out in like 30 seconds to a minute, they can then hold down this bridge and get even more kills on rotating teams.
That's one of the most strong positions, I think, for this zone, without a doubt. And they still have all 4 up, so they're definitely doing really well. And they're going to get a treat. We saw that beautiful Mountain Dew vending machine right there. So they're going to get some good little refreshments as they get set up for this next bridge camp, because they're going to need it, because this is a really interesting position to hold, especially a military island. Every time you get a military circle, you know it's going to be a lot of fun. You can see Alpha 7 trying to push down this bridge, but they are getting gate kept pretty hard from B4 right now. You know, hey, they're playing this one really careful. Oh, wait, Vit2K, he's on Military Island. Law. Look at him right here.
How did they cross? They must have gone first. They must have gone first, then B. Oh, no, because B4 were in Nova to begin with. So B4 weren't ready to stop, to camp that bridge until the first 2 members of Alpha 7 already made it across. And I like how they put those 2 players on the East Coast. But Swagman spots it out. But it doesn't matter. They don't want to force this. They don't want to lose 2 players. The fact is that they have their 2 teammates on the island already, which means that they can guard the coast. And if the 2 northern players can find a boat and boat across, this could be still a good maneuver, a good save for them.
You called it perfectly. Look at them going straight towards this boat right now. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Kind of waiting right now, possibly. I don't think they want to wait too long. Also, see how they're blowing out the tires to that dossier, just in case. They're saying, you know what? You're not going to be able to get this one in the late game. Rest of the time, spot rotation. Yeah, what a play, though.
My worry is that this circle is not necessarily going to be a military-based circle. There is, I think, a 65% chance that it's going to be Millie, but there is a reasonable chance that it's going to stay on the main island if we do see a northern hard shift or even a northwest one on phase 2. So I'm a little worried that they're putting all their eggs into one basket. But it's better than being split. That is better than being split.
I think that's the hardest part, I think, right here as an IGL, because you have to basically make a bet, right? Do we go north? Do we go south? Where will the zone go? And you just have to kind of try to use your best prediction skills possible, look up to the sky and hope you're able to get it. And I think that's why Team Queso's position is so strong, because regardless of whether it goes north or south, they have that bridge pretty well controlled right now. And one thing I do notice you guys can't see is Pittsburgh Knights. They went from Primorsk on a boat, taking it down to military base as well. A lot of nifty rotations coming out from players here on this military island circle. Definitely one, you know, they studied for.
So XSET there, we saw them grouping up into a compound just on the southeast of Milta on the coast, ready to cross, but they're not putting, to reuse the adjective, not adjective. Why is grammar getting away from me? Why is vocabulary always running away from me? The adage of all their eggs in one basket. I think they're just waiting for phase 2 to close, and that's because they're coming in from the east side. They don't have as much information. They don't want to go for a risky bombing rotation, bombing maneuver. Nova here, they're in a similar situation. They actually see HQA just to the north of them, and I think HQA see them as well. This is a bit of a standoff that we're watching.
Yeah, just like you just see like it almost looks like every single team has like a question mark over their head as they're just trying to kind of figure out what's the best play, what's the best area to hold right here. And XSET, they moved away from Milta, going down into the bridge. That's going to be interesting to see as it goes on. Oh, Federal. Big sights onto Axel, but he's going to let him go for now. Doesn't want to give away his position as they're trying to sneak up on Team Queso. Now, Team Queso, remember, they had Fairy Pier, and they've been holding this bridge. But loops, like some snakes, are just coming around the corner. Oh, he sees them. Nitsu does get the rotation, though. Dadin Can he get this
Good
knock?
shots, but no initial knock. Yeah, and then the 2 players on the lighthouse aren't able to have the angle onto Dadden anymore. If this grenade can find him, it could be a lot. Opening the door.
Oh, my
oh, that
goodness.
looks good. Oh, he's inside. Okay, he's inside that shack, but INTZ knows where he is.
Nitsu, so strong. I mean, you can definitely see why he's one of the most aggressive players for Team Queso. Fearless, even against a Loops player. To make a play like that was beautiful. And that's going to get the flush onto Dad, and Loops are now stuck as a 3-man. And I wonder if after this... Oh, look at this angle from Marco. He hits him, too.
Ooh.
It's a couple of touches.
He's caught up. Yeah, he's tagged in return. I think Loops, with that hilltop, were supposed to cover Dadeen because they had angle on that door, but they just weren't set up in time. Nitsumed found basically almost a lucky window that he was able to push in, essentially for free, and because of that, Loops now are forced to fall away. The circle did shift. It is going to be a medium west shift. Most of it is still military bases, a little bit of the north of the Western Bridge in play, but at this point it is going to be essentially a military-based circle.
Oh, and look at this, Jet G. Just got his eyes. PK, there are the snakes in the ground. Oh, they got caught! They waited too long. Jet G ends up getting shot here, and trades going all over the place. Can Pittsburgh Knights come back from this? Blade with the mini. That's a very, very thin tree. Not a lot of cover there. He's going to have to do a defensive smoke as Law gets the flush onto Jet G. Man, it looks like they were trying to wait for the surprise, but Alpha 7 got them good glasses on. We're able to catch him out. This could be a great nade, though, from Goldblade. Really hit this.
That one nails it. Good grenade, as you called it. Alpha 7, the rest of the teammates are rotating up, though. But can the Knights steal this back in their favor? Goldblade trying to go for the spray. Gets a couple of shots. It does get the knock. So all of a sudden, Alpha 7, this is falling away from them.
All away from them big time. It's just Matos last one alive right now. Trying to hold this angle. Goldblade, you saw him there with that tracking. Speeded it up real quick to get that knock. Oh, this could be another solid nade. Will it hit? Goldblade saw it coming. Able to get away from that one. And you can see Blade just putting that same pressure with that Mini 14. Matos is going to hit the reverse on this one. Possibly on over to Law. Nice driving. Oh, 1 HP though.
Thought he had the angle covered, but Goldblade is going aggressive and not giving them the opportunity to turn this back into their favor. They only just barely stole this away. This was Alpha 7's fight, and they lost their grasp on it. It is now going to be potentially 2v2 if Matos can get the revive, but Knights putting the pressure on, and the follow-up grenade forces it into a 1v2.
And here comes the pre-fire. You know they're going to pre-fire that rock like crazy. Oh, Matos is so stuck out. He's got to make a crazy play. Not able to do it. All done. And Loops was taken out early from this one as well. So the military island circle not doing too many favors. Alpha 7, we're just talking about them, saw their interview. They got taken out early on this one. I mean, this is just a tough match rotationally for all these squads. XSET, they went for the swim on this. And you can see HQA and Meta right across from each other holding down this bridge. And neither of them can take it because they are going to get shot out instantly. We'll see which team decides to go first, though. They have to be aware that they're right across from each other.
This is so bad for both these teams, especially if the circle is going to shift further towards the west. There's a lot of water there, so it can only go so far. But I just hope the meds are on point for both of these squads. And there's a moment that you have to call the play, even if it's a bad one, even if it's an unfortunate one. The rotation is called by Meta. They're just pushing through. They're saying, fine, if you can take 1 or 2 of us out, that's better than staying in the blue with nothing going on, taking too much blue damage, but none of them are getting knocked yet.
No problem. Hey, you know what? When in doubt, hit the gas. And it looks like Meta, almost their entire squad was able to make it there. Luquitas, I don't know if they realize that he's done. Oh, Pedro from across, though, put some work on them. Will he go and take these shots? He does give away his position. Guys is going to be able to survive.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, that is really unfortunate because he's going to have to swim
and you can't
heal while you're in the water. Yeah, he's in big trouble.
And B4 taking advantage of the situation as well. So Meta are actually losing their resources, losing their players. It looked like a good cross at the start because of the lack of shots landed by HQA. A revive is going to be attempted to come through, but there's a point that you have to call placement. I know the meta isn't the placement area anymore, but trying to go for the revive on this, and look on the map, HQA are still crossing that bridge. This is still, okay, drive-by shooting.
That was beautiful right there. And Meta, oh, Gatsby's not going out without a fight. I don't think he's gonna get this first aid off. He knows it. And goes down to the play zone right in front of Skies. Oh, I love that play though from Gatsby. Saw how you just jumped out into the water just so that they can't get loot. The pettiness, love to see it.
Or the point actually, because if he was taken out by the blue, they're not gonna be able to pick that one up.
True.
Where was that from?
Rolex Meta. Now, you know he's so mad that his squad got wiped from this. But if he does get this knock on a Q and beat what? Brazilian Rampage are here now. This battle of the bridge.
This battle is a battle for nothing. It's a battle for scraps because they're going to have a couple of points. There's 1 point for Brazilian Rampage. I think HQA have 1 point themselves. Meta might have 2 or 3 depending on what they got onto HQA. But where are they going to move after this? Shots from Tyrant. He's about to get hit.
What? How does QA survive that right there? The man is unstoppable right now. We're doing everything he can to survive. Meta's on the bottom waiting for the jump down. They hear him. More smoke's coming out from Kiwing right there, hopefully to try and get some real estate. Oh, great angle from Nunez. Put a couple shots down range. Says, hey, go ahead and get in the circle, man. Don't worry about this no more. The Kiwing, he is just will not go down.
Ooh.
And one good nade. That's all it takes. He's locking it down. Pre-nading.
It's not far enough, but the smoke blocks
the drive.
both teams' vision. Oh, that a little bit of damage, and the vehicle in the way gives Kieran the opportunity. Doesn't get the knock, but deals a lot of damage to the blue. Should do the rest. Garcia is also taking so much damage from the play zone, but Kieran doesn't want to stay any longer than he has to. He's trying to pull away, but that vehicle is giving him some trouble.
It's got no tires. It's got no tires. He's trying to go. Get some and gets caught at the end from Ailton. Oh man, HQA. Battling out the best they possibly can. And at this point, I don't think you can go for the res. It's just too much damage. I think he's going to go out to blue as well.
Might at this point. Look how far they have to run. The blue has shifted away from them every single shift. We're now on the west of the military base, which is the teams are going to be playing for. And we see a number of teams here trying to fight through the military base, trying to fight through the plain graveyard. And it's the hills on the west side that teams that got there early have just been able to control and picking up the scraps. Though, that being said, not as many scraps this time around because so many of them have been killing each other out in the blue.
I love this new Erangel. A lot of these new spots that were covered and great locations that weren't there before. I mean, this is going to be a great finish to this match. And look at this. Rafa, really quick, trying to catch him off the bike. That thing is going a mile a minute, but Cat not going fast enough as Goldblade on the other side was able to pick him up. And Pittsburgh Knights, they made that boat tate all the way from Primorsk. So this is a really, really good situation for them. As it looks like they're going to just stick there for right now as they're in this zone. EDM trying to get the revive right now. Wildcard Gaming, a lot of big teams taken out really early here. They went out to blue zone.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the worst things about a circle that is military based, but it is not fully military based at the beginning, because then too many teams are sort of playing the outside just in case, what if, we don't have to push into the military base so quickly, and then there's all this fighting on the extremities, and it makes it incredibly difficult to even be able to outthink your opponents, think your way into the game.
The ultimate troll indeed.
Basically.
You know, you're just like, okay, we can play our bets, hedge them up here up north, and then try to make the swim down south, and then it just hard shifts further and further away.
Yeah.
And not enough meds to be able to get on into this circle. But PK, they made the right bet. They took the boat nice and early onto the western side of the island, zone locked right there. It's paying off big time so far. But Meta still alive, so they were able to make it with at least 2 players. You can see Execute on top of this hill, looking down, just trying to hold this edge right now. Team Queso centered up. It's gonna be a big battle right here. Well, just Fate Sido Quitas.
Sees a vehicle.
You can hit a nade from here if you can.
I don't think he's trying to waste his resources. That might not necessarily be worth it because nades can be so powerful in the late game especially. He just needs to keep him pinned down behind that vehicle. There's no pressure on the west side outside of Meta. Who, by the way, remember, this is the team that had to cross against HQA on the east side. So the fact that as few members as there are there are able to make their way into the circle is a feat of its own.
I'm surprised that he even took those shots right there, Fate. I mean, because I think that I was kind of like thinking maybe he didn't want to give away his position. That's why he didn't go for the shots on the buggy, but opts to go and take the tires out from that bike way across the way. Oh, Duck! Lighting BDM on fire! Usa, where did he hit that Molotov from? That had to be from a good angle. Next zone, about to shift. And it goes to the hills, baby. You can see Execute holding it down. Now they're going to be really looking to get aggressive here as the rest of these teams. Duck is holding this one house inside circle. Oh, he didn't get the pickup?
Hello?
You know what? I'll tell you what. Duck was probably like, man, you don't got no 5-5? I bet you do. Had to go ahead and take that loot.
You're not sharing.
Yep.
I'm going to make you share, but 19 now trying to rotate away, and the Knights still, Goldblade is still going huge, landing the shots, dealing damage where he can. And now 19, or at least what remains, all three of them having to rotate all the way on the south side. And you talked about Execute, they're on the top of this hill. The problem is it's not hard cover, and they're gonna have to potentially fight away multiple teams pushing up to their position. But if they can land their shots, they can deal with the enemies pushing up. They can get themselves a good chunk of points. They already have 5 and still 4 remaining.
And they definitely are going to see them right there. And Goldblade. Goldblade was able to get a couple of knocks. And it looks like XSET, Juicy, was able to get that blow up, get those kills away from Execute. So Execute knows that Juicy's there now for sure. And, oh, man, but, I mean, I'll tell you what. Execute on top of that hill. They got the lay of the land. They know exactly where everybody is. Oh, look at those shots.
Oh, good angle.
Oh, the laydown. So strong, especially with that DP.
He's trying to do what he can where he can because this push up the hill is going to be very, very dangerous. In fact, he's backing away. He's going to try and play on the low side because he doesn't want to push into XSET's position.
Yeah,
Sorry, Execute's position. He is XSET.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, though, I mean, yeah, Execute, XSET, definitely two close teams right by. They know they're right. He's right there. And Juicy, especially after hearing those bullets on that last team, he is stuck right now, trying to find a position on his own. The Ran going down to fall damage, and Juicy again stealing kills. 4 of them. This man is just adding more points. Oh, but can he get away on this buggy? All you gotta do is shoot out one tire.
Execute have such a wide spread on top of this hilltop. It's gonna be hard for him to find an angle that's covered by multiple sides. He found a rock, but where is he getting shot from? It's gonna be BDM on the east side. It was only a matter of time. A good pull there for him to grab those final 4 points for his squad, but there was nowhere for him to go.
I mean, yeah, that definitely helps though, right? Any kill points, especially considering that, 8, there's only 1, but look at this. Rafa taking out PK on that rotation. That's these zone shifts. Not easy to do, especially when you got these squads just waiting for you right there. And Execute still on top of this hill. They got to get aggressive at one point to really start getting these kill points because Team Queso, they have 7 so far. And they got to push up the hill right here.
Look, yeah, because the circle shifts in Execute's favor once again. But it also shifts in Meta's favor. If they had more players, maybe we could see them take control of something. And Execute's, their hilltop is getting smaller and smaller. I think they do still have the peak of it that they can play on, overlooking the rest of the game. But Queso still 4 up. 7 kills for them already, and they are spreading out into 2 separate pairs. We talked about the split meta is over. At this state in the game, you can work with it if you know what is available, if you know where the enemy teams are, and they're trying to catch crossfires, trying to take control of this area.
Gotta make some big plays. Gotta make some big plays, and you gotta get it done. Rolex trying to throw a cheeky nade through that window. Doesn't connect on the Team Queso. Execute, I mean, at some point, they gotta flip that switch. This is the game you hope for right here. When you have so much lay of the land, you gotta just get aggressive and make it difficult for these teams to rotate on in. You got the blue zone to your advantage. You don't just wanna wait and let these teams push up for free. And you can see Rolex, he is hunkered down in this bunker right now. Possibly looking to gatekeep some teams on the other end as he has Luquitas safe in this next circle. We'll see how it all plays out though. Look at Nitsu. Got the dossier right there, using it for cover against the top hill. Love to see that. And BDM, here they're gonna go on the drive.
Spotted by Queso, finding a little bit of a dip. That's where they took out Juicy, so they know it should be free. Problem is, what angles are safe? It's gonna be a hard pull for them. They are spreading out a little bit of good, basically airdrop, but unfortunately, Execute have the angles on lock, and they're not letting them climb up. It's just 1 member remaining. Fameboys here securing that kill. What can Duck do as the last solo player? Takes down Exil.
They're getting some big shots right now. I'm surprised that they were able to get that far up on the hill. But Execute, they're just playing it really diligently right now. Want to secure this chicken dinner. They know they got the right position. Oh, Nate, just a little too short for Fate. Oh, Nitsu with the AUG. Catching Fate out. And Execute's really separate right now. They got to be really careful not to throw this match because this should be theirs.
It should be. But we've seen Queso crack open hard nuts before, and good grenade's gonna give another kill. That's 9 for them. Axiel is still knocked in the distance, trying to crawl in. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get revived, but BDM is finally finished, and we're looking at 4 teams. Meta still alive, sneaking in on the west side. Rolex leaving that shack that was outside of the play zone to cross in while the action was happening on the east side and the south of this next zone.
Sneaky. Speaking of sneaky, look at that angle from Killswitch. Not able to get the knock though. Just yet. They're down a member. Now they no longer have the numbers advantage. And you mentioned it perfectly. Meta just sneaking their way on into this fight. And earlier, you said 9 kills, make it 10. Team Queso just added another one right there, taking out one more squad. Top 3 squads remaining. And Team Queso have all 4 alive.
So the circle shifts once again towards Execute. But we saw what the terrain looked like there. They don't have the compound anymore, and it is basically a big flat plateau. Queso are playing on the low ground, using the terrain, being able to peek over it without revealing themselves. And smokes are coming out, grenades coming out onto Killswitch. If they can take him out, that'll remove a key part of Execute's control, as limited as it is right now.
See right now how it's going to work. Oh, Team Queso's up to go to the right, but they don't realize that Meta is waiting right there for him. Oh, look at Rolex's angle right there. He sees him, and he's waiting for the whole team because nobody sees him. Axel's running right towards him.
You gotta go for the shots now. You gotta go for the shots now.
Here he goes.
His teammate got the first, he's getting the second, trying to go for the third, trying to go for the fourth even.
Not able to do it. Not able to do it. Here comes Execute. Off those knocks, but Lukitas is still there on that top angle. He can play spoiler right here on both of these squads if he plays it just right. Fame Boys, oh, what a perfect nade. It's gotta probably be able to hit just a little too far though. And look at this, Execute doing 2-1 as Fame Boys is on this off angle. What's gonna happen here? Axel, Killswitch just confirming those points, just in case. Doesn't hurt. Axel, you can see him in that bush. He's the main angle, main squeeze. Oh, he put some bullets on the Killswitch. Give away his position, though. And that's it. Lukitas, top 2, baby. Has done it. Meta is set up, and look at this. He's going to get the knock and thirst.
Secure the kill. Secure the kill before the rest of Execute jump on you. He's able to do it. And actually puts himself in a 1 versus 2. This is a winnable position, especially because he does have high ground. If he pushes forward and grabs that rock that you see in the distance, he could be able to work his angles, but he doesn't want to be too predictable. And so he's staying on the outside, wants to wait for some more information to come his way.
I think he knows that, you know what? Hey, that's within grenade range. And if they have a nade, they hit that rock, I'm done for. And you can see some good smokes coming out from Zute as Killswitch goes to the other angle. That's going to kind of grab the eyes of Lukitas. And we'll see if it ends up paying off. He is just on this hill, eyeing him big time. Those look like possibly bait smokes right there. We're trying to see though. Okay, they opt to just trying to make the decision. Which way do we go? Do we go left? Do we go right? The zone though is gonna favor Execute because Lukitas has to sneak his way up. The rock is the only cover, and with those nades, not much at all.
Is that rock perfect? Is that rock even in the next circle though? That's the big question. And you say Execute, the circle does go in their favor, but just a little because they have to move forward as well, and there was almost no terrain in the next circle if my judgment is correct, comparing the map to what we see on our screen in front of us. Zute is holding on the low ground up close, Killswitch a little far behind.
We can see Lukitas able to secure it, gets the knock on to Zute. So clutch, 1v1, baby.
Secure it, and secure the kill. The peek isn't coming. He's going to use a smoke to get closer for a little bit of safety. More smokes coming out, trying to make this as chaotic as possible for the end game, because now Killswitch has more information. They both spot each other.
He's trying to get on the open. Killswitch challenged him in the open, and Meta take the win right there. How did this happen? What a finish. from Luquitas. 5 kills on his lonesome execute. Just not able to get the chicken dinner there at the end.
I am gobsmacked right now because this was supposed to be either execute or Queso's game. First, Queso made the mistake of going out in the open and not checking their sides and just going across snakes. Yeah, sure, you can't expect a team to be where Meta were, but if you look at the teams that are alive, you know that there's more than just execute. And since they just took out BDM, that's sort of the last place that's available. So that was a little sloppy. That's not a throw, though, because execute were still neck and neck with them. But then, just the way that Luquitas was able to crawl around and stay undetected for so long and just kill by kill got there in the end.
They had the zone. They had the zone. They had the priority. In my opinion, I got to say it. To me, that was a throw. You know, I don't know. But what do you think, Jason?
I'll give you my
answer. That was a hard throw, man. They had
one quick, decisive movement, okay?
You see it. Look,
you didn't see it.
I saw it.
Oh, I saw it now.
I saw it.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
thank you, Cameron. I appreciate it. What was that? Come on. I mean, you have the 2-on-1. They, like you guys were saying, they should have known he was going to be behind the rock, and yet they push out early and give him the initial 1v1. I was saying to Blake back there, I was like, man, you're giving him a 1v1 if he hides behind this rock, and Zute gives him the 1v1 initially, and then Kill Switch again rushes out into the open, so then he can take the fight, or Luquitas can take the fight however he wants to. And then he peeks out, gets the kill, game over.
For me, the biggest part, though, was they had the angle. They had the entire circle there. All they had to do was just push up, play aggressive. But it looks like they got the zone, said, hey, let's just kind of play this a little bit safe so we can get position. And, man, just didn't end up getting the win right there. But, wow, what a way to finish this day.
Despite that,
chicken dinner.
Despite that, it was so great to see Execute get into top 2. They have definitely been improving throughout all day long, throughout the last few days. Again, we talked about them as being like a newer team. Obviously, Zute is a veteran within them, but still, there is that little bit that he needs to teach them. And again, they get the experience under their belt. They've been getting better. And you know what? You guys have to go because you need to go start your weekend now, as we have 2 days off until we're going to be seeing you guys coming back for the weekend. So we'll see you guys later. And 2 people who do not have the weekend right now, not yet, is our experts who are waiting, ready to go. I know exactly what Seven's plans are going to be after the show finishes. I know exactly what Glitter's plans are going to be after the show finishes.
Not choking.
What's that?
Oh, yep.
Not
choking. That was a huge choke. Listen, that's the 2 best players from that roster. That's maybe not best players, but first of all, you got Zute, the most veteran team in that team, right? And then you got Kill Switch. On top of that, he's the best fragger out of PMCO. And what happened there? Like, you can't even explain it. Zute, how are you going to move up Zute to that and still give an angle knowing that he could perfectly move to that rock, as we are seeing here the standings. We can talk about it over and over again. Listen, luckily for them, they did end up putting up a lot of kills. Ultimately, they end up tying in regards to points. They have performed amazing today. You got to give that to Execute. But the last match, I even told Glitter, I was like, they cannot allow to choke this. Not with those 2 players there left. But even more kudos there, Glitter, to the meta gaming player, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, Luquitas actually just big brained everybody at the end there, and so he will get his props because that was just incredibly well done. And then as you see the rest of the list, we've got Queso coming through with 21 points in a 3rd place finish. That's insane. PK able to get a few more points onto their score, which is going to be great for them. BDM, once again, first page, 10 points. Great day from BDM Esports. XSET actually having a decent game with 4 kills, 2 placement points. The Unnamed up here again, and 19 Esports up here with 4 points to their name. I mean, oh God, that ending is really throwing me for a loop right now.
You know what?
At one point, I know Jason said you said it was a 2v1, but at one point it was a 3v1.
Yep.
See, I got thrown by I got thrown by BDM actually in this one because they had zone for the entire game. They had military. They sat military for forever. And then they only get 2 kills and come out with 8 points. I'm a little bit sad. I was hoping for a little bit more because they had zone so early. They had the opportunity to pick up so many kills. Yeah, they get 10 points, but I feel like there could have been more there, 7.
Oh, yeah, there could have been a lot more. Sadly for them, they were just in a bad position. they weren't able to do anything, and everybody was just kind of waiting for them to kind of make that push. As we go here towards the second page, Brazilian Rampage, if they finish off the day here on the second page of this game. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with the performances and the improvements that we have seen out of that team. So I can't say anything bad about them. B4 Esports, even though they haven't had one of the best days, they're still able to put up some numbers there. They're not ended up with 0 points. As we go down the list, Alpha 7 Esports here with 2 points. Help Quit Addiction with 2 points. I like seeing that out of them, even if it is kill points. At this point, just try to get any points you can get. Help Quit Addiction, because the top 16 is going to start getting farther and farther away, especially with the hot drop strats that they're doing. You have Nova Esports with 2, Wildcard Gaming there with 2, Loops Esports with 0 points, and Defeaters with 0 points, Jason.
Yeah, some tough times for Loops after having, again, some glimpses of some good signs. But, you know, that's how it's going to work, unfortunately, for you. But I am really curious, when we get to it, how the overall rankings have changed. Again, Cloud9 was on the verge of dropping out of top 16, but with their chicken dinner, they should be, relatively okay for now. But I believe we're going to go into our team stats, actually, for number 1 team. And obviously, Meta, they did play spoiler quite a few times here, actually. Thinking back to, like, Rolex on the East Bridge. First of all, that East Bridge was just a bloodbath. It was a slaughter. What you had, who'd you have? Brazilian Rampage there. You had Meta there. You had HQA and Rolex, like, far off, out, away from the bridge, just sniping players left and right. And then Rolex later on was a nuisance to the backside of Queso, as he was kind of lurking inside of one of those bushes. And then Queso eventually got pushed as well. So Meta, I don't know necessarily what was going on with some of that, but they won. They got good points, and you can't really knock the end result, right?
Yeah, it wasn't a lucky win. You can't say that was a lucky win, because Luquitas played that perfectly. He played that the best he could, considering that he was out of the zone. And the thing that throws me off more is, as Jukes was saying, Execute pretty much had zone. All they kind of had to do was just wait. He was going to get pushed out of that rock. I really don't understand why Sute would push up and give him an angle, knowing he's a veteran player. He would have known that if he stands up on that rock, more than likely he's going to be able to kind of spot him, or if he makes any movement, he's going to be able to see him and kind of shoot him there as we go here towards the Mountain Dew game fuel moments. So interesting stuff, honestly. I think it comes down, Glitter, I think it comes down to maybe both players not playing together long enough. You have to remember, Sute really didn't play last week that much. This week, the week 2, is when we start to see more gameplay out of him. So I think if maybe they had more reps together as a team, I think that would have been a completely different story there for Execute.
Yeah, that could have easily just been, like a timing miscommunication, right? Because had they pinched at the exact same time, been at the exact same distance, and kind of went from both sides of that rock, it could have totally turned out differently, because then while he's focusing on one of the players, the other one's shooting him in the back, right? And then that's the ideal situation. That's what probably should have happened. And it could literally boil down to just the timing being off. And that would be super unfortunate if it's something that small, but also kind of lucky if it's something that's small, because that should be able to be fixed in the future pretty easily, right? As we actually do see a lot of the carnage that was going down on the bridge. Some of this was stressing me out so much, especially when I think there was a point we were watching from Helping Quit Addiction's perspective during that fight, and you were watching it with me, Seven, and that there was just a lot to handle.
Yeah, and the Brazilian Rampage player, I think at one point, he got in the car, he tried to like just drive off the building, and then we moved cameras, but it seemed like he got stuck. It seemed like he was debating whether I'm picking up his teammate or not, which at that point, it would have been just, you don't pick up your teammate at that point. You're in the blue zone. That blue zone is hurting enough to the point that after you pick him up, more than likely he's going to get knocked down again. So little stuff like that hopefully towards the final week, especially if they make it to the finals the way Brazilian Rampage has been performing, they'll be able to improve it and have that set for the finals if they do make it. As we do see here, Axel still being able to get some kills. Overall, with kill switch there, we've seen him get kills over and over again. We can see why they're putting up, I think he ended up putting a total of 5 kills. And this was the downfall for me. I think you said it perfectly. I think if they would have just pushed and just maybe give him 2 different angles, wait for the player to peek. With having a player of the caliber of Kill Switch, which we know he can frag out, we know he can hit those shots, I think that might have been the best way. Or just wait for the zone to move to you. Yeah. You pretty much had the zone. You could have just thrown some more smoke grenades if you didn't waste them all there as soon as the circle started moving. There's just so many things, but for me personally, that was just a big, big choke.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't know how to say this without it sounding like super, it's not meant to be disrespectful in any way, but I feel like the play he tried to make there, it can work in PMCO. I don't think it works in PMPL anymore, though. I mean, obviously, they didn't have Zute on the team back then, but yeah, like coming down to like a raw aim battle, probably in PMCO that works. But when you're playing against the best teams in the region, even if you feel like you're the better aimer, sometimes you're just not going to be. And that unfortunately does hurt for them. But again, they still get a lot of points on the board. And now we're going to see the total damage, which of course Execute is going to be #1 as well, with Team Queso in there. And of course, PK. I mean, Goldblade, he was definitely popping heads. He was popping off in that game for PK.
Yeah, and I think Seven and I were actually talking about it a little bit because I was saying that I was kind of expecting a little bit more out of the PK roster as we were going into this match. And as soon as I said that, it's like, I swear maybe they heard me off in the ether because this game was such a strong performance for them. They had a good amount of damage, almost keeping up with, top 3. And 7 kills is huge for their overall score. But Queso and Execute, stellar performances, just unable to convert. Honestly, the level of spoiler that meta was for Queso at the end there, because I was sitting there watching this being like, oh, Queso has the angles, Queso has this in the bag. Meta just completely ruined Queso's game there at the end.
Yep.
Rolex. There's some things you can count on when it comes to a Rolex. Being a nice fancy watch, having it tell you the right time, and obviously playing spoiler as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously a great little job by him. I think it's time maybe to look at our top players, if I'm hopefully hearing everything correctly. And yeah, Goldblade, there we go. He's going to make it into #1 here with his 988 damage and 6 kills as well.
Involved on all 7 of the kills for that team. And that's something good. That's something you want to see out of Goldblade and out of Pittsburgh Knights. As Glitter was saying, they just really haven't been putting up performances that we hope to see. So maybe if one of these players gets hot, everybody starts rallying up around that player and starts putting them in a position where they can definitely excel. And hopefully my boy Hot Jukes will mute that mic, as we do see here Kill Switch.
You like to hear people breathe,
with the 6 kills. No, he's over there just having a full conversation. We have Luquitas there with 5 kills. Fanboys at least being able to participate there in 7 kills. Overall, listen, I might be a little bit harsh there on Execute, and it's because I want to see more out of them, especially with the amazing day that they had here. But you got to give props to Kill Switch. He has been consistent. He might be the most consistent player out of that whole squad that we have seen. Whether it's Sute in or whether it's Echo in, you can always count on Kill Switch being able to get him some points. And so far, for me, honestly, with the way everything has been going on for Execute, Kill Switch is starting to become a star in my eyes, because imagine if the roles were such. Imagine if Kill Switch, how he's been performing with the way things have been going on for his team. Imagine if he was in a different team where things are going their way. For example, G25, that he would be putting up some insane numbers.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see some of those insane numbers actually come to light when it comes to our daily report from today. We checked in earlier on. I think, was it 4 out of 5 of the results were in favor of Execute. We're going to find out if they're going to be able to maintain those 4 out of 5, or maybe they're all 5 out of 5 whenever those do pop up on your screen. But Execute, I mean, it hurts, obviously. But I think, again, that's a lot of experience for them. I think a lot of experience when it comes to late game zones, which they've been lacking. The times we've seen Execute in late game zones, it's Kill Switch in the blue trying to fight and knock people down from within it. But we can see here they still take 3 of the 5. They get the most kills of the day. We saw earlier on they had 30% of their total kills today alone, which I think that number's gone up quite a bit here, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I was mostly looking out for the kills, right? Because that was the only category that they hadn't nailed down the first time around when we saw this. So they were able to surpass, I believe it was Alpha 7 at the time. And then they no longer have the most heals, which I think is another win, that they're not, the highest
right.
number in that category. And then G25 is able to sneak up in there with their knockouts.
Yeah, so something, Jason, that you said very well is that they really haven't had that top 5 scenario as often that they would like to see, especially with these teams. Anything you did in PMCO and A, honestly, at this point, it doesn't really matter. We just kind of mention it because it's good stats to mention about a player. But here, as long as they continue to put themselves in good positions there in a top 5 situation, I think in the future, you won't see stuff like this happen from this team. And even more especially if Sute, or if they just kind of get like a set roster and they start playing with that team more and more, the synergy will start building up. And this is a team, honestly, that it has a lot of potential. It's just very young. They really haven't had experiences there towards the top 5 scenarios, but so far today I felt like they did amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like a totally different team, honestly.
Yep. It's like watching a TAS develop or something like that, a tool-assisted speedrun, or you have an AI learn a game. Over time, they get better and better and better, and the beginning parts they struggled on become easy, and they get past that. They get further into the game, and then that becomes easy, and then they get past that. And now that they've been able to get towards the later stage of the game and do it more consistently, I'm assuming they're going to continue to get better and continue to get those reps in, which has been making them a better team day in and day out. But now it's time for my most excited part of the day. It's time to take a look at our overall rankings and see maybe what has switched up here for some of these teams. We wondered, you know, would Cloud9 potentially fall out? They should be relatively safe, but we can see here in our 1st through 8th, there is a name we haven't been able to say in a long time here, guys. Glitter, look at lucky number 7.
Cloud9 finally making their way into the first page. That is huge considering they were almost at the very bottom of the 2nd page, and now they're all the way in 7th place. That's a huge jump alone. I mean,
yeah,
I love
that's
to see it.
To 7th, I believe they went for.
Yeah.
That's how close all of those teams are. I think at one point I ended up mentioning, and we'll be probably seeing it here more, but at one point today, from 7th place to 16th place, they were all just separated by 30 points, which, I mean, if you end up going off there with the kills, that's just a chicken dinner away. If you just have one of those amazing performances that we've seen some of the other teams have. You see Ace 1 finally starting to fall off even more. Something I have always mentioned is that the decline there from Ace 1, remember, there was a start, they were in 1st place, and then from there we saw them in 3rd place. At one point today we saw them in 5th place, and today we just not really putting out great performances. We see them here in 6th place. With Temple Storm, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. It might not be the flashiest, it might not be the most consistent in regards to chicken dinners, but guess what? They're able to put up numbers there. And the best part too with Temple Storm is that, remember we talked about with J7 and with the whole squad, the depth of the squad that they do have, they're almost about to cross that 100 kill mark, which is huge for them. We keep going down. We see B4 there as well, Glitter. I know that's one team we're kind of happy to see there in 2nd place.
Almost, they're catching up to G25 in chicken dinners. They got 5 chicken dinners to their name now, so that's going to be massive for B4. And then do just want to point out, you were talking about how close the points are. If you notice, Metagaming is actually tied with Cloud9 right now at 154 points. So I feel like this is going to start to get crazy. We haven't even taken a look at the 2nd page yet, and already you can see just how close some of these rankings are going to be. So I can only imagine that 9th through 16th are going to be separated by a very, very small margin, as we actually get a chance to take a look at that now. I think what's the biggest surprise for me is the fact that somehow XSET has catapulted themselves up into 9th place, but even more so, that means they're only 3 points behind 8th/7th place, like I just was talking about.
Wow, that's listen, amazing day. Sad finish there on that last game, but as we've been saying, they had one amazing day today by being able to put up those kind of performances. 151 points overall. That's amazing. Wildcard Gaming, not sure what's going on there. We saw them be very consistent there. I think at one point they were the hopes of an A. Well, guess what? We have a little bit more hope now with Cloud9 finally waking up, with XSET waking up. And I saw some flashes here and there of XSET too. I know that we're currently not seeing them there, but we might be able to see them there in the future as well. So one of the other teams that I wanted to mention here was Klaze Esports. They have fallen a little bit more. Remember, I think we started today with them being in 1st page. The Unnamed as well, they have fallen as well. Tribe Gaming, another team that we kind of talked about at the beginning of the show too. Things just maybe didn't go their way. That's fine, as long as at some point they need to get a chicken dinner. They cannot let that Glitter, we have seen teams perform really, really well, but if they don't get that chicken dinner, the pressure just starts getting to them and they start wondering to themselves, well, what do we have to do to get a chicken dinner there?
Yeah, and you know who did really well under pressure, 7?
Who? Tell me.
Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah.
Qualifying themselves in. If we were to take this group right now, they would have made it. They would have gone from at one point being at the very bottom of the entire list. Now they're in 16th place with 130 points, only 2 points behind PK in 15th and 8 in Nova in 14th. So honestly, they could continue to easily climb up that ladder with how little the margin is there. And then we take a look here at our 3rd and final page. INTZ coming in 17th, XSET in 18th, BDM 19 Esports. Wait, look at the points difference though between 17th and 24th.
Yep, everything, it's crazy. Let's not talk about that point difference, okay?
71.
It's absolutely insane. The point difference between 16 and 17th, that's just 4 points different. That's how close everything is. And one team I do need to mention from that third page that I feel like could have a lot of potential, and it's one that I mentioned earlier, is Influence Rage. If Influence Rage can somehow just start getting down better placements with the amount of fragging that they've been able to put out in comparison to everybody else near them there in that second page, I think they could definitely make a bigger push to that top 16.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. Maybe they're getting better over time, and again, they've been able to get 2 games with 11 kills apiece, but they haven't been able to close out their placements like you've been mentioning. And that's kind of what we talked about. You know, for PK early on, they can get kills in one game, but no placements. They can get placements in one game, but no kills. But you need to have that nice little balance of both of those things. Just like we need to have a nice little balance in our shows, which means we ran shows for 2 days straight. We're going to be 2 days off. And obviously with our 2 days off, I want to give you a quick chance to say something as we finish off the show here. Seven, I'm going to put you on the spot first. Besides obviously making people go to my Instagram and follow me, what else do you want to say?
Hey, make sure you follow Jason. What's your Instagram?
I don't want to say because it's really bad. There's a number in it. There shouldn't be a number in it.
Just say it.
Jay Kaplan with the
Come
1
on,
instead of the
followers.
L, because the person who owns Jay Kaplan is in an active account and Instagram won't give it to me.
Tell him.
I did.
No, man. Overall, I think it was a great 2 days. I'm super impressed with Cloud9 the day they had today. Hopefully they can continue on that momentum going into Saturday. I also really hope that XSET continues this kind of performances. I think this is a young, very talented team. That's why I've always talked about it from the get-go. And hopefully with a little bit of synergy, a little bit of more playtime here, a little bit of more practice with their actual full squad that they're going to be playing on Saturday, they'll be able to narrow those things down and they won't be able to choke in the future.
All right, well, Glitter, give you a chance to give me a shout out for Instagram and then obviously give some last thoughts.
I saw it pop up there. Everybody got a nice visual so that they knew exactly.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. So, you know, if it wants to come up again, I won't complain. Go ahead.
Well, you know, we helped Jason build up his confidence a little bit. I'm excited to see what a lot of these squads do with the next 2 days off. What are they going to adjust moving into this weekend? Because we saw a lot of squads literally from the third page completely blow everybody else out of the water to the point where now they're all in a top 16 position. One, I'm assuming any of the squads that just got knocked out of that top 16 position absolutely want to come back and fight for it. And two, I'm going to assume they're the ones that just made it in there, want to make sure they're fighting to hold it. So I'm excited for this weekend because I feel like these games are going to get a little wild.
See, I'm excited for the fact that we saw how one day can completely change the standings. We can see XQ pop up into the second page. We can see Cloud9 go from 14th to 7th place. Anything can happen even into the final week. But Seven and Glitter, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for your breakdowns of the games, and go enjoy your 2 days off. I think Glitter's gonna go stream after this. I think Seven's gonna take a quick nap. What I'm gonna do is go celebrate with the amazing games we've had, go chill with Blank and John, and obviously we'll be back on Saturday as well here for more PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 2 America's action. Be there.
it.